Chapter 1, Banished to the Cold Palace from the Beginning. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince secretly released the demonic girl from another country. He must be severely punished. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is profligate and devoid of principles. He must be severely punished. Your Majesty, please dethrone the Crown Prince and banish him to the Cold Palace. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has no morals. Please banish him to the Cold Palace. In the Great Hall of Government, every civil and military official had gathered. Each wore serious looks on their faces while pleading with His Majesty to dethrone the Crown Prince. The Emperor of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty sat on the throne. He looked at the confused Crown Prince whose cultivation had been wiped out and said coldly, "Approved. Remove Lin Jiufeng's title of the Crown Prince and banish him to the Cold Palace. Without an imperial decree, he is not allowed to leave." A cold rebuke echoed in Lin Jiufeng's ears. In a daze, he opened his eyes to find that he had been escorted to the door of the Cold Palace. "I've been transmigrated. I'm the Crown Prince of the Xuanhuang Great World, Xuanhuang God Dynasty, Lin Jiufeng. 3 days ago, the Crown Prince was banished to the Cold Palace for secretly releasing the demonic girl from an enemy country. The public was outraged. The trial is today, and I transmigrated here today." Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He transmigrated and became a crown prince in a world where cultivators reigned powerfully. With his standing in this world, he should have been able to effortlessly soar to the sky. But who would have thought that he would be banished to the Cold Palace, and his title as the crown prince would be taken away from him in a blink of an eye? Great sorrow and great joy truly were companions. In this world, he was deposed and banished to the Cold Palace. All these meant that Lin Jiufeng would not be able to change his fate in this life. The palace in front of him had crumbling courtyard walls, exposed red bricks, and weeds sprouting from the base of the wall. No one bothered clearing them. The 2 stone lions at the entrances had broken claws and teeth. The place looked desolate along with Lin Jiufeng's bleak figure. Not far away, the Imperial Guard commander sighed. A crown prince ended up in such a situation just because of a demonic girl. It's sad and lamentable. That demonic girl is said to be the holy maiden of the Great Yin Dynasty. She was born with a vision and was extremely beautiful according to rumors. The top echelons of the various demonic sects and the Taoist sects all wanted to marry her. "It is understandable that our prince would be captivated," the deputy commander said. "That may be the case. But he should have been next on the throne, running the court and ruling the people. Not staying in the Cold Palace," the Imperial Guard commander said. "That's true. The Crown Prince is gentle and courteous. He is extremely talented. With his royal bloodline, he has a promising future. It's just a pity that he is in this situation now." The deputy commander shook his head and lamented. "You saw what happened to all the people that were sent to this Cold Palace in the past." The Imperial Guard commander sighed. "Yes, this Cold Palace is infamous." The deputy commander could still remember the story of this place. 3 years ago, Imperial Consort Jia was banished to this Cold Palace after having interfered with politics. 3 months later, she became thin and emaciated. After constantly crying out loudly about injustice, she died. 10 years ago, the third prince was dissatisfied with the crown prince position falling into the hands of Lin Jiufeng. He launched a coup with several major families and was sent to the Cold Palace. In less than 6 months, he cried until he died. 30 years later, His Majesty succeeded to the throne and placed his 3 brothers into the Cold Palace to suffer for 5 years. They died of depression. This Cold Palace had witnessed the losers of the royal struggle of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, each of whom did not live long. Now, Lin Jiufeng was banished to the Cold Palace. His future would probably not be good either. Lin Jiufeng listened to the conversation between the commander and the deputy commander. He lifted his head to look at the huge Cold Palace. "Is that how I will end up in the future?" Lin Jiufeng was unwilling. "Sign in front of the Cold Palace?" A line of words suddenly appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. His pupils shrank, but he was pleasantly surprised. A cheat. Although late, but better than never. "Sign in." Lin Jiufeng immediately responded. You have signed in front of the Cold Palace. Received ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. Another line of words appeared before him, and a complete supreme sword skill came to his mind. Can I sign in indefinitely? Lin Jiufeng asked, surprised. You can sign in once a day. Signing in at different places produces different rewards. The more dangerous the place, the greater the reward. Some places can only be signed in once. Some places can be repeatedly signed in. But the rewards will gradually decrease. The explanatory words kept appearing in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes. His eyes were bright and clear, and the worry and fear in his heart instantly disappeared. This is an extremely frightening world. Although I'm the crown prince, my cultivation was wiped out in the big prison. Thankfully, I am able to sign in silently in this cold palace. The most powerful of cultivators can bring down a country on their own. Some could tear the skies apart with their sword and pave their way to nirvana, and some could knock on the gates to nirvana with their sword. I am now rejected by millions. In that case, I might as well sign in here quietly until I am invincible, before going outside. As Lin Jiufeng thought about his life going forward, his expression became indifferent. He turned to the Imperial Guard commander and said, I'm going in now, you may return. The Imperial Guard commander asked, dumbfounded, You're actually going in on your own accord? In front of the cold palace, regardless of who it was, they would cry and wail and refuse to go in. In the end, the guards would have to carry them in. Who would take the initiative to enter like Lin Jiufeng? Lin Jiufeng laughed and asked, If I stall for time, can I not go in? Now that he had no cultivation and was disliked by the court and commoners of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. No matter how big this world was, the only place he could go was this cold palace. The Imperial Guard commander was speechless. He could only cup his fist and say, I will take my leave after you have gone inside. It didn't matter to Lin Jiufeng. He straightened his clothes and crown, then he pushed open the dusty door. Creak! This door had not been opened for a long time. Dust came falling down as the door was being pushed open. When it was opened, the courtyard was overgrown with weeds. The snakes, insects, and rodents were startled by sudden disturbance. The state of the courtyard was indescribably bad. Although this cold palace is very big, and was quite highly ranked in the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, there is not a single servant or maid here. It's no wonder that everyone who was sent here became crazy and died before long, Lin Jiufeng lamented. If he didn't receive the ability to sign in, he wasn't sure how long he could have lasted in this place. But now, with his mind at peace, he felt that these trivial details weren't that important. But now, with his mind at peace, he felt that these were not important. He stepped into the cold palace, and closed its door calmly under the gazes of the Imperial Guard and Deputy Commander. Boom! The sound of the cold palace's door closing was dull and loud. Once closed, it would be difficult to open this door in the future. The Imperial Guard commander spoke up, Let's go. It will be hard for the dethroned prince to get out from here in his lifetime. I will arrange for someone to deliver his meals. After all, he's the first person to walk in on his own accord, and a dethroned prince at that. His personality is also good anyway, so he has to eat well every day, the deputy commander said to the commander. You can make the necessary arrangements. It won't affect anyone anyway. The commander shook his head, and led his men to return. The deputy commander saw a powerful young man, who was full of grandeur, in the team. It has not been a long time since he had been selected into the team. Knowing this, the former shouted, From now on, you will provide meals for the dethroned prince. 3 meals a day. The food has to be good, understand? The newbie in the team was very honest. He nodded as he agreed. I will take good care of the dethroned prince. Chapter 2, Sign-in Reward, Essence Cleansing Pill. The cold palace had been abandoned for a long time. The last time anyone was here was 3 years ago. There were cobwebs and weeds everywhere, and the air smelled of decay. Entering an inner room, he saw a few tables, chairs, and benches that had been bored through by the worms. They were already in a state of decay. The place certainly was in bad shape. But Lin Jiufeng didn't care about this. He found a relatively clean step and sat down. Closing his eyes, he began to check out the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill mentally. After signing in, the full version of the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill appeared in Lin Jiufeng's mind. The first step of the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill was to wipe out one's existing cultivation to form a sword body. My cultivation has been wiped out. This is just right for practicing the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up and he meditated cross-legged, which was the first step in practicing the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. Sword body. It would be very difficult for ordinary people to cultivate the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. However, for Lin Jiufeng, it was something he got when he signed in. It was very easy for him to cultivate it. He had no difficulties at all. He spent the first day cultivating the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill after entering the Cold Palace, directly breaking through foundation establishment and creating a sword body in his Dantian, 1, energy center of the body. My predecessor was a prince who had cultivated since childhood. He had countless resources, but it still took him 3 months to reach foundation establishment for the very first step of cultivation. The skill I got from signing in is really easy to comprehend. Lin Jiufeng thought to himself in delight. Upon the arrival of the night, moonlight cascaded upon the ground like a waterfall. Lin Jiufeng wanted to continue the momentum of his cultivation akin to striking the iron while it was hot. But someone knocked on the door of Cold Palace, shouting, "Your Royal Highness Jiufeng, I brought you food." Lin Jiufeng had no choice but to stop cultivating. Since his cultivation had been wiped out, the Imperial Guards knew that they had to arrange food to be delivered to him. After all, they weren't allowed to let him starve to death. But they had no idea that Lin Jiufeng had already rebuilt his cultivation foundation after just a single day. With his current cultivation, he could live for 10 or more days without any sustenance at all. Walking to the door of the Cold Palace, Lin Jiufeng saw a small hole blocked by a stone. The person outside said, "Your Royal Highness Jiufeng, move this stone away, and I will pass you the food." Lin Jiufeng did as he asked. A hot meal with meat and vegetables was passed through the hole. Lin Jiufeng was taken aback. "I get to have such good food." The person outside the door laughed. "Although you have been dethroned, you are still the prince. The commander has ordered me to arrange better food for you." Lin Jiufeng smiled. "Thank your commander for me." The person outside said, "Have your meal. I will come again tomorrow. 3 meals a day, I promise not to be late." Lin Jiufeng wanted to tell him that he did not need to send food, but the person outside the door had already left. Lin Jiufeng had no choice but to eat his first meal since arriving in this world. After eating, he continued in his cultivation, not wanting to delay for even a moment. The initial steps of cultivation were Qi training and foundation establishment. It was only after the completion of Qi training, and after foundation establishment could he move on to becoming an acquired cultivator, innate cultivator, golden core cultivator, grandmaster, great grandmaster, martial sage, and finally human god. Innate cultivators were able to take on 10,000 enemies, golden core cultivators could suppress an army that was 1,000,000 strong, grandmasters could suppress a city, and great grandmasters could go up against an entire country. As for martial sages, each of them was in existence with unimaginable power. Human gods were even more powerful. Lin Jiufeng was only in the realm of Qi training and foundation establishment. He was still too weak. He had to continue working hard. Practice silently, sign in silently, do not create trouble or any waves, and develop steadily. Anyway, I'm alone now and have been removed from the position of Crown Prince. I can stay here peacefully and just continuously sign in. Lin Jiufeng thought silently. On his first night in the Cold Palace, Lin Jiufeng meditated cross-legged all night, increasing his cultivation realm substantially. There were 9 levels for Qi training and 15 levels for foundation establishment. Lin Jiufeng reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment overnight. He had no difficulties cultivating the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill that he received from signing in at all. Early in the next morning, Lin Jiufeng opened his eyes and the first thing he did was to sign in. "Do you want to sign in before the steps inside the Cold Palace?" "Sign in." Lin Jiufeng said without hesitation. Sign-in successful. Received 1 essence cleansing pill. Sign-in can be repeated here until the sign-in effect disappears. The next 2 lines of words that appeared one after another made Lin Jiufeng happy. Essence cleansing pill, this is a good thing. Only a master of alchemy can refine it. It costs a few thousand silver in Unrivalled God Dynasty. A pure white pill suddenly appeared in Lin Jiufeng's hand, and he swallowed it immediately. It just so happens that my cultivation was wiped out, and my body needs to be cleansed. Lin Jiufeng immediately began to cultivate. 2 hours later, when the sun rose, Lin Jiufeng had completely digested the essence cleansing pill. His cultivation rocketed to the 5th level of foundation establishment. He wanted to continue cultivating, but the morning food delivery person came. When Lin Jiufeng took the delivered food, he said, "From now on, it's enough to deliver it once every 7 days. You don't have to come so frequently. Don't you know you are disturbing my cultivation? Won't your highness be hungry like this?" asked the honest imperial guard outside the door. "I'm cultivating to rebuild my foundation, don't worry." Lin Jiufeng replied honestly. He was not lying. After his cultivation was wiped out, it was not out of the ordinary for him to cultivate and rebuild his foundation. "Okay, I'll come back in 7 days and bring something delicious for you, your highness." The honest imperial guard agreed. Satisfied, Lin Jiufeng ate his breakfast and continued to cultivate. He can sign in peace for 7 days and cultivate during that 7 days, before eating another delicious meal. Such a quiet and beautiful routine was perfect for Lin Jiufeng. After delivering breakfast, the honest imperial guard went back to report to his deputy commander. His Royal Highness said that it would be enough to send food every 7 days in the future. He's cultivating to rebuild his foundation and doesn't want to be disturbed. The deputy commander shook his head and said, "Even if His Royal Highness is a well-known genius in the dynasty, he can't defy the heavens and rise again after his cultivation was wiped out. He can at most enter the ranks of acquired cultivators. Forget it, let him be. Just send him food every 7 days in the future." "Yes." The honest imperial guard cupped his fists and accepted the order. After he was dethroned and banished to the cold palace, the tumultuous incident came to an end. No one mentioned the prince who was once a peerless genius again. The entire Unrivalled God Dynasty began to compete for the new title of Crown Prince. No one cared about Lin Jiufeng who was in the cold palace. Of course, Lin Jiufeng didn't need them to care. He continued to cultivate quietly and signed in regularly. For 7 days in a row, Lin Jiufeng signed in on this step. He sat cross-legged here every day without going anywhere else. 7 days later, Lin Jiufeng broke through and entered the ranks of acquired cultivators. This was the highest realm that Lin Jiufeng could possibly reach according to the deputy imperial guard commander. After Lin Jiufeng broke through, the honest imperial guard once again came to deliver food. Lin Jiufeng moved the stone away and took the delivered food. There was even wine and meat. The meal sure was extravagant and good. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but ask, "What is your name?" "My name is Dachuan. That's what everyone calls me." Honest Dachuan replied. "Okay, see you in 7 days." Lin Jiufeng was in a good mood and laughed as he spoke. When Dachuan heard Lin Jiufeng's laughter, he asked curiously, "Your Highness is in a good mood?" "Well, I remembered something to be happy about," Lin Jiufeng replied. He picked up the dish of wine and meat, sat on the steps, and began to enjoy the meal. Chapter 3: The New Crown Prince. After a satisfying meal of food and alcohol, Lin Jiufeng looked at the dirty environment he was in. "It's time to make a room out of this. I can't keep staying outside," Lin Jiufeng muttered. Without hesitation, Lin Jiufeng cleaned up the courtyard near the gate of the cold palace. The ground was densely covered with weeds. Using a branch as a sword, Lin Jiufeng drew his sword and began chopping. Clang! In an instant, sword energy proliferated. Sharp sword energies erupted and directly uprooted the weeds. Vines and poisonous snakes were also wiped out under Lin Jiufeng's sword energy. After all the work, the room was finally cleaned up. Lin Jiufeng let out a long breath. Finally, a proper place to live in. Lin Jiufeng sighed. If nothing happened, he would have to stay here for a long time. It would be nice to create a quiet environment for himself. After cleaning the courtyard, Lin Jiufeng found a well. The well that was previously covered and hidden by weeds could now be seen. This well was covered with a well cap and was sealed tightly. Lin Jiufeng walked over, but a line of words appeared in front of his eyes. Sign in at ominous well? Lin Jiufeng was shocked. Ominous well? What does that mean? Sign in. Lin Jiufeng still agreed. He hadn't signed in for the day yet. Signed in successfully. Received magic treasure, demon-slaying sword. In the very next moment, a purple longsword appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng. Although the longsword was sealed in the scabbard with its blade covered, the chilling cold air it emanated still struck Lin Jiufeng, giving him the chills. Just in time. It just so happens that my ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill has also entered the next stage and I need to practice using the sword. Lin Jiufeng took the demon-slaying sword and injected true qi into it. Zing zing zing. The demon-slaying sword trembled and emanated a joyful sound that reverberated in the area. Then, it transformed into a stream of light that entered Lin Jiufeng's body. Lin Jiufeng could clearly feel that the demon-slaying sword was powerful and had a special damage bonus against evil demons. After he was done signing in, Lin Jiufeng looked at the sealed well. What's in the well? Lin Jiufeng opened the well cap but found nothing. The water was clear and had few impurities. Not being able to find anything, Lin Jiufeng fetched some water to wash. Then, he cultivated in the room. The well was then covered by Lin Jiufeng. 3 years passed in a flash. For 3 years, Lin Jiufeng had been signing in quietly inside the cold palace. Stuck in the cold palace and unable to leave, he continued to sign in inside his small courtyard. Signed in under the tree in the cold palace. Received Spring Pill Sutra. Signed in on the bed in the cold palace. Received 30 sets of dust-free suits. Signed in at the north gate of the cold palace. Received Sword 22. Signed in at the cold palace courtyard. Received the glorious dream of spring and autumn technique. Lin Jiufeng repeatedly signed in on the steps for the essence cleansing pills. Before he exhausted the sign-in effect, he received hundreds of essence cleansing pills. Most of them were eaten by Lin Jiufeng, who was now a powerful cultivator at an extremely high realm. However, he still had no intention of leaving. In these 3 years, he only moved around his small courtyard, which was at most a few hundred meters in size. The cold palace was huge and there were places that Lin Jiufeng had yet to visit. But he had plans of exploring the other parts of the cold palace. In the past 3 years, Lin Jiufeng did not take the initiative to inquire about the outside world. He had no idea about the current situation of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. The person he met the most was Dachuan. Dachuan chatted with Lin Jiufeng every time he came. And this was the only time Lin Jiufeng spoke. But he didn't feel lonely. Instead, Lin Jiufeng was content to see himself getting stronger and improving every day. In particular, Dachuan told him a few days ago that the world outside was turbulent. The 18 sects of demonic cultivation had made their existence known, and powerful factions from overseas had started invading. Evil was running amok and several martial grandmasters had already perished in battle. Hearing that, Lin Jiufeng immediately said that he would not go out. He would stay quietly in the cold palace, sign in, cultivate, and become stronger. On this day, Dachuan came to deliver the meal again. Lin Jiufeng was enjoying his wine, listening to the honest Dachuan's words. Some were useful news, but most were insignificant matters. Once, Lin Jiufeng asked Dachuan why he talked to him about those insignificant matters. Dachuan replied, "There's no one in the cold palace to talk to, Your Royal Highness. Your Royal Highness must be very bored. If I talk to Your Royal Highness every time I come to deliver food, Your Royal Highness might become happier." Lin Jiufeng smiled warmly. He did not stop Dachuan from telling him about these small matters. This time, when Dachuan finished talking, he suddenly said, "Your Royal Highness, Your Majesty has announced the new Crown Prince today." Lin Jiufeng was stunned. He asked, "Who is it?" He began to recall in his memory. Was it second brother? Third brother? Or fourth brother? Dachuan replied, it's the sixth prince. He defeated the other princes and became the crown prince. Sixth brother. Lin Jiufeng was really shocked. The sixth prince and Lin Jiufeng were born to the same consort. He was 5 years younger than Lin Jiufeng and was talented and as outstanding as Lin Jiufeng since he was a kid. The difference was that when Lin Jiufeng was being trained to become a crown prince, the sixth prince was taken away by the royal family's clan experts. The sixth prince was very close to Lin Jiufeng before he turned 5 years old. But after he was taken away, he didn't see him again. He never expected to hear of his name from Dachuan. It's the sixth prince. I heard that the sixth prince returned to the imperial capital half a year ago. His cultivation is at the innate cultivator realm. An innate cultivator before 20. Everyone said that he will become the next great grandmaster. Now that he's the crown prince, he's a source of great pressure on the other princes, Dichun said. An innate cultivator before he turned 20. Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. Not bad. It wasn't just not bad. Dachuan asked cautiously, Your Royal Highness, are you upset? No, I'm okay. You may not know, but the sixth prince is my real brother. Why would I be upset? Lin Jiufeng smiled. He was now living a wonderful life every day. Why would he care about the crown prince position? Being the crown prince was stressful. He would have no time for cultivation, and he also had a great responsibility to handle. It was unlike Lin Jiufeng's current lifestyle. Your Royal Highness, I should take my leave. I will talk to you again next time. Dachuan stood up and said goodbye. Lin Jiufeng passed the empty plates to him and looked at the huge cold palace. Let's sign in at a different place today. Lin Jiufeng got up and walked towards another compound area. The cold palace was huge. It had 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. It had a lot of courtyards, not just one. Lin Jiufeng spent the last 3 years just outside in a small courtyard near the gate. Today, he was heading inside. As he stepped onto the threshold of the first enclosure, a line appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Do you want to sign in at the threshold of the inner wall of the cold palace? Sign in. Lin Jiufeng said. Sign in successful. Receive the core condensing pill. Sign-in can be repeated here until the sign-in effect disappears. Lin Jiufeng smiled. What a pleasant surprise. It knows that I am already a golden core cultivator and it gave me a core condensing pill. Chapter 4, Place with Extreme Negative Energy. Core condensing pills were made especially for golden core cultivators. It was much more expensive than the essence cleansing pill. The essence cleansing pill could be purchased for a few thousand silvers, but the core condensing pill could not be bought with silver alone. Each pill was extremely valuable. But since Lin Jiufeng could repeatedly sign into this location, he would never lack core condensing pills in the future. I just broke through the innate cultivator realm and entered the golden core cultivator realm. I thought my cultivation would slow down a bit, but it seems that I can still continue to improve rapidly. Lin Jiufeng thought happily. Lin Jiufeng swallowed the core condensing pill and let its energy explode in his body. The energy rushed into his dantian, increasing his strength. In his dantian was a powerful sword energy formed from the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill and the sword 22 which Lin Jiufeng cultivated. These two techniques were both very powerful sword skills. Together with the glorious dream of spring and autumn technique that he received from signing in, Lin Jiufeng's current combat power had reached its peak. Even the original owner of this body of his, which was the crown prince, only managed to reach the pinnacle of the innate cultivator realm. There was even an entire country supporting him, yet it still took him more than 20 years to achieve such a realm. Lin Jiufeng, who spent all his time quietly signing in within the cold palace, had surpassed the realm of the original owner of his body in just 3 years. Getting his cultivation wiped out back then didn't feel that bad anymore. It was Lin Jiufeng's first time venturing into the interior of the cold palace. Passing through the inner wall, he saw a vast garden, a rockery, and a stream of water. There was a pavilion and a bamboo forest in the far distance. The scenery here was once pleasant. There once existed a group of exquisite palaces, built according to the first prince's specifications. But then the first prince failed to seize the throne and was banished here. He ultimately died of depression. Since then, it was gradually left to deteriorate and became the infamous cold palace within the palace. The once lush garden was now completely overgrown. Weeds and trees grew disorderly and vines entangled the house. It looked more like a gloomy haunted house in the wild mountains than a palace. Lin Jiufeng put his hands behind his back and looked at all of these with a calm expression. This was the cold palace that everyone was afraid of, but it was also the place where he could repeatedly sign in. What once was a road was overgrown with weeds. Lin Jiufeng narrowed his eyes and lifted a finger. Using it as a sword, he slashed at the weeds. The first stance of Sword 22. Boom! The entire garden was instantly filled with dancing sword energies. It exterminated all the surrounding weeds, revealing a path. Lin Jiufeng wandered around. He then accidentally discovered that there was also a large well that was tightly covered by a well cap within this place. Although it wasn't that of a big well that there was a well in this place, the important detail was that the well was exactly the same as the one in Lin Jiufeng's courtyard. The colors and design were exactly the same. The well in my yard is an ominous well, is this one the same? Lin Jiufeng wondered. However, he had already signed in for today, so he had to wait for the sign-in the next day. After strolling around in the garden, Lin Jiufeng left in the evening. The sky had dimmed, and he returned to his yard. Then, he meditated and started cultivating. Before cultivating, Lin Jiufeng looked at the old well in the courtyard. In the past 3 years, he had not opened that well again. But tonight, for some reason, Lin Jiufeng suddenly wanted to open the well. Upon opening the well cap, the water inside was as clear and as clean as always. In the wee hours of the night, Lin Jiufeng meditated cross-legged. The demon-slaying sword hovered, spinning in circles around him. He was done cultivating the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill, as well as the sword 22. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng was trying to get to know the demon-slaying sword. The moon was dim that night. Dark clouds filled the sky and gusts of cold wind blew in the quiet cold palace. A cloud of black smoke was floating up out of the uncovered well at this moment. It morphed into a woman. Why did you imprison me in the cold palace? With a mournful wail, the woman rushed directly into the room and began attacking Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng opened his eyes at that instant, grabbed the demon-slaying sword, and immediately activated the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. Slash! An extremely terrifying sword light exploded, directly lighting up the yard, and instantly nailing the woman who had morphed out of the black smoke to the wall. The surging sword aura of the extremely powerful ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill firmly suppressed the black smoke. The woman's expression looked malicious and she struggled hard, but it was useless and futile. Lin Jiufeng walked out of the room and saw the woman's face. He said in surprise, "Imperial Consort Jia?" This woman was none other than the former master of the Cold Palace. She was Imperial Consort Jia, who had been banished to the Cold Palace 3 years ago. She was banished on charges of political activity within the palace and causing trouble to the court. Thinking that she was favored by the king, she disregarded the queen and disrespected her position. She helped push her younger brother up in the ranks with pillow talk, which offended a lot of people. Then, she was banished to the Cold Palace. Only about 3 months after being imprisoned, she could no longer tolerate the conditions and died. Lin Jiufeng looked at her non-substantial body and repulsive appearance. No reason existed within her, only hatred. Imperial Consort Jia wasn't a powerful person, how could her soul still remain 3 years after her death without dissipating? Lin Jiufeng asked in surprise. He looked at the well. It was uncovered. Lin Jiufeng looked at Imperial Consort Jia Gue, who had already lost her intelligence and reason. She was merely struggling numbly, her face filled with hatred. Lin Jiufeng contemplated silently. "Do you want to sign in before the vengeful soul?" A line of words suddenly appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. He couldn't help but look up. Seems like it's already the dawn of the next day. Sign in. Lin Jiufeng said decisively. Sign in successfully. Received the Eye of Judgment. It can read the memory of a soul and exorcise it. Lin Jiufeng's eyes suddenly became inundated with intense pain and itch. Something seemed to be coming out of it. He gritted his teeth and braced himself. Fortunately, after a minute, the sensations disappeared. He opened his eyes and looked at Imperial Consort Jia. Imperial Consort Jia's soul was immediately seen through by Lin Jiufeng. Boom! All of Imperial Consort Jia's memories from when she was alive, as well as how she became a wandering soul, were all made known to Lin Jiufeng. The area deep underground beneath the Cold Palace is actually an area with extremely strong negative energy. It's easy for evil spirits to form at places like this. Lin Jiufeng finally understood why no one paid any interest in such a big palace after the first prince's fall from grace. It turned out that it was because of the bad geomancy here. This palace was probably built after the first prince had been deceived. Otherwise, who would build a palace in a place where there was extreme negative energy? Those that came here after the palace was abandoned were all tortured to death by the land itself. A prime example of this was Imperial Consort Jia. She only managed to persist for 3 months before dying. Her soul was then absorbed by this land of extreme negative energies. Her soul didn't dissipate, but since she was not versed in the ways of soul cultivation, she ended up in her current situation. In addition, she was muddled, and her entire being was filled with thoughts of revenge. She hid in this well, and as long as it wasn't covered, she would be able to come out. Lin Jiufeng murmured. He suddenly smiled. He just learned from the memory of Imperial Consort Jia that she had wanted to come out 3 years ago. But that night after Lin Jiufeng washed up, he sealed the well once more. Hence, she didn't manage to come out. After that, Lin Jiufeng did not open the well for 3 years. She had waited for 3 painful years. If Lin Jiufeng didn't notice the well whom he had forgotten for 3 whole years, he wouldn't have opened it, and she would have had to continue her wait. But Lin Jiufeng unsealed the well once more, so she took advantage of that opportunity to take her revenge for what the former had done 3 years ago. Unfortunately, the current Lin Jiufeng was vastly different from who he was back then. She was nailed to the wall of the courtyard by a beam of sword energy. The powerful force even made the wall expand outward with her at the center of it. The wall was then covered with scars from the crisscrossing sword energies. Chapter 5: The Crown Prince Enters the Cold Palace. Lin Jiufeng didn't hurt Imperial Consort Jia. After browsing through her memories, he chose to restore her memory. He did not want to let her be trapped in this place that was full of negative energy and continue being in such a wretched state. When the Eye of Judgment awakened Imperial Consort Jia's memory, her resentment slowly faded. She looked at the cold palace with a complex expression. You're the Crown Prince. Have you also been banished into the cold palace? Imperial Consort Jia recognized Lin Jiufeng and said in surprise. Lin Jiufeng nodded calmly. It's sad, the imperial family has no affection for anyone. No matter how important anything is, it is not as important as the throne. Imperial Consort Jia sneered. She looked at Lin Jiufeng, her expression part sympathetic and part ridicule. I thought your position was stable and that you would become the next king. I didn't expect that you would follow in my footsteps in the end and be banished to this terrible cold palace. For reasons unknown, Imperial Consort Jia was perversely happy. Seeing Lin Jiufeng, the once aloof prince, the prince with unlimited prospects, end up like her, she couldn't help but want to laugh. However, Lin Jiufeng said calmly, I think it's not bad here. There's no disturbance from the outside world. You, however, it's time for you to be on your way. Let me stay. I can cultivate a spiritual body. I wasn't fully awake and didn't know how to cultivate before, but now I can cultivate a spiritual body and remain here to serve you. You will be lonely here alone if I leave. Imperial Consort Jia didn't want to leave just yet. She started to seduce Lin Jiufeng. I have many skills, Imperial Consort Jia started. Boom! But Lin Jiufeng immediately pulled out the demon-slaying sword. The brilliant sword gleam flashed and exorcised Imperial Consort Jia in one stroke. Biological exorcism. I wanted to use the Eye of Judgment to exorcise you, but I don't need it anymore. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. Imperial Consort Jia looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise. She asked, puzzled, don't you feel lonely all by yourself in this cold palace? Lin Jiufeng looked at her gradually disappearing figure and shook his head. I'm not lonely. I find new happiness every day. You won't understand it anyway. This was a place of extremely negative energy, and there could also be something hidden underground. This was a perfect place for him to continuously sign in. Lin Jiufeng wouldn't be lonely. Imperial Consort Jia would never be able to understand Lin Jiufeng's words. She slowly disappeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Subsequently, the well was also covered by Lin Jiufeng. Looking at the wall that had been ravaged by his sword, Lin Jiufeng raised his hand and advised himself, I have to be gentler next time I attack. I can't destroy this yard, I still want to continue living here. He had no plans to change places for the time being. When everything was over, the sun had also appeared. The eerie and terrifying aura brought by the soul the night before disappeared under the sun's rays. It was a new day. Lin Jiufeng changed into a dust-free suit. This was the one he got when he signed in. It prevented dust from coming into contact with his body and it made sure that his body was clean and pristine. Furthermore, it looked good on him. Lin Jiufeng had been wearing dust-free suits for the past 3 years and he had never once bathed since then. The new dust-free suit was white. With Lin Jiufeng's handsome face, he really looked like a dashing young man. Dressed like this, Lin Jiufeng seemed out of place in contrast to his surroundings. He appeared to be an exiled immortal from the heavens, and all around him were filth. As his cultivation level increased, Lin Jiufeng's bearing also became completely apparent. After 10 years as a prince, how could he not have cultivated his bearing? Today, Lin Jiufeng planned to go to the inner courtyard again. However, when he walked out of his small courtyard, he saw the main door of the cold palace that had not moved for 3 years slowly open. Lin Jiufeng stood still and looked over. The main door of the cold palace would not be opened unless someone was being banished into this place. No one who had entered the cold palace in history managed to leave. Who got banished to the cold palace? Lin Jiufeng was puzzled. Unexpectedly, the person who entered the cold palace was not someone that had been sentenced to be banished. It was the 6th prince who had just inherited the position of the crown prince. He was Lin Jiufeng's younger brother in this life. When he was 5 years old, he was taken away to cultivate, and the two were separated. It was until now that they finally got to meet each other again. Lin Jiufeng recalled the 6th prince from his memory and compared him to the 6th prince of today. The change truly was great. Back then, the 6th prince was just a snotty kid. But now that he had grown up, he became as tall as Lin Jiufeng. He was full of vigor, and his eyes were strong and confident. Big brother. Standing near the main door of the cold palace, the current crown prince yelled cordially. Whenever he was with other princes that were older than him, he would always call them royal brother. With Lin Jiufeng, he always addressed him simply as big brother. After all, they had the same mother. Although it has been 10 years since they met, blood was nevertheless thicker than water. Lin Jiufeng smiled. A sense of intimacy spontaneously rose within his heart. Perhaps this was something that came from being of the same bloodline. But Lin Jiufeng was bewildered by the sudden visit. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you here?" "I'm here to visit Big Brother." The current crown prince walked in. He looked around and said in surprise, "I heard that there are overgrown weeds in the cold palace, but it's so clean here. Did Big Brother clean it up?" Lin Jiufeng nodded and said, "It happened to be convenient." After he had achieved success in his sword skill training, he only needed to move his fingers and the sword aura would make quick work of all the weeds. Big Brother has worked hard. Unexpectedly, the prince sighed forlornly. Lin Jiufeng knew that his brother had misunderstood. But he didn't know how to explain the situation, so he changed the subject. "Visitors are not allowed at the cold palace. Why have you come?" "You will get impeached." Lin Jiufeng was worried. Big brother, I begged father to let me come to see you. Our mother has gone and the closest person to me in this world is big brother, so father agreed to let me visit you, the sixth prince said. Lin Jiufeng smiled and said, I'm doing pretty well. You see it too, everything is fine. I knew big brother would not wallow in self-pity. Although the cold palace is terrifying, big brother will definitely persevere. The sixth prince truly admired Lin Jiufeng. Having stayed in the cold palace for 3 years, not only he didn't go crazy, but he seemed to be living very well. This sure was an incredible achievement. I haven't congratulated you yet. You are now the crown prince, and the next step for you is to become the emperor of Unrivalled God Dynasty. Lin Jiufeng smiled as he accepted his brother's expression of brotherhood. Big brother, you don't blame me? The sixth prince looked at Lin Jiufeng worriedly. Why would I? I was dethroned as crown prince due to my own carelessness and mistake. Big brother will only be happy for you. The fact that you were able to rise to that position is due to your own ability, Lin Jiufeng said sincerely while shaking his head. Big brother, don't worry. You must persevere. When I succeed to the throne, I will definitely pardon big brother, the sixth prince whispered. Lin Jiufeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he wanted to leave the cold palace now, he could have done it easily. The key was that he was able to get a lot of things from signing in within the cold palace. He didn't want to go out before he had the power to crush everyone. But he could not possibly tell the crown prince about this. Seeing his steadfast look, Lin Jiufeng continued to change the subject. Okay, let's discuss the future in the future. Father is in his prime, you should learn from him. Don't make mistakes like big brother. Lin Jiufeng treated the crown prince as his brother, so he gave him some advice. I know. I'm relieved to see that big brother is okay. There's still a lot for me to do. I made time to visit you, but I have to report to father now, so I'll make a move first, the sixth prince said. Go. Lin Jiufeng nodded and watched him leave. Big brother, wait for me. You will get out. The sixth prince walked a few steps, then turned back to hug him and said firmly into Lin Jiufeng's ear. Then, he left without looking back. Lin Jiufeng never had a chance to explain. I don't want to go out yet, Lin Jiufeng muttered helplessly. Chapter 6, A Big Secret Discovered. The sixth prince left the cold palace and immediately went to see His Majesty. In the palace, His Majesty, who had just finished dealing with the state affairs, asked, How is that rebellious son? The sixth prince said softly, Big brother is in good condition. He didn't dare to say that Lin Jiufeng was in better shape than he was, and his fleeting and indifferent aura was not like someone who had been banished to the cold palace. His Majesty sneered and said, He's living a good life. The people who were previously banished into the cold palace all became crazy. Yet the prince who he once favored was actually living well. And it was after staying there for 3 years. One should know that even Imperial Consort Jia only lasted 3 months before she went crazy. Father. Big brother knows his mistake. The sixth prince defended his elder brother. Knows his mistake? Who would have expected that His Majesty was still very angry? Do you know about the heavenly concubine whom he released 3 years ago? She returned to the Great Yan Dynasty and has risen to become the state sorceress of the Great Yan Dynasty from a holy maiden. She is now in charge of all the ritual activities of the Great Yan Dynasty. I heard that she can communicate with the heavenly deities and is worshipped by everyone as a divine maiden. She has slowly elevated the Great Yan Dynasty and they gradually created a great state base. This is all thanks to your elder brother. His Majesty grunted coldly. The sixth prince was speechless. That rebellious son is just lustful. He can stay in the cold palace for the rest of his life. Even if you succeed the throne in the future, you are not allowed to let him out, understand? His Majesty said sternly. The sixth prince's face turned pale and he hurriedly tried to explain. But His Majesty gave him no chance to do so. He said coldly, I will issue an imperial decree, there's no need to talk about this matter anymore. The sixth prince looked at his father helplessly and couldn't help but feel sorry for his elder brother. Recently, some cultists from those demonic sects have infiltrated into the capital. You take charge and investigate this matter. It's not safe now. The members of those demonic sects are making their existence known to the world. They should be plotting something. You need to put more care into this matter. As for your elder brother, let him take care of himself. His Majesty declared indifferently. Lin Jiufeng did not know about this matter. Even if he knew, it wouldn't matter to him. Anyway, he had no intention of leaving. This cold palace was a good place to sign in. He would continue staying there. After the sixth prince's visit, Lin Jiufeng's days resumed their peacefulness. Lin Jiufeng signed in and took the core condensing pill to improve his golden core cultivation every day. The path of cultivation in the golden core realm was not easy. The realm had 9 levels to it. In the golden core realm, there was the false core, inner core, true core, and golden core. Each level had an upper, middle, lower, and major perfection level. The Lin Jiufeng was currently at the false core major perfection realm. He was just one step away from the inner core realm. He had the core condensing pill for his cultivation needs. He did not have to worry about not being able to break through. Other than cultivating, Lin Jiufeng also explored the vast garden in the cold palace. The garden sure was huge. Considering that beneath it was a place filled with extreme negative energy, it should have a lot of evil spirits. Lin Jiufeng searched the entire garden, but he did not find a single evil spirit. He didn't even find another lost soul like Imperial Consort Xia. The garden would become very eerie at night. But there wasn't a single evil creature, which made Lin Jiufeng feel helpless. But thinking about it carefully, no one could enter the cold palace. It was normal that there weren't any evil spirits. I've taken out my demon-slaying sword. Let me kill 1 or 2 evil creatures at the least. Lin Jiufeng sighed helplessly. Then, he continued to sign in silently. Just like that, 1 month passed. Lin Jiufeng's cultivation had reached the peak and was on the verge of breaking through. Lin Jiufeng temporarily stopped cultivating when he reached fake core major perfection of the golden core realm. He was in no hurry to break through. He tempered his true qi every day and continued to reinforce his foundation. When the time came 1 month later, he naturally broke through. On this night, Lin Jiufeng was busy taking pills. After swallowing a core condensing pill, Lin Jiufeng had broken through in his own courtyard. True qi gathered in his dantian, forming a sphere, which was then slowly polished and turned into an inner core. Then, the 2 sword techniques, Ultimate Heaven Slashing Sword Skill and Sword 22, practiced by Lin Jiufeng, transformed into countless sword energies that surrounded his inner core like a dragon. Boom! When all of this was done and over, the inner core and the sword energies in Lin Jiufeng's dantian exploded. The radiant white sword energies surrounded Lin Jiufeng, spreading to every inch of his body, including his spiritual consciousness. In the very next moment, Lin Jiufeng's strength skyrocketed to a terrifying point. His spiritual consciousness was also rapidly expanding. He cultivated with his eyes closed. But the surroundings of this courtyard were all in Lin Jiufeng's mind. And the range of his spiritual consciousness continued to expand outward. At this moment, everything seemed to have come under Lin Jiufeng's spiritual consciousness. The place where he was at, the vast garden that he had thoroughly explored. These locations appeared clearly in Lin Jiufeng's mind. Suddenly, Lin Jiufeng realized that someone had sneaked into the cold palace. The intruders were 2 men in black. Both were true core golden core cultivators. They went around and explored the cold palace. Observing these 2 men, Lin Jiufeng did not make a move. Instead, he observed quietly. Despite being in the golden core realm like Lin Jiufeng, their spiritual consciousness could only cover a few meters around them. Unlike Lin Jiufeng's that could cover a distance thousands of times greater than theirs. The leader, who was walking in front of the other, turned his head to look at his partner. Seeing what the other party was doing, he was suddenly infuriated. Lao Er, why are you behaving so sneakily? The big brother scolded. Big brother, we're thieves now. We must be careful, Lao Er said softly. Thieves my foot. This is the famous cold palace in the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. There's only a dethroned prince here. There's no one else here other than him. What's the point of being so sneaky? Big Brother scolded. That's true. That dethroned prince has no cultivation whatsoever, there's no way he will discover us. Lao Er was suddenly enlightened. He got excited and kicked a tree whose trunk was as thick as a bowl. Boom! The leader was so angry at what Lao Er had done that he slapped him and scolded, "He won't discover us, but this used to be the place where we hid the corpses of our chasing corpse sect. The ground beneath us is filled with extreme negative energies. If something terrible came out because of you, we will both lose our lives." Lao Er submitted. He didn't dare to fool around anymore. "We are just here to make an outpost and investigate the place. Now that all the major sects are out in the world, our chasing corpse sect cannot reveal any weaknesses. We must retrieve our old ancestors that are buried deep underground so that we can recover our prestige," the leader said sternly. "But Big Brother, when will our chasing corpse sect go out in the world?" Lao Er asked carefully. "It should be 10 years later when our sect master makes a breakthrough. We are only here to make an outpost. No one knows that the ancestors of our chasing corpse sect are buried here underground in this place of extreme negative energy. There's no need for us to hurry. Once we have the location mapped out, we will return to report," the leader said seriously. "Big Brother, it seems that many people from the demonic sects are here in the capital of Xuanhuang God Dynasty. They seem to be up to something," Lao Er asked excitedly. "I heard the news too. A senior from a demonic sect is here to assassinate Xuanhuang God Dynasty's emperor. There is a storm rising, and the world has become tumultuous. Let's take advantage of the situation, get the exact location that we needed, then we'll immediately take our leave," the leader said softly. "All right, Big Brother." Lao Er nodded obediently and began their search. "Big Brother, I think this is the place." Lao Er finally found the location. The leader immediately came up and said excitedly, "Yes, this is it. Let's make a mark on our maps and come back afterwards." The two men immediately got busy. Lin Jiufeng was stunned. He opened his eyes in his courtyard and mumbled, "People from the demonic sects are here to assassinate the emperor?" Underneath this cold palace was not only a place of extreme negative energy, but it is also the chasing corpse sect's secret burial place for their ancestors? He seemed to have discovered a terrible secret. He must keep their mouths shut. With that on his mind, Lin Jiufeng pulled out his demon-slaying sword. Using his Sword 22 technique, he killed them through the countless walls. Chapter 7, Dachuan's News. Lin Jiufeng's sword cut across the numerous yards. Like the first ray of light cutting through the darkness at dawn, it lit up the cold palace. The two Golden Core Realm cultivators from the Chasing Corpse sect were both a little stronger in cultivation realm than Lin Jiufeng, but they were still not a match for his sword. Sword 22 was not a mortal sword technique, it involved the great Tao of heaven and earth. Especially the last move, similarly named Sword 22. It was powerful enough to kill people thousands of miles away without being seen. The two were decapitated by the stroke. Blood flowed everywhere and they fell to the ground, dead. They died without even knowing who it was that attacked them. Lin Jiufeng also arrived. He looked at the two bodies, paying special attention to certain places that were specially marked, lost in thought. Were the ancestors of the Chasing Corpse sect buried deep underground here? According to them, the sect master of the Chasing Corpse sect will only reappear in 10 years after a breakthrough. Does that mean that I can dig out the ancestor of the Chasing Corpse sect right now without repercussions? Lin Jiufeng had a sudden curious thought. Do you want to sign in before the 1,000-year-old underground corpse? Suddenly, a line of words appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes, stunning him. There is a 1,000-year-old corpse buried deep underground? Lin Jiufeng's heart pounded. But his mouth did not remain idle. Sign in. Lin Jiufeng said. Sign in successful. Received Netherworld Corpse Control Technique. Then, a massive amount of memories was transmitted into Lin Jiufeng's mind. He instantly comprehended every secret of the technique. With the technique, one would be able to control corpses and nurture a brand new soul in the corpse. It would then awaken and follow the orders of the one who used the technique on the corpse. This was a very powerful technique, considering the fact that it was able to nurture a brand new soul within a corpse and inherit everything from the corpse. After Lin Jiufeng confirmed his understanding of the technique, he acted decisively and started digging. Supported by his golden core cultivation base, he quickly dug down tens of meters underneath and soon saw a coffin. It was a copper coffin covered with various corpse refining array drawings for the purpose of refining this 1,000-year-old corpse. But the 1,000-year-old corpse was in the cold palace. It could not get any nourishment from the blood of the living. The chasing corpse sect did not dare to approach this area after the Unrivalled God Dynasty built their imperial capital here, as they were afraid of alerting the dynasty to their existence. For the past century, the corpse in the copper coffin had been in a state of deep sleep. It had never gone out of its sleeping place. However, it was slowly becoming stronger. Lin Jiufeng brought the copper coffin out, filled the pit, and returned to his yard. In the courtyard, the copper coffin sat quietly. Moonlight shone on it and its surface glowed with a metallic luster. He opened the copper coffin and saw a middle-aged man lying in it. His face was pale, with no trace of blood beneath his skin. He laid there, quietly. Lin Jiufeng used the netherworld corpse controlling technique and began to infuse his energy into the body. Incubate slowly, create a new soul in this corpse, and control it. This way, my hard work will not be wasted, Lin Jiufeng said as he looked at the copper coffin. He had been busy all night with the endeavor, but fortunately, he had the dust-free suit with him. Otherwise, he would have been covered with filth all over his body. Lin Jiufeng covered the copper coffin and placed it in a corner of the room. He observed slowly and curiously for the born of the new soul from within. Then, he continued to sign in and cultivate daily, while ignoring external affairs. In a flash, another 3 months passed. In these 3 months, his brother, the 6th prince, never once returned. He must be very busy. Lin Jiufeng heard about that from Dachuan. Dachuan still came every 7 days to deliver food and chat with Lin Jiufeng. Most of the time, Dachuan talked and Lin Jiufeng listened. Dachuan would tell Lin Jiufeng of the interesting things that happened in the imperial capital. And Lin Jiufeng would listen to everything Dachuan said. He would sometimes give a simple reply as he ate. Afterwards, he would always return to his cultivation. After 3 months, his cultivation rose once again. From the inner core level of the golden core realm, he advanced to the true core level. He was also just one step away from the next level of the golden core realm. Lin Jiufeng was also finally able to see some changes on the corpse of the ancestor of the chasing corpse sect that he had been reanimating using the netherworld corpse controlling technique in the past 3 months. His face was no longer pale like a dead man. There were signs of blood flowing within and his complexion had turned rosy. His stiff joints had become supple, and more importantly, a terrifying power could be felt within his body. The netherworld corpse controlling technique was evidently working. Lin Jiufeng would take a look at him every few days, and then he spent the rest of the time working hard on cultivating. Another week passed and Dachuan arrived once more. He brought wine and food as always, and they were as delicious as ever. Of course, he chatted with Lin Jiufeng. On the other side of the main doors of the cold palace, Dachuan leaned against the wall and talked. On the opposite side of the wall, Lin Jiufeng picked up the wine glass, took a sip of wine and a bite of food as he enjoyed the meal. Then, he listened to Dachuan talk about various things. There were important matters and small matters, trivial issues, and personal stories. Dachuan liked to talk and Lin Jiufeng was willing to listen, so they formed a harmonious pair. Your Highness, I may be a little busy lately. If I can't come next time, I will ask a friend to deliver your food. When I'm finished with what I have to do, I will send wine and food to your Highness again, Dachuan said with an honest smile. Lin Jiufeng was taken aback, and asked, Are you not just a small soldier in the uniformed royal guard? Why are you so busy? This was the imperial capital, the uniformed royal guards shouldn't be too busy. Recently, many masters of cultivation have come to the imperial capital. There are Taoist cultivators, demonic cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, and even masters from overseas. His Royal Highness, the 6th Prince, has taken over the uniformed royal guards, mobilizing us, and greatly increasing the capital's defense measures. We have to keep the public order of the imperial capital, and catch the wicked people who have no qualms about doing evil, Dachuan explained. Lin Jiufeng frowned. He immediately remembered what those two people had said from 3 months ago. A senior from a demonic sect was going to assassinate the current emperor, Lin Jiufeng's father. Although Lin Jiufeng knew about it, he didn't take any other actions. He was only in the Golden Core realm and couldn't possibly meddle in such things. Thus, he didn't care and simply continued signing in peacefully. 3 months had passed since then and everything remained peaceful. Lin Jiufeng hadn't heard that His Majesty was assassinated. As a result, Lin Jiufeng thought that the matter was simply fake. But hearing Dachuan's words, he suddenly remembered the words of those two people. Dachuan, be careful when you are on duty outside. Don't try too hard. Your cultivation level is not high, don't get involved in a conflict with those in the cultivation world, Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. Dachuan had constantly brought him food for more than 3 years and chatted with him for the same amount of time. Lin Jiufeng didn't want anything bad to happen to him. According to Dachuan, it wasn't only the people from the various demonic sects that were here. Those that hailed from the various Taoist and Buddhist sects were also here. On top of that, a lot of overseas cultivators were also present. The presence of these people made things more complicated. It was best if Dachuan didn't get involved. Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. However, I'm just guarding the palace and will definitely not encounter trouble. This is the safest place in the imperial capital. I'm just afraid that I will not be able to deliver food when it's time to because I might be on duty, so I'm telling you in advance. Dachuan smiled. Lin Jiufeng thought for a while. Then, with a flick of his finger, a sliver of sword energy pierced Dachuan's body through the wall. Dachuan didn't notice it. The sword energy would not cause him any harm, but it would let Lin Jiufeng know when Dachuan's life was in danger. We have known each other for 3 years. No matter what, I don't want you to be in danger. I will definitely protect you. Lin Jiufeng liked Dachuan's honest and serious attitude. It was just a simple order from the Deputy Commander of the Uniformed Royal Guards. Yet, he had diligently sent good food to Lin Jiufeng, who had already been banished to the Cold Palace. This delivery stint lasted 3 years and he had neither missed a delivery nor thought of receiving a reward. In everyone's opinion, what could a prince who has been banished into the Cold Palace do and hope for? However, Lin Jiufeng only cared about 2 people in the entire Unrivalled God Dynasty. Dachuan and the 6th Prince. Chapter 8, Out of the Cold Palace. Dachuan left with the sliver of sword energy that Lin Jiufeng planted in his body. Lin Jiufeng resumed signing peacefully. He was now at the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm, the true core level. The Golden Core realm consisted of the False Core, Inner Core, True Core, and the final level, Golden Core. Lin Jiufeng was close to breaking through to the Golden Core level. He silently continued his signing in for the core condensing pills, accumulating them as much as he could while cultivating for as long as he could. He truly enjoyed his undisturbed peace. Every few days, he would check the chasing corpse sect's old ancestor. He was glowing more and more in the coffin. His cheeks were rosier, skin fairer, and his face seemed to have become more handsome. His aura, dignified and elegant. It seems that a new soul is about to be born. The Netherworld corpse control technique is finally having some results. Lin Jiufeng nodded, satisfied. Soon, he would have a terrifying henchman. A 1,000-year-old corpse buried deep underground in a place of extreme negative energy. At the same time, the corpse was the chasing corpse sect's old ancestor. With these factors added up, Lin Jiufeng was simply going against the heavens. Of course, he would only be able to know just how powerful this corpse was when it woke up. Lin Jiufeng continued his routine of signing in. Day after day. His cultivation also improved quietly. Until the 7th day after Dachuan left. On this day, Lin Jiufeng was waiting for Dachuan to bring some food and wine. But the person who came was not Dachuan, but his younger brother, the current crown prince, 6th prince instead. Why are you here? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously as the doors of the cold palace slowly opened. The 6th prince walked in. This was the cold palace, not just anyone could come in. The last time the sixth prince came, he had to beg his father just to meet Lin Jiufeng once. "Big brother, I am now the supervising crown prince, I hold more power now." The sixth prince smiled, carrying delicious delicacies in one hand and a jar of good wine in the other. Right on the steps of the cold palace gate, this supervising crown prince set up the wine and food, then looked at Lin Jiufeng with a smile. "What happened? You have just become the crown prince and now you're supervising the state?" Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but think about his past self. He had been a crown prince for over 10 years, yet he never had the chance to take on the responsibility of managing the state. This sixth prince only became the crown prince for God knows how long, yet he was already supervising the state? Big brother, the imperial capital is filled with demonic cultivators combining their forces and gathering together. They put up a slogan, saying that on the night of the full moon, a sword would appear from the west on the top of the forbidden city, to kill father. The sixth prince said solemnly. A frown appeared on Lin Jiufeng's usually calm face. He asked curiously, "A royal sacrifice? The old freaks in the royal family are not taking action?" They did. They have the major demonic experts under control. But the ones that are here to assassinate father are not the head and leaders of those demonic cultivators. It's a 1,000-year-old demon Dao ancestor. The sixth prince sighed. A 1,000-year-old demon Dao ancestor? He has a grudge against the current emperor? Lin Jiufeng asked, puzzled. That demon Dao ancestor sect is called the Among Flowers sect. They have been around for 1,000 years. The first demonic sect that our father exterminated after he ascended the throne was the Among Flowers sect. The sixth prince explained. Lin Jiufeng immediately searched through his memories. The Among Flowers sect truly was a despicable sect whose agenda was kidnapping beautiful women and doing unspeakable things to them. Their actions had angered the young emperor and he ordered a holy decree, sending 100,000 troops to crush the Among Flowers sect. Among Flowers sect deserved it. They asked for it, Lin Jiufeng said. But the devil will never reason with anyone. They have sent a message to say that the next full moon night will be the day that father dies, the sixth prince said helplessly. Is he very powerful? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. Well, he's already in the martial sage realm, the sixth prince replied. Lin Jiufeng frowned. Martial sage realm, he would indeed be difficult to handle. Big brother also knows that the emergence of a grandmaster in this era is already something worthy of a great celebration, not to mention a martial sage. Not a single martial sage has appeared in 1,000 years. Now, this demon has broken through to the martial sage. After he comes out from seclusion, he would definitely do something big, and that is to assassinate the emperor of the top imperial dynasty of the world. The sixth prince drank a cup of wine, depressed. That's why you became the supervising crown prince. In case anything happens to father, you will immediately be able to succeed to the throne and stabilize the Unrivalled God Dynasty. Lin Jiufeng guessed the plans of his father, whom he got after his transmigration. His Majesty would do his best to prevent his own death. But even if the other party succeeded, the supervising crown prince would instantly ascend to the throne to stabilize the Unrivalled God Dynasty and prevent its downfall. Big brother, I don't know when I'd be able to come and visit you the next time. I will become very busy. Let's toast each other as brothers. The sixth prince lifted his glass of wine. He suppressed all the depressing thoughts in his heart and smiled. Lin Jiufeng lifted his wine cup and had a drink with this brother of his. When is the next full moon night? Lin Jiufeng asked. 7 days later. The sixth prince said after being silent for a moment. There were several grandmasters in the Unrivalled God Dynasty, but no martial sages. The old ancestor from the Among Flowers sect was probably the only martial sage in the Unrivalled God Dynasty. That was probably the reason why so many demonic cultivators flocked to the imperial capital. They must be thinking that the death of the emperor of the Unrivalled God Dynasty would signal the rise of the demonic sects. The Unrivalled God Dynasty invited the various Taoist and Buddhist sects to the imperial capital to ask for their help. Lin Jiufeng stayed in the cold palace all day and had no idea that in the outside world the entire world had their eyes on the Unrivalled God Dynasty. Each of them that knew the inner workings were silently counting down. 7 days later, on the night of the full moon, a sword would appear from the west in the Forbidden City. The sixth prince was obviously distressed. After finishing a jar of wine with Lin Jiufeng, he got up and left. But before he left, he hugged Lin Jiufeng after a moment of silence. After a while, he left in a hurry. His back was now straight, radiating composure befitting to that of his status. The next time they meet, it could possibly be when he was already the ruler of this divine dynasty. Boom! The door of the cold palace closed once again. Lin Jiufeng looked at the cold door quietly before walking around the courtyard. 7 days. Lin Jiufeng mumbled. He couldn't help but look toward the copper coffin in the room. Would the 1,000-year-old ancient corpse in the coffin wake up within the next 7 days? Time slowly passed. Lin Jiufeng continued to toil in silence, signing in and cultivating. This was his routine. The only thing that changed in his routine was the frequency of his glances at the 1,000-year-old corpse inside the coffin. He used to look at it once every few days. Now, he looked at it a few times a day. On the 7th day, Lin Jiufeng surpassed the true core level and achieved the golden core level of the golden core realm. But he did not feel happy at all. Because today would be the night of the full moon, the same night when those group of demonic cultivators would start their rampage. As for the sword coming from the west on top of the Forbidden City, would the Unrivalled God Dynasty be able to stop it? During the day, the people in the imperial capital did not go out so much. The entire imperial capital was filled with demonic cultivators on a rampage. People from the demonic sects rejoiced with wild excitement. To them, the demon Tao would rule the world. In the evening, the entire Forbidden City was heavily guarded. The atmosphere was gloomy. Everyone waited for the moment when the moon was the roundest. And in the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng looked at the 1,000-year-old corpse in the copper coffin. At this moment, it slowly opened its eyes. Master! The elegant middle-aged man stood up and shouted respectfully. Lin Jiufeng smiled slightly and said, "Come, leave the cold palace with me." Lin Jiufeng, who was locked up in the cold palace, left for the first time in 4 years. He brought along with him his henchmen and headed for the Forbidden City. Tonight was a full moon. Chapter 9, Will I Be Silenced? Tonight was a full moon. The entire Forbidden City was shrouded in a nervous atmosphere. The Imperial Guards strictly protected the palace grounds, but the people from the various demonic sects were still present, spying from the surroundings. Inside the Forbidden City, the Taoist and Buddhists silently awaited the arrival of the Among Flowers sect's martial sage in the Imperial Shrine. The centermost palace was desolate. The current, reigning emperor sat quietly on the throne. There wasn't a single person around. Day. All of a sudden, a human figure walked in from the outside. It was the sixth prince. "Father, we are already heavily guarded. The 6 great grandmasters have taken their places, we're just waiting for that fanatic from the demonic sections. You'd better take cover," the sixth prince urged. "I am the emperor of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. If I am not to be in this central hall, where would I hide?" The emperor said placidly. He had no intentions of escaping. "Father. If by any chance?" the sixth prince said solemnly. "Don't we still have you?" The emperor looked at the sixth prince and said with satisfaction. "Originally, your older brother was doing the best job in your position, but he was momentarily obsessed with lust and went on a crooked path. But your appearance has put me at ease. Today, there will only be an emperor that died standing up and no emperor that escaped. We have set up a waiting trap. If those demons dared to come, my Unrivalled God Dynasty will fight to the death with them," the emperor solemnly declared. The sixth prince wanted to say something more, but the emperor waved his hand. "Take your leave. Go to the imperial shrine, they will protect you well. You are the hope of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. Nothing must happen to you." If he were to escape and the demonic cultivators turned to slaughter because they couldn't find him, it would be bad for the whole imperial household. He might as well quietly wait here. In any case, he was already suffering from a foul disease and his days were numbered. Child. In today's world, one must still be powerful enough. Otherwise, even if you are royalty, it wouldn't make any difference. The emperor advised in a low voice. The sixth prince left. The emperor was now alone. Watching the arrival of the starry sky and full moon, his countenance was determined and his gaze was ice-cold. Gathering the strength of the entire Xuanhuang God Dynasty to counter the top martial sage of the present age. When the full moon arrived, a demonic aura billowed in the air above the forbidden city. Countless members of the demon sect were cheering, running about, and letting out mad howls as they encircled the forbidden city. The demonic cultivators reveled. Clang! In the full moon sky, a sword shadow appeared. Following that, a frightening presence came weighing down. Everything beneath the skies was trembling. The moonlight was beautiful, condensed into a stretch of shining silk that slid down. An aged figure landed with it. A head full of white hair with a baleful countenance, he carried with him an extremely terrifying might. With a long sword in hand, the sword slashed through the sky. Emperor of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, you destroyed my Among Flowers sect's legacy. Get out here and meet your death. Among Flowers' patriarch looked towards the central hall with an aloof gaze. As for the others, he didn't acknowledge them at all, including the 6 great grandmasters. Demon, do not be rude. The Xuanhuang God Dynasty is not a place for you to be impudent. The Xuanhuang God Dynasty stands upright even in the present age, with jurisdiction over hundreds of millions of people. How can it be something that you, a measly demon, can destroy? The Xuanhuang God Dynasty's great grandmasters have come forth to kill you. Shouts came from all directions. The 6 great grandmasters of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty acted together. Without holding anything back, their blood and vital energies surged, vital essence fumes shot into the sky. They surely were powerful. 6 people came charging from 6 directions and surrounded this Among Flowers sect's patriarch. Great grandmasters? Among Flowers' patriarch only smiled at them in disdain. The gap between a martial sage and a great grandmaster cannot be crossed with you people shouting some slogans. The Among Flowers sect's patriarch was extremely contemptuous. He delivered a strike, and as if the skies had fallen, the swift and fierce sword shadow shrouded these 6 great grandmasters. Thump, thump, thump. The 6 great grandmasters simultaneously spat out large mouthfuls of blood from the strike. In an instant, they suffered severe injuries and were sent crashing into the palace. On their faces were looks of despair as they came crashing down. Even the joint effort of 6 great grandmasters could not withstand one strike from the Among Flowers sect's patriarch? A martial sage was this terrifying? When the people of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty and its court officials of all ranks saw the scene, their hearts fell into despair. They stared at one another. This demon was so powerful. He arrived stepping on the moonlight and smashed 6 great grandmasters with one strike. Who exactly would be able to restrain him? There was someone who said with gritted teeth, "Is this the heavens wanting to annihilate my Xuanhuang God Dynasty?" Raising his eyes, he saw the people from the various Taoist and Buddhist sections. All of them had helpless looks on their faces as they looked at the patriarch of the Among Flowers sect. This was not a battle between equals. Standing on the tallest roof of the Forbidden City, every move of the Among Flowers patriarch attracted the attention of millions. People of the demon sect were cheering, laughing rampantly, wishing they could be dancing. Some had even charged into the Forbidden City and bowed in worship to this martial sage of the demonic sects. People in the entire Xuanhuang God Dynasty had gone mute. Witnessing this scene, they felt a sense of powerlessness all over their bodies. The emperor in the central hall sighed and closed his eyes, feeling weak throughout. The trap that they had set up ended up useless against this martial sage from the demonic sections. Even the imperial guards guarding the palace were in despair as they watched the figure that appeared slightly hunchbacked beneath the moonlight. This martial sage of the demonic sects had single-handedly suppressed the entire Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Xuanhuang was guarding a side gate of the Forbidden City alone. It was very remote, no demonic cultivator had come over to this place. He watched the Among Flowers patriarch dazedly with a fully downcast look. Who can defeat him? Looking at it in the short term, no one could defeat this patriarch of the Among Flowers sect. The Yuhua God Dynasty was about to undergo a great upheaval. Day. All of a sudden, footsteps rang out. Someone was here. Dachuan curiously lifted his head for a look. This was an extremely remote area, but someone still deliberately came here? Under the shine of the moonlight, a youth with outstanding features walked over with a middle-aged man who looked aloof from head to toe. Dachuan asked in surprise, "Your Royal Highness, why have you left the cold palace?" The person who had come was Lin Jiufeng. He pointed calmly and answered, "I've come to defeat him." Dachuan looked over following Lin Jiufeng's finger. He was pointing at the Among Flowers patriarch. Dachuan blinked and said, "Your Royal Highness, your cultivation has been crippled for over 4 years now, you'd better not get involved. If you return now, I'll pretend that I haven't seen anything." Lin Jiufeng smiled placidly and said, "Then, watch properly." "Nameless, can you defeat him?" Lin Jiufeng was speaking to the patriarch of the Chasing Corpse sect behind him. Through the sacrificial refinement of the Netherworld corpse control technique, a new soul had been born for him. The patriarch accepted everything before him, including his cultivation realm. Lin Jiufeng did not know his previous name, so he simply gave him a new name. Nameless. "Master, 1,000 years ago, this Among Flowers patriarch was already my defeated opponent," Nameless said indifferently. Lin Jiufeng ordered. "Go then, kill him and this matter would be over." With a tap of his toes, Nameless' body became akin to an arrow that had left the bow. He reached the highest rooftop of Forbidden City in no time. Boom! Right as everyone of the Yuhua God Dynasty was in despair, an extremely vast martial sage aura arrived. Formidable and mighty, it instantly cleansed the demonic aura in the area before it directly faced the aura of the Among Flowers patriarch. Everyone in the Yuhua God Dynasty was surprised. "This is a martial sage? Is this a martial sage of my Yuhua God Dynasty?" It turns out that the Among Flowers patriarch isn't the only martial sage in the world. "Great, this is great, my Yuhua God Dynasty also has a martial sage." The emperor in the central hall commented in surprise. "My Yuhua God Dynasty does not have a martial sage. Could it be that a certain elder had made a breakthrough but intentionally concealed himself?" Nameless' arrival kindled hope in all the civil and military officials of the Yuhua God Dynasty, including the present emperor. And before the remote palace gate, Dachuan looked at Lin Jiufeng. His eyes blinked innocently. "Your Royal Highness, this person," Dachuan asked with a dry mouth. He watched Lin Jiufeng and seemed like he had come to an understanding about a terrifying matter. This dethroned crown prince actually has a martial sage under him? Wasn't this too frightening? Will I be silenced by His Highness? Chapter 10, Ending. A lot went on in Dachuan's mind, but he gradually realized that Lin Jiufeng had no intentions of silencing him. The two people stood in front of the side gate and looked towards the highest rooftop of Forbidden City. Nameless, who had made a sudden appearance, caused the Among Flowers sect's patriarch to turn pale with shock. He did not expect that the Yuhua God Dynasty actually had a hidden martial sage. "No. You're actually him." The Among Flowers sect's patriarch carefully surveyed Nameless. Suddenly, his entire countenance changed, becoming both surprised and angered. He had recognized the Chasing Corpse sect's patriarch. 1,000 years ago, both of them were peerless talents of the same era, both a mix of good and evil. However, the Among Flowers sect's patriarch had lost 9 times against Nameless. His loss had long become his mental demon. "Didn't you die long ago?" The Among Flowers sect's patriarch cried out as he shook his head. He was in disbelief. The death of the Chasing Corpse's patriarch resolved his mental demon. The former's death was a catalyst for his breakthrough to the martial sage realm. "Since you can live till now, I naturally can too." Nameless lifted his hand, a terrifying longsword condensed in the center of his palm. "Do you think that you can still defeat me now?" The Among Flowers sect's patriarch roared with a hideous countenance. Boom! Nameless did not speak, he was straightforward and directly unsheathed his sword. He made his move utilizing the sword skill, Sword 22. This move split the Dark Knight. The magnificent sword glow condensed in the vast sky, extending for tens of miles, bringing incomparable brilliance to everyone at once. People in the entire Forbidden City could not help lifting their heads and gaping in surprise. It was dawn. At this moment, the masses were greatly shocked. This move was too frightening, it manipulated nature itself. This move was also accompanied by a dragon's cry that reverberated all around. This move contained Lin Jiufeng's will. At the side gate, Lin Jiufeng was like Nameless, sword energy surging all over him. He closed his eyes, his consciousness interlinked with Nameless as he displayed the might of Sword 22 through Nameless hands. Sword 22 was a sword skill that allowed a spiritual connection between two existences. The countenance of the Among Flowers sex patriarch changed. He immediately felt that he had to escape. This move by Nameless made him feel a sense of foreboding. Back then, he was no match for the chasing corpse sex patriarch. Now, he was not a match for Nameless. Not to mention, there was also a Lin Jiufeng behind Nameless. The body of the Among Flowers sex patriarch became akin to a fleeting shadow. He sought to escape at the swiftest speed, soaring through the air. Boom! The sound of booming thunder came from the sky, it reverberated throughout. Under the illumination of this sword glow that resembled daylight, everyone got a perfectly clear look as Nameless strike slashed out. The body of the Among Flowers sex patriarch fell with a rustle, like sand and dry bone dust. At this moment, the whole imperial capital was silent. Nobody dared speak. The people of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, the various demonic sect members, and the Taoist sect members all had their eyes wide. They rubbed their eyes. What did they just witness just now? Splitting the sky with a strike. Night turning into day. The Among Flowers sex patriarch was directly reduced to withered bone dust and was scattered into the wind. He was a martial sage. Noted to be the first martial sage in 1,000 years. He was killed just like that? Was this a sword technique or a demonic technique? After this strike, the radiance that covered the skies gradually faded. Nameless figure also vanished with the arrival of darkness. The sky, it was raining. Drizzles covered the Forbidden City and the imperial capital. All of a sudden, an old peach tree in the city budded and blossomed. The aroma spread for tens of miles. Countless people lifted their heads, allowing the rainwater to fall on their faces as they stared in shock. The shock in their hearts spoke for itself. All the peach trees in the city bloomed with one strike. Was this the true capability of a martial sage? It was no longer just the cultivation of true qi, but it already involved the ways of heaven and earth. After the shock passed, the whole imperial capital fell into chaos. At the side gate of Forbidden City, Lin Jiufeng opened his eyes as he let out a long breath. Earlier, he was spiritually connected with Nameless to display that move of Sword 22 through Nameless hands. It possessed terrifying might indeed. The Among Flowers sex patriarch, who was of the same level as Nameless, was instantly turned into ashes with a fall of his sword. After a successful kill, Nameless silently returned and stood behind Lin Jiufeng, keeping his silence throughout. Dachuan saw everything that had just happened. He wiped his face, it was covered in rainwater. His values, worldview, and his outlook in life had been overturned. Your Royal Highness, you are so powerful, why are you staying in the cold palace without leaving? Dachuan asked with a dry mouth. He could not figure out why. Why should I leave? Lin Jiufeng countered. Dachuan was never good with words, he could not offer his explanation. The outside world is a mess, there are too many disorderly matters, and they easily divert my attention. There is nobody to disrupt me all year round in the cold palace, and I can cultivate with peace of mind while ignoring the matters of the outside world. Say, why should I leave then? Lin Jiufeng smiled and said. It was impossible for him to tell Dachuan that he could sign in and get many good items in the cold palace. The other places did not have an environment that was as good as the cold palaces. Having witnessed a martial sage's strength tonight, Lin Jiufeng was even more determined that he would never leave without being a martial sage. Seeing Dachuan's slow-witted manner, Lin Jiufeng said with a smile, "All right, remember to bring me dishes and wine next time, I still like listening to the things happening within the imperial capital." Dachuan nodded obediently. If your Royal Highness likes listening, Dachuan will share them. Don't tell anyone else that you've seen me, this is our secret. Lin Jiufeng instructed Dachuan. Dachuan nodded stoutly and said, Don't worry, your Royal Highness. Even if I were to die, I will not speak of it. Lin Jiufeng then left with Nameless. Nameless had just been revived. He had the capabilities of a martial sage, but he could not instantly become well-versed in his moves, techniques and whatnot. That was why Lin Jiufeng employed the sword 22 through his hands, using a spiritual connection between the two. Now that he had gotten rid of the Unrivalled God Dynasty's trouble, Lin Jiufeng could return to the Cold Palace and continue his peaceful norm of signing in. He wanted to continue becoming even stronger. Only when the Unrivalled God Dynasty was no longer in danger could he continue signing in peacefully without being disturbed by anyone. Tonight's events instantly spread like wildfire. The Among Flowers sect's patriarch had actually suffered a crushing defeat in the Unrivalled God Dynasty. He was killed with one strike by a mysterious powerful expert, unable to hit back at all. A great uproar. After this incident, not only did the Unrivalled God Dynasty not fall into pieces, it instead earned a great boost in reputation. Countless people started guessing, who exactly was that mysterious man? And what relationship did he have with the Unrivalled God Dynasty? Meanwhile, the internal officials of the Unrivalled God Dynasty were also confused. In the central hall, the current, reigning emperor sat on the throne, his countenance an exhausted one after experiencing the night's disturbance. Beneath him was only the sixth prince. Father, is this mysterious man really not the last card of our Unrivalled God Dynasty? The sixth prince asked. No. His Majesty shook his head and said, I summoned you here because I wanted to get you to investigate who this mysterious person is. Once you find out who he is, you must invite him to the palace. Be reverent and respectful, he saved my Unrivalled God Dynasty. The sixth prince nodded and said, I understand, I will investigate carefully. Go handle it. I'm tired, you will continue holding the post of acting regent. The emperor waved his hand in exhaustion and got the sixth prince to leave. Then, he held his chest and agonizing expression was on his face. The outside world was full of commotion, but Lin Jiufeng returned to the Cold Palace and started his quiet sign-in routine. Sign in front of the stone lions before the Cold Palace's gates? Sign in. Lin Jiufeng did not expect that a pair of stone lions could be used to sign in. Sign in successful. Received Fearless Lion imprint. A powerful imprint, it has devastating might. Transferred directly into his mind, Lin Jiufeng instantly mastered it. Chapter 11, The Emperor Passes On. The Fearless Lion imprint that he gained from signing in allowed Lin Jiufeng to have another powerful martial art. The addition of this martial art would surely increase his capabilities. Previously, he only had a few sword techniques. But now that he had another technique up his sleeves, he finally had something that he could consider as his trump card. After signing in, Lin Jiufeng entered the Cold Palace. Once the gates closed, nobody knew that he had once left the place. As for the disturbances of the outside world, they all had nothing to do with Lin Jiufeng. 7 days soon passed. As always, Lin Jiufeng quietly cultivated, striving to improve his potential. He focused on his sign-in routine for the sake of the core condensing pills that he needed to make an early breakthrough past the Golden Core realm into the Grandmaster realm. If he had been a Grandmaster in the past, he could be considered as one of the country's trump cards. But since the appearance of a martial sage, Grandmasters didn't seem to be that of a big deal to him anymore. On this day, Dachuan came. He came with delicious dishes and good wine. As usual, he shared the happenings within the imperial capital to Lin Jiufeng at the gates of the Cold Palace. Your Royal Highness, the people from the various demonic sects have already retreated. The members of the Taoist sects and Buddhist sects are also slowly taking their leave. The common people of the imperial capital have resumed their quiet life once more, Dachuan said. It's a good thing. Lin Jiufeng drank a mouthful of good wine and commented. I heard that a few vassals previously wanted to overthrow the Unrivalled God Dynasty under the commotion created by the Among Flowers sect's patriarch's attack. But now, they seem to have quietened down. They have expressed their allegiance to the throne, Dachuan said. Without capabilities at the martial sage realm, they wouldn't dare to rise in rebellion. Lin Jiufeng was completely unbothered by these things. These vassals were loyal subjects who had accompanied the Unrivalled God Dynasty on its establishment in the early years. As a reward for their loyalty, they were subsequently given a part of the land to manage, but their descendants weren't as loyal as their predecessors. Those 9 vassals were currently the mortal malady of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. Back when he was crown prince, they were also a great worry for Lin Jiufeng. But they weren't his problems to think about now, they were the troubles of the 6th prince and the current reigning emperor. He would just sign in peacefully. After eating and drinking his fill, Dachuan left. Lin Jiufeng's life was very tranquil, he cultivated quietly. As for Nameless, even though he was resurrected because of the Netherworld corpse control technique, and a new soul was born from within him, birthing a new consciousness that formed the current Nameless, he still wasn't a human in principle. To be precise, he was merely a puppet that took orders from Lin Jiufeng. He was at the martial sage realm but was eternally unable to progress. Moreover, if Lin Jiufeng had no orders for him during the usual days, he would keep lying inside the copper coffin. Signing in day by day, Lin Jiufeng didn't receive core condensing pills from each of his sign-ins. He sauntered around the entire cold palace. On this day, he arrived at an abandoned palace. Xuanhuang Hall. Locked up in this hall were the 2 brothers who had contended for the throne with the current emperor back in the past. In other words, Lin Jiufeng's uncles. After they died of grief, this place subsequently became deserted. No one came to tidy it, and it had long become overgrown with weeds that were covered in dense cobwebs. The palace looked dilapidated with broken and collapsed walls. It was evidently difficult to settle here. Lin Jiufeng looked at the dilapidated place, a helpless streak of sword energy swept across and cleared the weeds. Sign in at Xuanhuang Hall? A line of words appeared before his eyes. Sign in, Lin Jiufeng said without hesitation. He wanted to see what he could receive from signing in at such a place. Sign in successful. Received Millennium Frost Jade Bed. Lin Jiufeng looked at this sentence in surprise. He immediately returned to his courtyard. As expected, there was a frost jade bed that constantly emanated a freezing cold air in his courtyard. It wasn't considered big though, it was just a single bed in size. This was a 1,000-year-old frost jade bed, an item of great nourishment to cultivators. Cultivating on the frost jade bed could help one's human body absorb the natural spiritual energies in the air, achieving twice the result with half the effort. With this frost jade bed, my path to the Grandmaster realm isn't far off, Lin Jiufeng said in delight. He immediately moved the frost jade bed into his room and started cultivating on it. Sure enough, his gains throughout a single day were equivalent to his cumulative gains of 3 days without the frost jade bed. This was already very fast. Except for his daily routine of signing in, Lin Jiufeng spent the rest of his time cultivating on the frost jade bed every day. Time moved in a flash, half a year went by. Within half a year's time, Lin Jiufeng had raised his cultivation base to the Grandmaster realm. He was already at the 3rd step of the Grandmaster realm. The Grandmaster realm was divided into 9 steps. Everyone referred to these steps as 9 steps toward the sky. Most Grandmaster cultivators would never be able to complete these 9 steps in their entire life, but this wasn't difficult for Lin Jiufeng. Especially after he obtained the frost jade bed, his cultivation speed had truly improved, significantly. Nothing special happened in the imperial capital in these 6 months. Every time Dachuan came over, the matters he spoke of were small, trivial ones. However, when Dachuan came this time, he said solemnly to Lin Jiufeng, "Your Royal Highness, His Majesty seems to be dying. The court officials and the commoners are all talking about this issue." Lin Jiufeng asked curiously, "He's only 50 years old. According to his cultivation base, living up until 300 years would not be a problem. How could he be dying?" It is said that His Majesty had forcefully cultivated the imperial household's mystic technique and damaged his foundation. He couldn't be cured at all. In the recent 6 months, his condition became more severe. The state affairs and whatnot were left to the 6th prince's supervision. His Majesty hasn't been going to the court much during these recent 3 months, Dachuan explained. Lin Jiufeng was stunned. This father emperor of his that he had gotten without effort was really going to pass on? Then, that younger brother of his would become the emperor of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. This news that Dachuan brought this time caused quite a big fluctuation in Lin Jiufeng's mood. In any case, he was the father of this body. It was impossible to be completely indifferent. Forbidden City, Central Hall. The current emperor was already a bag of bones. Half a year ago, he was still the dignified emperor. Half a year later, he was on his deathbed. Outside the central hall, court officials knelt in a row, grieving looks were on their faces. Inside the hall, there was only the current emperor and the crown prince. The current emperor has been in a coma for a month. Right now, he temporarily regained his consciousness right before his death. He opened his eyes to ask this question, "Child, have you found that martial sage senior?" The sixth prince shook his head and answered softly, "I have not. We don't have any information about him at all. It seems that this martial sage senior does not wish to be disturbed. You have to continue searching, but do not let up in training your own people. Right now, a martial sage has already appeared, a great change has come to the spiritual energy of the world, cultivation has become easier to do. In the future, there will be many, many martial sages that will emerge. The Xuanhuang God Dynasty must have its own strength." The emperor gripped the sixth prince's hand tightly and conveyed some hidden matters with great difficulty. A great change in the spiritual energy of the world. Cultivation has become easier to do. Only a handful of people from some major forces knew about these matters. In the future, when the massive change finally hits the world, the Xuanhuang God Dynasty must have countermeasures for it. And the vassal influences, after you accede to the throne, you have to handle them well. "I understand." The sixth prince agreed. The emperor gasped. "About your older brother, back then, it was in a fit of anger that I wiped out his cultivation. At that time, he released the heavenly concubine, the court officials and the commoners were extremely displeased. You can improve his life, do not let him out for now, but as for later on." Before his words fell, his hands loosened. The sixth prince shouted loudly in sorrow, "Father Emperor!" Court officials of all ranks outside the hall also started wailing. On this night, Lin Jiufeng looked at the moon from inside the cold palace. He was dressed entirely in white with a peaceful countenance. All of a sudden, 9 tolls of a bell sounded from inside the Forbidden City. 9 represented the imperial throne. The bell represented death. The current emperor, that father emperor of Lin Jiufeng, who had become his father without much effort, had passed on. At his moment, weeping came from everywhere in the imperial capital. Lin Jiufeng sighed and turned to bow in the direction of the Forbidden City, sending him off. Chapter 12, Confiding Troubles. The passing of the emperor was a major event. The machine that was the Xuanhuang God Dynasty started operating. The sixth prince naturally succeeded the throne and changed the title of his reign to Yuan. It was the Yuan era. He was also titled Emperor Yuan. The state funeral lasted 3 months. Every vassal sent their children to come and greet the new emperor, but they themselves did not do so. Emperor Yuan gave a warm reception to the children of these vassals without any displeasure throughout. But in private, his countenance was ice cold. He was very angry. The late emperor had passed on, yet the vassals won't even come. Their wild ambition was abundantly clear. However, he had just succeeded the throne, he could not touch the vassals, yet. That was why he welcomed them with a smiling face, appeasing the children of these vassals. 3 months later, the children of the vassals left the imperial capital. Emperor Yuan also started getting busy, managing the affairs of the state and nurturing talents. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng's cultivation was still advancing by leaps and bounds. He recently felt that the effects of the frost jade bed seemed to have improved. In the past, when he cultivated on the frost jade bed, 1 day's results were equivalent to 3 days of the old. But now, 1 day could be equivalent to 5. Moreover, following the passing of time, his cultivation speed was also becoming increasingly fast. What's the logic here? Lin Jiufeng was very curious. Unbeknownst to him, this was a very early sign of the so-called great change to the spiritual energy of the world. Lin Jiufeng simply dismissed it, however, for he only found it a little abnormal. Just like that, a year passed. Lin Jiufeng spent his 5th year in the Cold Palace, which was also the first year after Emperor Yuan acceded to the throne. This year, Emperor Yuan took over state affairs and began launching reforms. However, he was met with strong resistance, and he was also so busy that he had no time to come see Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng was busy as well, busy cultivating. At the end of this year, he had broken through the 9 steps of the Grandmaster realm. There were 9 steps in the Grandmaster realm and Lin Jiufeng had ascended them all within a year. He made a direct breakthrough to the Great Grandmaster realm. A Great Grandmaster was already the top existence of the current era, just below a martial sage. But these days, Lin Jiufeng had never heard of a martial sage appearing anywhere else in the world. He continued his silent routine of signing in. Similar to the 9 steps toward the sky of the Grandmaster realm, the Great Grandmaster realm also had 9 steps up the heavenly steps. Lin Jiufeng worked hard to surmount them every day. On this day, Lin Jiufeng was cultivating on the frost jade bed when the emperor walked into the cold palace. Lin Jiufeng walked out. Seeing the weary Emperor Yuan, he said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Big brother, between us brothers, there's no need for this." The previous 6th prince and the current Emperor Yuan looked at Lin Jiufeng and said with a wry smile. He was under a lot of pressure. A lot. Managing a god dynasty was extremely difficult. Especially when one sought to pass reforms in such a god dynasty, it was doubly so. It was only after Emperor Yuan toiled for a year did he realize that his progress was incredibly slow. He felt depressed and wanted to find someone to talk to, but then he also realized that he had long become a loner. His wife, who had always shared the same bed as him, was concerned with nothing but power. She had her heart set on making her son the crown prince. Emperor Yuan felt bored. He thought of his older brother and hence came here to look for Lin Jiufeng for a chat. Lin Jiufeng invited Emperor Yuan to sit down in the courtyard. He brewed a pot of tea and offered Emperor Yuan a cup. These tea things had naturally been delivered here by Dachuan. "After being the emperor, the man above millions, you seem to be exhausted?" Lin Jiufeng handed the brewed tea to Emperor Yuan. Watching this younger brother of his, who had always called him Big Brother, Lin Jiufeng was full of emotions. If the original owner had not released that heavenly concubine back then, the one feeling vexed right now would have been himself. "Big brother, this court is full of people who feed at the public trough and the outside of the court is full of greedy and wildly ambitious people. I sought to reform the universe but I am strong in will and weak in power. I cannot change the world," Emperor Yuan sighed. Lin Jiufeng looked at him and asked, "Where is the resistance coming from?" "Aristocratic families, the sects." Emperor Yuan's expression turned cold. The aristocratic families annexed the lands, oppressing the village people. The common folks lost their lands and became refugees, but they disregarded all of that. They get the court to dispense relief funds, then collude with corrupt officials to swallow up the relief funds, virtually audacious to the extreme. At the mention of this, Emperor Yuan was enraged. And those sect forces, the Taoist sects with many disciples, occupy famous mountains and great waters. They are restricting their activities to a designated area, but they are still refusing to let local authorities interfere. And the Buddhist sects. They are carrying out a construction boom in Jiangnan, building temples left and right. Even if you are an extremely vicious and wicked man, so long as you believe in Buddha, so long as you are willing to turn over a new leaf, you can gain enlightenment. Virtually absurd. There is a line in a poem that is very famous: 480 temples of the God Dynasty, how many are in the mist and rain one? Lin Jiufeng did not speak, but he quietly observed this Emperor Yuan in front of him. Previously, in Lin Jiufeng's heart, he was just a younger brother. But now, he truly felt like an emperor. An emperor who was trying his best to bring changes to heaven and earth, but was ultimately limited by the power in his hands, unable to move the world whom he sought to transform. "Big brother, do you know?" Emperor Yuan suddenly looked solemnly at Lin Jiufeng. The 9 vassals colluded with the demonic sections. Back then, if the Among Flowers sect's patriarch succeeded, the 9 vassals would have stood up in rebellion. Fortunately, that martial sage acted and the crisis was resolved. But during the recent few years, they have become restless once more, Emperor Yuan sighed. Not just them, there are also the Shu Mountain, Lingnan, Mabe. These big factions beyond the borders, and the other countries. All of them are directing covetous looks on my Yuhua God Dynasty, wishing to rush up in a crowd to chew up and devour the Yuhua God Dynasty into their stomachs. Emperor Yuan had to get a lot of things off his chest, and as a result, his troubles were poured out to Lin Jiufeng. He shared them with others, but they were in awe of his identity and were unwilling to come close. Only by sharing them with his big brother could he truly unload the troubles in his heart. Governing a big country is like cooking a small fish, you cannot rush it. Lin Jiufeng sighed and commented. Big brother. Now that I only have this small amount of power over the imperial capital in my hands. If things go on like this to the point that my decree cannot even leave the imperial capital, it would truly be impossible to turn the tables against them, Emperor Yuan said in worry. Don't worry, there will be a solution. You have to handle them slowly, no rush, Lin Jiufeng said placidly. Solution? Emperor Yuan laughed in self-mockery. Only if that martial sage appeared right now and publicly supported me will I have enough prestige to implement the new policies and change the world beneath me. There will be. Lin Jiufeng's calm smile deepened. All right, big brother. You don't have to console me. After sharing these with big brother, I feel much better. Big brother is right, governing a country is like cooking a small fish, I was too anxious. Emperor Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. He did not believe in Lin Jiufeng's words. He thought that he said those words to console him. He wasn't able to find the martial sage in the years that have passed, how could he appear anytime soon? Big brother, do you want to leave? Emperor Yuan suddenly asked. Lin Jiufeng shook his head and said, the outside world is a mess, why would I leave? Big brother, Emperor Yuan wanted to go on. Alright, I'm used to the tranquility here. If you have anything bothering you in the future, you can come and pour them out to me. I shall not leave. Lin Jiufeng rejected Emperor Yuan's good intentions. Big brother, let me arrange for a person to serve you at the least. I have no other place to leave him anyway, I'll put him by big brother's side, please help me and guide him. It'll be pretty good if he can be a merchant millionaire, to say the least, Emperor Yuan implored. Who? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. My illegitimate son. Emperor Yuan sighed and said. In my early years, I made a pledge to marry without the permission of our parents with a young lady. Then, she became pregnant. I subsequently wanted to bring her back to my home, but after becoming the crown prince, with the etiquette framework weighing on me, I could not do so. Otherwise, it would become a weakness that others could take advantage of to attack me with. After acceding to the throne, the pressure from the court and the commoners were massive, that I couldn't even acknowledge my own child. He is gradually growing up too, I hope to have big brother guide him. Emperor Yuan revealed the entire context. He was the emperor, every word of his carried weight. Yet, he didn't even dare acknowledge his own child. This was the current situation of the Yuhua God Dynasty. Chapter 13, 10 Years. The night after Emperor Yuan left, Lin Jiufeng woke up Nameless, who was in the copper coffin. Master. Nameless called out respectfully. From now on, your master is no longer me, but the emperor of the Yuhua God Dynasty, Emperor Yuan. Go to him. Lin Jiufeng ordered placidly, switching the identity of Nameless master to Emperor Yuan. Although Lin Jiufeng didn't want to handle the troubles that his younger brother had shared with him early in the day, handing Nameless to him and reducing the pressure that he was feeling with the help of Nameless was still something that Lin Jiufeng could do. With Nameless, who was a martial sage, the resistance against Emperor Yuan's reforms would probably be greatly reduced. On the other hand, he also had a selfish motive in doing so. The more stable his younger brother's position was, the safer he was in the cold palace. Nobody would come to disturb him. If the Yuhua God Dynasty really was to fall into pieces, Lin Jiufeng's place would become far from the peace that he wanted. After all, beneath this cold palace was an area with extremely negative energy. Many people would definitely covet the secrets in such a place. Nameless turned and left the cold palace. He went to the Forbidden City to look for the current emperor. Lin Jiufeng had no idea what happened in the Forbidden City last night. But when he woke up the next morning, he saw his own nephew. A very handsome little fellow with delicate and refined features. He was already 5 years old, but he had yet to be admitted into the imperial family's pedigree. It only struck Emperor Yuan when he was at his wits' end that his older brother was well-learned and would definitely have no problem teaching a child. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng looked at the little rascal before him and asked, "What is your name?" "Lin Tianyuan." The child answered in a clear and sweet-sounding voice. "Do you know why you have come here?" Lin Jiufeng continued to question. "To listen to your Royal Highness's teachings," Lin Tianyuan replied. "All right, don't call me your Royal Highness in the future, just call me teacher." Lin Jiufeng waved his hand. This child was sent here by his younger brother. No matter what, Lin Jiufeng had to teach him well. "Yes, teacher." Lin Tianyuan knelt down to kowtow, neat and efficient. He did not have the muddle-headedness and meekness of other children. "Henceforth, you will follow me. I don't need you to serve me or whatnot. Just focus on cultivating, I will guide you," Lin Jiufeng advised. "All right, teacher," Lin Tianyuan agreed. "Here's a secret manual, use it for cultivation." Lin Jiufeng handed the glorious dream of spring and autumn technique that he had gotten from a previous sign-in to Lin Tianyuan. This was a very powerful inner strength cultivation technique. Lin Jiufeng was also practicing the same technique. Lin Tianyuan received it reverently, then went through it in detail. He directly asked Lin Jiufeng about the parts that he couldn't understand. One adult and one child began the days of quiet cultivation in the cold palace. Lin Jiufeng gradually realized that Lin Tianyuan had a pretty good talent for cultivation. He had only started his cultivation a month ago, yet he had already completed his journey through foundation establishment. His speed was even faster than when Lin Jiufeng was still the crown prince. Of course, the glorious dream of spring and autumn technique, and the foundation establishment pills that Lin Jiufeng received from signing in, including Lin Jiufeng's personal pointers, all contributed to his swift cultivation speed. However, Lin Tianyuan's talent was truly astonishing, not to be underestimated. A month later, Lin Jiufeng imparted to him a sword skill. Ultimate Heaven-Slashing Sword Skill. This was the sword skill that Lin Jiufeng received from his very first sign-in, and also one of his only 2 sword skills. It was tremendously powerful and could instantly kill an enemy. Lin Jiufeng instructed Lin Tianyuan to unsheath his sword 1,000 times a day without slacking. Without slacking meant that he must be focused all throughout the action of unsheathing for it to be counted to the 1,000 times per day. The 5-year-old Lin Tianyuan gritted his teeth, his thin and small body forcefully persisted throughout. Taking one foundation establishment pill every 2 days, all the nutrients for his body were sufficiently supplemented by the pill. Every 7 days, Lin Jiufeng would let Lin Tianyuan make a trip home to see his own mother, then he would return to continue cultivating. Of course, Lin Jiufeng could also relax while eating the delicacies and drinking the good wine that Dachuan brought. Afterwards, he would then listen to Dachuan sharing the trivial matters happening in the outside world. "Your Royal Highness, something big happened in the imperial capital yesterday," Dachuan said with a laugh. Lin Jiufeng asked, "What's something big?" "His Majesty suddenly announced land reforms yesterday. It will start from the imperial capital itself. The first to bear the brunt are the 4 big family clans in the imperial capital. But they objected with everything, a good half of the court officials also objected," Dachuan said. Lin Jiufeng quietly drank his wine and prompted. Then, His Majesty got the imperial guards to take down the members of the 4 big family clans and throw them into prison in the presence of the court officials," Dachuan said excitedly. "What reaction did the 4 big family clans have?" Lin Jiufeng asked placidly. After handing Nameless to Emperor Yuan, Lin Jiufeng knew that Emperor Yuan would make a big move, but he didn't expect that this younger brother of his could actually remain so calm to the point that he waited until a month later before acting. Of course they rebelled. The 4 big family clans directly contacted the Forbidden Troops 1, wanting to rid the emperor of disloyal court officials and rise in revolt at night, said Dachuan. Lin Jiufeng thought for a while. He might be cultivating last night, but he didn't hear the sounds of any upheaval. There wasn't any commotion last night. Although the cold palace was located in a remote place, he would still be able to sense the revolt of the forbidden troops. Of course, there was no commotion. Just as they were preparing to rebel, that martial sage acted. He killed all the experts of the 4 big family clans. The traitor general of the forbidden troops was also killed. He quelled the storm within a very short time. Today morning, the court underwent a great purge. His Majesty's prestige is unprecedentedly powerful, no one dares to act presumptuously anymore, said Dachuan agitatedly. After saying all of these, he quietly asked, Your Royal Highness, was it you who got that martial sage to act? In the entire Xuanhuang God Dynasty, only Dachuan knew that Lin Jiufeng had a martial sage under his command. Lin Jiufeng laughed and said, That is His Majesty's martial sage subordinate. I'm just a dethroned crown prince who is imprisoned in the cold palace. How will I have a martial sage subordinate? We're done here, pack up the things and leave. I'll see you next time. Dachuan let out an "oh." He knew that Lin Jiufeng didn't want to talk about that matter, so he immediately stopped asking about it. He obediently packed his things and left. After Dachuan left, Lin Jiufeng looked towards the forbidden city and murmured, You should be feeling less pressure by now. With a martial sage supporting you, any resistance against your reforms would be much smaller. Cleaning up the resistance in the court was just the first step. He still had a very long way to go next. Meanwhile, Lin Jiufeng continued to sign in. His routine continued as he waited for an opportune moment to make his breakthrough to the next realm, all the while guiding Lin Tianyuan as he cultivated. In a flash, 10 years went by. The 10th year of the Yuan era. And also the 10th year of Emperor Yuan's ascension. Lin Jiufeng had now spent over 15 years in the cold palace. He transformed from a youth in his early 20s to a 40-year-old uncle. Through the trials of time, what remained unchanged was only that handsome face of his. At the end of the 10 years, Lin Jiufeng's cultivation base reached the peak of the Great Grandmaster realm. Peak in its truest sense. He wasn't in a hurry to make a breakthrough, though. In fact, he could have done so 5 years ago. But Lin Jiufeng had just grasped the subtleties of the martial sage realm at that time and began polishing himself with no rush to make a breakthrough. All the way till now, he was still sharpening. But after the passing of a decade, Lin Jiufeng's strength had grown incredibly strong. Lin Jiufeng dared state that he could kill a martial sage like Nameless with a snap of his fingers. This was the result of his accumulation over the decade. Throughout the 10 years, the only person to witness Lin Jiufeng's might was Lin Tianyuan. He grew from a 5-year-old child to a 15-year-old teen with a very tall height and a young handsome face. Despite being so innocent-looking, his capabilities weren't to be undermined. And during these 10 years, it could be said that the outside world had experienced a lot of sudden changes and persevered through many intense situations. Chapter 14, Advance to Martial Sage. 10 years later in the Cold Palace, things were still the same as before. Just that some of the interior parts had been cleaned up. Lin Jiufeng was the one who tidied and cleaned a few places here and there. He tidied up the vast garden and the lake, giving himself a place to stroll and relax. Over these 10 years, Lin Jiufeng's cultivation didn't require the aid of the Millennium Frost Jade bed anymore, so he let Lin Tianyuan use it. Other than signing in every day, Lin Jiufeng would just sit quietly beside the lake, looking at the sky, the earth, and the water beneath. His cultivation level had already reached the peak of the Great Grandmaster realm. The martial sage realm was just a fingertip away. He could break the barrier to this realm just by poking at it with his finger. But Lin Jiufeng wasn't in a rush to advance to the next realm. The martial sage realm truly is a realm far more profound than the previous realms. Being in existence of this realm is equivalent to being a sage of the martial path. Not only does a martial sage continues to accumulate true chi to further develop his meridians, but a sage also has to comprehend the concept of the martial path, creating his own unique martial will to destroy all enemies beneath the realm of the martial sage with ease. Lin Jiufeng muttered in his heart. He had been accumulating his own martial will for the past few years. After 5 years, Lin Jiufeng's martial will had become as vast and as deep as the sea, bottomless and boundless. He looked at the wide lake in front of him and formed a sword seal with his index and middle finger before he slowly raised his hand. Boom! All the water in the entire lake leaped into the air at this moment. The water splashed and turned into countless long swords for Lin Jiufeng's disposal. This scene was seen by Lin Tianyuan in the distance. His eyes widened in shock. It was because Lin Jiufeng didn't use any of the true qi in his body. At this moment, he was akin to an ordinary person, yet with just a thought tens of thousands of longswords instantly condensed from the water in the lake. They streaked through the skies before they exploded at once. Shush! The rain of swords descended, each drop of water powerful enough to kill a great grandmaster. They all landed in the lake before Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng's true qi moved and condensed by itself inside his body, turning into water droplets. 1 drop. 2 drops. 3 drops. At this moment, the vast true qi in his body condensed into a river, flowing through Lin Jiufeng's body. He closed his eyes and he felt as if his soul was wandering throughout the world by itself. He saw a small grass breaking through the soil in the distance, showing its head tenaciously. He saw the fish in the lake running in a panic as if they were shocked by what Lin Jiufeng had done just now. He also saw the ants in the soil building a nest and saw an ant in the nest working hard. Lin Jiufeng opened his eyes. The world depicted in his eyes seemed to have changed dramatically. But it also seemed that nothing had changed at the same time. Lin Jiufeng smiled and thought, the realm of martial sages doesn't seem difficult to reach. In the 5 years that passed, Lin Jiufeng's martial will had already become incredibly strong and solid. Just by closing his eyes, he advanced to the martial sage realm. This was extremely terrifying and powerful indeed. There are several stages in the martial sage realm. The first being profound insight. The goal is to obtain a profound understanding of the martial path. Lin Jiufeng thought silently. The profound insight stage was the first of the many stages in the martial sage realm. The differences between the stages in the martial sage realm weren't in the amount of their true qi, nor the power of their skills and techniques. It was in the strength of their martial will. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng recalled the 2 martial sages, the Among Flowers sect's patriarch and Nameless from more than 10 years ago. He couldn't help but sigh, thinking. They are both very weak in the martial sage realm. The martial will of the Among Flowers sect's patriarch could practically be called fragile. As for Nameless, he didn't have a martial will at all. Back then, Lin Jiufeng used his body to execute Sword 22 and killed the enemy with 1 strike. This was the truth of that event. After all, Nameless was a corpse that had been resurrected. To be frank, it was already good for him to have the strength of a martial sage despite not having a martial will. Lin Jiufeng compared his own martial will with those 2. He found the difference between a drop of water and the sea. I can kill them with a flick of my finger. Lin Jiufeng sighed, feeling quite invincible. The martial will he spent 5 years comprehending and accumulating was really too vast and deep. After Lin Jiufeng broke through the realm of martial sage, the days passed by like usual. He would occasionally give Lin Tianyuan some pointers before spending the rest of the time comprehending his own martial will. But today, Emperor Yuan, who hadn't come to the Cold Palace for 10 years, came. The current Emperor Yuan wasn't as immature as before. 10 years had passed and he was already 30 years old. The sense of majesty in him had grown stronger and his cultivation level had also entered the realm of Golden Core. Not far from the realm of Grandmaster. But if he wanted to reach martial sage in this life, it was basically hopeless. After all, he was entangled by a lot of trivial, worldly matters. Big brother. Having not seen each other for 10 years, Emperor Yuan called out cordially when he saw Lin Jiufeng. Although he felt that something was amiss. Why did it seem that his elder brother whom he hadn't seen for 10 years hadn't changed at all? A cultivator could prevent their age from showing on their appearance, but their temperament would inadvertently change. However, in Lin Jiufeng's case, 10 years for him seemed as to only a single day had passed. His smile still was as cheerful as ever, like that of a teenager. His smile made everyone feel as if a breeze was blowing in their direction. It felt refreshing and peaceful. Standing beside him made anyone feel subconsciously at peace. Father. Lin Tianyuan greeted respectfully. His name wasn't inside the royal family tree, so he couldn't greet Emperor Yuan as Father Emperor. Emperor Yuan smiled gently. Compared to Father Emperor, he preferred the title Father much more. How are you doing? Emperor Yuan asked in concern. Father. Teacher has taught me a lot, especially in the path of martial arts. His knowledge is broad and profound, but I am a stupid person and didn't even manage to learn 1% of teacher's knowledge, Lin Tianyuan said with shame. It's fine. Your teacher is very knowledgeable, but you aren't bad either. You're already at the Golden Core realm at such a young age, you have a bright future ahead of you. Emperor Yuan didn't take Lin Tianyuan's words to heart, only treating them as a compliment to his elder brother. Emperor Yuan truly believed that his elder brother's knowledge of literature was broad and profound. But as for the martial path? Lin Jiufeng's cultivation base was destroyed in the past. This was something that everyone knew. Although he had started his cultivation journey anew, he wouldn't be able to reach a considerably high realm anymore since he has to start from the beginning at such an old age. How come you have time to visit today? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously when he saw Emperor Yuan again after 10 years. Regarding Emperor Yuan's reforms, Lin Jiufeng would listen to Dachuan speak about it once every 7 days. His reforms really were carried out on the corpses of many. In the past 10 years, Emperor Yuan never rested for even a single day. Lin Jiufeng sometimes couldn't help but sigh upon hearing Dachuan's expositions. He felt that Emperor Yuan really was suitable to be the emperor. I haven't seen you for 10 years, so I came to have a look at you today. Emperor Yuan sat beside Lin Jiufeng. His anxious mood became relaxed due to the subconscious influence of Lin Jiufeng's cultivation base. He let out a long sigh of relief. The pressure that had been pressing against his heart for a long time disappeared without a trace. He closed his eyes comfortably. Lin Jiufeng glanced. He didn't do anything. Every movement of a martial sage cultivator could subconsciously influence those around him. It was because every martial sage had a special field of influence around them. This was also the reason why the realm had the word sage in it. Big brother, I came to visit you and also to bring Tianyuan away. He is already 15 now, and it's time for him to see the outside world. After all, he has already reached the Golden Core realm. Emperor Yuan said. Bring him out, Lin Jiufeng nonchalantly said. He didn't plan to teach Lin Tianyuan forever anyway. It wasn't like Lin Tianyuan could sign in like him. In that case, what was the point of staying with him in the cold palace all the time? Father, I want to continue learning from teacher, Lin Tianyuan insisted. Lin Tianyuan had seen the strange scene of Lin Jiufeng's breakthrough to the martial sage realm. He firmly believed in his heart that Lin Jiufeng was a very powerful expert. Learning from him was surely advantageous, so he wasn't willing to leave just yet. I am going to do something big, and I need your help. There's no one else that I can trust to help me with it, Emperor Yuan said solemnly. Tianyuan, go with your father. The cold palace isn't the place where you should be. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come back and find me. Lin Jiufeng gave a promise to Lin Tianyuan. They lived together for the past 10 years after all. Lin Tianyuan still wanted to say something, but Emperor Yuan was very busy with things, so he took him away directly. Inside the Forbidden City in the middle of the night, the central hall was brightly lit. The central hall was the place where future and past emperors handled official duties and met with important court officials. Emperor Yuan, who was already on the throne for 11 years, sat on the dragon chair. Underneath him stood an old man dressed in the uniform of officials. He was the cabinet chief and the first minister who supported Emperor Yuan's reform. He was also Emperor Yuan's most trusted person. Emperor Yuan studied literature with him in his youth, so Emperor Yuan had always addressed him as teacher. Teacher, it has been 10 years. I have reformed the Xuanhuang God Dynasty for 10 whole years. Aside from the land occupied by the 9 vassals and the top sects, my reforms had already been implemented in all the other places where the people work and live in peace and comfort. The result of my reforms have strengthened my determination to implement them in the land occupied by the 9 vassals and the top sects, Emperor Yuan said solemnly. Your Majesty, the problem regarding the vassals, the top sects, and the aristocratic families shouldn't be rushed. We cannot afford to underestimate their strength, the cabinet chief advised. Of course, I know that it cannot be rushed. But it has been 10 years. 10 whole years have passed, but I still cannot solve these problems. If I continue to wait for the opportune moment, it would only get harder for me to solve these problems, for they will continue to consolidate their strength. Therefore, I have decided to act and remove the vassals first. Emperor Yuan said with a cold expression. Your Majesty, you mustn't do this. The forces of the 9 vassals united are enough to fight against the imperial power, not to mention that there are demonic sects supporting them. Removing the vassals from their power is equivalent to forcing them to join forces to deal with us. It will be a calamity to the nation. The cabinet chief's expression changed heavily. He knelt on the ground, advising against it. No need to say any more, I have already decided. Emperor Yuan remained determined, his eyes were faint and cold. He knew how difficult it would be to remove the vassals, but now, there were powerful enemies both inside and outside. Even if he didn't try to remove the vassals, they were already planning to revolt anyway. He might as well launch a preemptive attack against them before they could revolt. Chapter 15, Continue to stay low-key. Emperor Yuan was determined in his decision. He had been training his own forces for over 10 years now, and he also had a martial sage in his camp. If he didn't act now, when should he act? When the other side had their own martial sages to deal with his own? The cabinet chief couldn't persuade him against it. Seeing that Emperor Yuan was fixed on this, he could only nod and said, I will do my best and give my life to the nation and your Majesty. Emperor Yuan was moved and said, with the support of teacher, I am much more confident that we will succeed. I shall go back first. This time, the elimination of the vassals will definitely be a move that will shock the world. Preparations must be made first, otherwise, we won't be able to control the situation fully by then. The cabinet chief was quick to act. Since they had already decided to do it, they must prepare everything properly first. Tian Yuan, send the cabinet chief out, Emperor Yuan said to Lin Tianyuan. Yes. Lin Tianyuan cupped his fists and replied in a deep voice. He then sent the cabinet chief out of the Forbidden City. When he came back again, Emperor Yuan was sitting on a raised platform in the center of the huge central hall, and a large pile of documents was piled up on the table, all of which were state documents. A dim light from a lamp illuminated Emperor Yuan's face, making him appear thin, albeit his eyes were firm. Emperor Yuan had been spending every day of the past 10 years the same way. Every night in this seat, he always went through various documents and memorials, without spending a single day to slack. Even the most demanding people would say that Emperor Yuan was a diligent man who saved a falling nation from ruin by turning the tide around. However, the problems of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty that had been accumulating for hundreds of years could no longer be resolved. It was about to explode at any moment now. Emperor Yuan dealt with the problems one by one, but he realized that the number of people that he could use was just far too few for the problems that he had to deal with. Fortunately, Lin Tianyuan was finally grown up. He also had a decent cultivation base. This was why Emperor Yuan decided to bring him into the officialdom and officially groom him. Lin Tianyuan watched as Emperor Yuan carefully reviewed the memorials. The memorials representing various national affairs were revised by him one by one, either by agreeing to it, or by putting forward his opinions, and sending them back to be revised again. Very busy. In the past, Lin Tianyuan hated his father for not acknowledging his identity, but today, witnessing Emperor Yuan's predicament, the resentment in his heart vanished. Everyone had their own difficulties. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that Emperor Yuan finished revising the memorials. He let out a sigh of relief. Most of the oil in the lamp had already been depleted. Lin Tianyuan stood straight. Standing on one side of the hall, he seemed to blend with the shadows. Emperor Yuan looked at Lin Tianyuan's body that was taller than himself. He smiled with satisfaction and said, You've grown up. Father, I will help you in the future. Lin Tianyuan couldn't help but speak up. Seeing that Emperor Yuan worked so hard for the nation, Lin Tianyuan really admired him. You are already a Golden Core Realm cultivator, you can indeed help me out now, Emperor Yuan said with a smile. Father, Lin Tianyuan hesitated. What's wrong? Emperor Yuan asked curiously. My cultivation level has already reached the Grandmaster realm a few days ago, Lin Tianyuan said solemnly. What? Emperor Yuan looked at Lin Tianyuan in surprise. A 15-year-old Grandmaster? You're not kidding? You're only 15 years old. How could you be a Grandmaster? Emperor Yuan was surprised as he hurriedly asked. It's thanks to teacher's teaching. I am very stupid and could only swallow whatever the teacher teaches me without understanding all of it. But even so, I still managed to reach the Grandmaster realm, Lin Tianyuan said from the bottom of his heart. In his eyes, Lin Jiufeng was an invincible existence hidden in the cold palace. Big brother, Emperor Yuan was at a loss for speech. How could it be? Wasn't Big Brother's cultivation base destroyed by their father 10 years ago? Didn't Big Brother have no resources for cultivation anymore after he was sent to the cold palace? How could his big brother groom Lin Tianyuan into such a powerful cultivator? Various thoughts and theories appeared in Emperor Yuan's mind at this moment. Hearing his son's words, some confusing parts that he had noticed back then finally had their answers. 10 years had passed and the stress from handling state affairs made him look older than he was before. Although he could rely on his cultivation base to look young, those with discerning eyes would still notice that he had aged. But his big brother still looked the same as before, young and energetic, living alone and away from the commotion of the outside world in the cold palace, like a celestial that was banished to the mortal world. In addition, that martial sage. Emperor Yuan suddenly remembered a matter from 10 years ago. I complained to Big Brother back then, and then the martial sage Nameless took the initiative to find me and help me kill my enemies to stabilize the nation. That martial sage Nameless was asked by Big Brother to come and help me? Big Brother, how powerful is he exactly? Emperor Yuan asked Lin Tianyuan in shock. No one knows how powerful teacher is, Lin Tianyuan shook his head and replied. Emperor Yuan never thought that his brother had a hand in this matter. After all, everyone knew that the previous crown prince's cultivation had been destroyed by the late emperor. But now, everything seemed to fall into place. As for Lin Tianyuan, he followed Lin Jiufeng for 10 years, yet he had never seen the latter execute any technique. The only time he witnessed Lin Jiufeng's power was at that moment when Lin Jiufeng broke through the martial sage realm. A lake of water turned into a rain of swords with just a casual swing of his finger. Lin Tianyuan felt that he needed to learn from his teacher for a lifetime before he could have the ability to drive the world's energies with ease like his teacher. Big Brother is indeed Big Brother, Emperor Yuan smiled bitterly. When he was young, he wanted to surpass his big brother and obtain some achievements to make Big Brother proud. But now, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Cold Palace. After Lin Tianyuan left, Lin Jiufeng finally experienced quietness once again. No one bothered him anymore, and he also didn't have to sign in for the pills that Lin Tianyuan needed to cultivate. Considering all of these, Lin Jiufeng's mood was quite good. He started his daily meditating and qi refining, then he practiced controlling the world's energies, combining them with his martial will, and integrating them into his martial arts. Stacking these improvements layer by layer, Lin Jiufeng became stronger bit by bit. The martial sage realm was divided into several stages. Upon just reaching the martial sage realm, a person would definitely be at the profound insight stage, after which was the life-knowing stage. The stage of life-knowing was to thoroughly understand one's own life and one's own foundation. After life-knowing was fish leap. The entire sea was for the fish to leap. The world was the sea and the cultivator was a tiny fish. Once the cultivator leaped over the shackles of the world which was the sea, he would be able to truly transcend the world. The last stage was the martial path great sage. These 4 stages represented how strong a person would be in the martial sage realm. Lin Jiufeng was currently at the profound insight stage of the martial sage realm. But his martial will and his proficiency in harnessing the world's energies could crush those of the life-knowing stage. Lin Jiufeng thought silently, I'm already at the martial sage realm. I only have to slowly increase my cultivation base. There is no need to worry about other things. The Yuhua God dynasty was still stable anyway, no one would come to bother him. After reaching martial sage, Lin Jiufeng finally knew how to fly. His true qi had transformed into a vast and deep river in his dantian. Relying on his boundless true qi, Lin Jiufeng flew in the air like a bird without the aid or support of any external forces. He flew in the air for about 2 hours before he finally stopped. Short-term flight is no longer a problem. As my cultivation base gets stronger, the flight time will become longer, which is good. Lin Jiufeng was satisfied. He could continuously fly for about 2 hours at an incredibly fast flight speed. He had no idea if he was too strong or the others were just too weak, but one thing was for sure, his flight duration and speed truly were terrifying. In the past, Nameless could only continuously fly for a quarter of an hour before his true qi was depleted. To kill an enemy thousands of miles away, Lin Jiufeng only needed a few minutes to travel to his enemy's location. It's been more than 10 years since I've arrived in this world. I am finally able to somewhat protect myself from others with my strength. In the past few years, the spirit energy in the world seemed to have increased by a large margin. It seems that a world of great competition and fighting is about to come soon. I still have to become stronger. Lin Jiufeng sighed. In his previous life, he had read a lot of novels. He knew that once the so-called world of great competition started, the various geniuses in the world would be like carps crossing the river, appearing in numbers so large that it would be uncountable. His little bit of strength now would be nothing at all by then. Lin Jiufeng didn't want to go out just to become a stepping stone for a chosen one of destiny or something. Wasn't it good enough to just stay low-key and sign in silently in the cold palace? Chapter 16, This world is going to become chaotic. Following Emperor Yuan's decision to remove the 9 vassals, preparatory work for it officially started. The entire Yuhua God dynasty was like a huge sophisticated machine that was swiftly operating. Even though the nation still looked calm on the outside as if nothing was happening, the tides of change surged inside. A lot of people noticed these subtle changes. They nervously asked around about what the Yuan emperor and the imperial court were up to. The entire imperial capital was caught in a state where the ordinary people were living their daily lives as usual, but the families of court officials were living in fear that Emperor Yuan was going to make a move on them. They had reason to be afraid. In the past 10 years, Emperor Yuan had killed countless corrupt officials. All of the court officials knew that Emperor Yuan was an emperor with great ambitions, great means, and a great heart for killing. It was just that they had never imagined that Emperor Yuan's move was to remove the 9 vassals. Directly confronting the stubborn illness of the Yuhua God dynasty that had existed for hundreds of years. No one knew the news beforehand. Lin Jiufeng naturally didn't know either. He was just a dethroned prince who was locked up in the cold palace, and all the information that he had about the outside world came from Dachuan. Dachuan would come and tell Lin Jiufeng some news every 7 days, and it was news that Dachuan himself heard from others. Since the news that Dachuan knew was something that everyone knew, all that he told Lin Jiufeng weren't secrets. Lin Jiufeng cultivated quietly, slowly strengthening his martial will while trying to comprehend his own path on the martial path, as well as polishing his own understanding of the world's energies. He did all of these as he silently signed in inside the cold palace with peace of mind. He recently toured around the entire cold palace and signed in at many places. His gains were quite good. He didn't have the time nor the mind to pay attention to the outside world. Except for Emperor Yuan, Lin Tianyuan, and Dachuan, Lin Jiufeng didn't care about anyone else in the Yuhua God dynasty. As long as these 3 were fine, Lin Jiufeng would be too lazy to go out and make any move. As time passed day by day, Lin Jiufeng also became stronger day by day. Until the 4th day of October, Emperor Yuan issued a decree in the imperial court saying that he wanted to celebrate the 80th birthday of the Empress Dowager. Anyone who was a first-rank court official of the Yuhua God dynasty would be required to come back to celebrate her birthday. The spearhead was directed at the 9 vassals. Because of their titles and their territories, their status was that of a first-rank official of the imperial court. Emperor Yuan wanted them to come to the imperial capital to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday. After this decree came out, everyone was shocked. They immediately linked this decree to the 9 vassals. Emperor Yuan's private actions, which they had always been worried about, were not actually directed at them, but at the 9 vassals. Was the disaster made by vassals that had plagued the Yuhua God dynasty for hundreds of years finally going to be placed out in the open? Everyone was currently discussing this issue at this moment. All sorts of opinions were expressed, but without exception all of them were shocked by this move from Emperor Yuan. The previous emperors always chose to compromise with the 9 vassals when facing this problem. They never actively provoked them. As long as the 9 vassals didn't revolt, the previous emperors were fine with letting them grow their own armies and being kings in their own territories. This was a method to deceive themselves that everything was fine. It was akin to drinking poison to quench one's thirst. They were just letting the 9 vassals eat off the empire's territories bit by bit. In the end, the Yuhua God dynasty would still end up in misfortune. But the past emperors had no other choice too. Each of the 9 vassals was very powerful, plus they were all in an alliance, forcing the Yuhua God dynasty to let them do as they please. But the newly enthroned Emperor Yuan decided not to follow the choice of his predecessors. He chose to confront the 9 vassal lords directly and coldly announced that they were required to come to the imperial capital in the near future to participate in the birthday of the Empress Dowager. Failure to come would be regarded as non-compliance. The so-called 80th birthday was just a gimmick. Because the Empress Dowager was skilled in preserving her looks and her cultivation base was also not bad. Although she was 80 years old now, she still looked as beautiful as a 30-year-old woman. The charm of her maturity was obvious to see. Would someone in such a state need to hold a birthday dedicated to longevity? Furthermore, the Empress Dowager was a woman. She didn't want Emperor Yuan to mention her age if it wasn't necessary. But now Emperor Yuan not only mentioned it, but he even told the entire world that he wanted to celebrate her 80th birthday. She was quite enraged over this. But there wasn't anything she could do, because she wasn't Emperor Yuan's biological mother. Their relationship was very poor. She couldn't control the current emperor at all. The ministers wanted to persuade Emperor Yuan against this, but he ignored all obstacles and pushed through with this matter. In less than a day, almost the whole world knew of this. The emperor of the Yuhua God dynasty was going to act against the 9 vassal lords. Remove their status and title. This was an important matter. In this world, there was only one divine dynasty, the Yuhua God dynasty. However, there were many other small countries under the Yuhua God dynasty. There were also a lot of countries overseas, and countries outside the boundaries of the Yuhua God dynasty, all of which were paying close attention to the events that were about to unfold in the divine dynasty. Once the Yuhua God dynasty became internally chaotic, these tigers and wolves would definitely not hold themselves back from biting off a few pieces from the huge chunk of meat that was the divine dynasty. For a period, everyone in the Yuhua God dynasty lived in anxiety as they discussed all of these. Lin Jiufeng also heard the news from Dachuan the next day. They met at the entrance of the Cold Palace. Dachuan was already 29 this year, and his cultivation base had reached just the Golden Core realm, specifically at the False Core level of the Golden Core realm. He was now a leader in the Imperial Army with hundreds of people under his command. As a result, he was busy every day. But he still insisted on sending food and wine to Lin Jiufeng in order to talk to him. Your Royal Highness. Today, His Majesty said that he wanted the 9 vassal lords to come to the imperial capital to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday. Dachuan talked about this matter in detail. This was the biggest thing happening at this moment. After all, the 9 vassal lords were not some small flies. In the Cold Palace, Lin Jiufeng frowned and said, "He's too impatient." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiufeng knew immediately that this matter was being dealt with hastily. It was the right move to remove the vassal lords, but did Emperor Yuan have the power to suppress all 9 vassal lords at the same time? Wasn't this forcing the 9 vassal lords to stand together and oppose the Yuhua God dynasty? Moreover, the vassal lords had the demonic sects supporting them. The battle in the Forbidden City had greatly damaged the prestige of the demonic sects. However, their strength still wasn't something that could be underestimated. After all, only an old ancestor of the Among Flowers sect died, and the Among Flowers sect already ceased to exist even before his death. Furthermore, that old ancestor had been the only remaining member of the Among Flowers sect back then. Xuanhuang touched his head and said, because they were far away from the imperial capital and the emperor, these vassal lords are overlords in their own territory. They don't obey the emperor anymore, so it's indeed correct to do something about them. Lin Jiufeng sighed and said, they are a disaster, but you can divide and defeat them one by one. Whether it is to instigate discord, take advantage of their own interests, or to threaten and exploit them, these are all usable methods. Why choose the most unwise way? Does he think that just because he has a martial sage supporting him, he can deal with the 9 vassal lords all at once? Lin Jiufeng frowned, still not able to figure out why Emperor Yuan did it this way. Your Royal Highness, why don't you go talk to His Majesty about this? Xuanhuang suggested. Lin Jiufeng shook his head and said, he has already made a decree and the whole world knows of it now. What's the point of me persuading him at this point? Besides, he was just a dethroned prince. What right did he have to interfere with His Majesty's decision? Xuanhuang, come report to me if anything big happens in the future. I have a hunch that this world, which has been calm for decades, is going to become chaotic, Lin Jiufeng murmured. He looked at the sky was clear and the breeze was gentle. But in the eyes of a martial sage, Lin Jiufeng saw a blood-red color gathering in the sky above the forbidden city, killing intent surging within it. A catastrophe was bound to happen for both Emperor Yuan and the Unrivalled God Dynasty. Okay, I will inquire about the news and report to Your Highness as soon as possible. Xuanhuang nodded and agreed. Lin Jiufeng's guess was correct. As the topic of removing the 9 vassals spread all over the world, its tranquility, which was akin to a serene lake, suddenly had a giant rock dropped into it. With a bang, the water in the lake splashed high and scattered all around. It was no longer calm. Chapter 17, Evil Cultivation Technique. Lin Jiufeng had said that the world was going to become chaotic. Sure enough, 3 days after Emperor Yuan said that he wanted the 9 vassal lords would come to the imperial capital to celebrate the birthday of the Empress Dowager. The vassal lords sent out official letters unanimously. The content was very simple, saying they were sick and they would send their children to the imperial capital to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday. But they couldn't go themselves. As soon as the letters arrived, the whole nation was in an uproar. The 9 vassal lords had united and resisted the imperial power. Of course, they were already allied together against the imperial power in the past. But it was all in private, they still showed some respect for the imperial power on the surface. But this time, the remaining fig leaf was completely torn off. The 9 vassal lords weren't giving the imperial power any respect at all. It was as if they were unanimously pointing at Emperor Yuan's nose, saying, "It has only been 10 years since you succeeded to the throne, and a youngster like you thinks that you can already fight against us? Your old man, your grandfather, and the founding emperor of your family all didn't have this ability, what makes you think you do?" With the reply of the 9 vassal lords, the covert battle amidst those with power intensified. Everyone in the world became nervous. Rumors flew here and there, and some people speculated that Emperor Yuan was getting ready to mobilize his army to launch an expedition against the 9 vassal lords. Some also said that the 9 vassal lords had also assembled their own heavy troops and were preparing to fight back against the imperial power. These rumors coming from all walks of life sounded logical, as if the Unrivalled God Dynasty was about to be divided into 2 in the very next moment. The whole nation started shaking. Like a tall building that could fall at any moment. Within the territory of the Unrivalled God Dynasty, one of the 9 vassal lords was the Zhao family. Their ancestors followed the founding emperor of the Unrivalled God Dynasty in building the nation and had made great achievements. As a result, they were titled Grand Duke Zhao. The Zhao family managed a province by themselves. At Grand Duke Zhao's mansion, many people had gathered tonight. 9 people were seated around a round table. These 9 people were the 9 contemporary vassal lords. Behind them stood their confidants. Emperor Yuan has really gone mad, this time. To think that he would actually dare to make a move on us. He's really seeking his death. Grand Duke Zhao coldly snorted. The titles they had were hereditary, and they were already used to being the kings in their territories. Therefore, they didn't want to go to the imperial capital to surrender their wealth and comfortable lifestyle to Emperor Yuan. Who is going to teach this new emperor a lesson and let him know how powerful the vassal lords are? A man with a hooked nose sneered. This Emperor Yuan is ambitious and wants to fully control the nation. But he didn't ask if we agree to this, said a pot-bellied vassal lord. The time for us to rebel has not yet arrived. With the great changes happening to the world's energies, and with the abundant accumulation of spiritual energy, the major forces are all lying dormant. That is what we should do, a scholar-like man said. Of course, I know that the time hasn't arrived yet. The recovery of the spiritual energy hasn't reached its peak yet, it's just the beginning. If not, then I would have already led an army to rush into the imperial capital to cut off the head of this whimsical emperor. A muscular martial artist coldly shouted. Then, how should we teach Emperor Yuan a lesson? An old Grand Duke asked. Just poison him to death and save us the hassle, Grand Duke Xiao said directly. Zhao Guogong, if you choose to poison him, then I can only choose to assassinate him, the man with the hooked nose smiled and said. What are you two doing? Competing with each other? The pot-bellied vassal lord boisterously laughed. Since King Tianying wants to bet with me, that's fine. Let's see which one of us succeeds first, whether Emperor Yuan will die under my poison or your assassination. Grand Duke Zhao also laughed and didn't mind at all. Instead, he regarded the death of Emperor Yuan as a bet. King Tianying, there is a martial sage following Emperor Yuan. This martial sage once killed the Among Flowers sect's patriarch and is supporting Emperor Yuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't even dare to remove us, the vassal lords, the scholar-like man said. Of course, I know that Emperor Yuan has a martial sage, but do you think that he's the only one who has a martial sage in this world? King Tianying sneered. The other 8 vassal lords simultaneously chuckled. The ancestors and their families have all reached the realm of the martial sage. This was why they weren't afraid of Emperor Yuan trying to remove them from power. The emperor only had a single martial sage cultivator, he had no chance of winning against the 9 martial sages on their side. Since this is the case, then we shall let the people of the world see our abilities. Let's increase the stakes a little bit. Out of the 9 vassal lords, whoever kills the emperor first will win, Grand Duke Zhao stood up and said. I have no problem with this, but what's the bet? King Tianying agreed without hesitation. Let's gamble on the token of the Holy Master of the demonic sections. This token is split into many parts, whoever gathers them all can obtain the treasures left behind by the Holy Master. I know that everyone has a single piece in their hands. The other 8 shall unconditionally hand over the token to the winner. Grand Duke Xiao smiled as he said. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He had his own motives. Use the death of Emperor Yuan as a bet, start a competition between them, and then obtain the Holy Master's tokens. As for whether he could win or not, he was very confident. The others pondered for a moment. Then, they nodded in agreement one by one. Following this, the 9 vassal lords each went to the imperial capital through their own means to kill Emperor Yuan. The gamble on the death of Emperor Yuan officially started. This group of people didn't place the empirical power, Emperor Yuan, and the Unrivalled God Dynasty in their eyes at all. Forbidden City, Central Hall. Emperor Yuan was sitting with an exhausted look on his face. In front of him stood an old man. He was looking at Emperor Yuan with a complex look on his face. Too hasty. The old man said the same words as Lin Jiufeng, thinking that Emperor Yuan's operation was done hastily. Emperor Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Grandpa Emperor, the vassal lords have become an unsolvable problem, and they cannot be restrained anymore. I must take this opportunity to eliminate them. But you are unwise to offend the 9 vassal lords at the same time. The old man sighed. He was the emperor 2 generations ago, Emperor Yuan's grandfather. After he abdicated, he began to cultivate in seclusion until he reached the martial sage realm due to the increase in the world's natural spiritual energy. His existence was what gave Emperor Yuan the confidence to act. The imperial family's own martial sage. Including nameless, Emperor Yuan had 2 martial sages in his camp at this moment. Other than that, he also had an army of 1 million soldiers and countless other powerhouses in the royal family. This was why Emperor Yuan dared to take the risk and declare war against the 9 vassal lords. Grandpa Emperor, I'm running out of time, Emperor Yuan said with a tired face. The old emperor's face changed. He reached out his hand and grabbed Emperor Yuan's wrist, his true chi probing into Emperor Yuan's body. You practiced that evil cultivation technique? The old emperor looked at Emperor Yuan in anger. Emperor Yuan smiled helplessly. Grandpa Emperor, I need power. You are muddled. Did you already forget that your father died when he was only 50 years old because of practicing this evil cultivation technique? How could you also follow in his footsteps? The old emperor said with heartache. To the public, the death of his son, the last emperor, was because he had encountered problems in his cultivation along with the illnesses that he had garnered due to the stress of handling state affairs. All of these combined resulted in his situation being untreatable. But the truth was that the previous emperor tried to solve the problems of the nation by forcibly practicing the evilest cultivation technique in the royal family for the sake of power. However, he failed and it resulted in his untimely death. Originally, the old emperor had sealed the evil cultivation technique after his son's death. No one else was allowed to come close to it, but Emperor Yuan secretly accessed it unbeknownst to him. Grandpa Emperor, even though there is a problem in my cultivation, I haven't achieved anything yet after cultivating this technique. That is why this time, I must sweep away this stubborn illness of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty that has existed for hundreds of years. Emperor Yuan stood up firmly and said in a deep voice. Child, is it worth it? The old emperor looked lovingly at his grandson, who was also his successor to the throne. For the dignity of the royal family, for the continuation of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, for my great reforms, for the people of the world to live and work in peace and contentment. I have no regrets even if I die, Emperor Yuan firmly said. Besides, I also have one last move. Emperor Yuan's gaze fell in the distance, towards the cold palace where Lin Jiufeng was in. However, he wouldn't bother Big Brother unless there was absolutely no other choice. Chapter 18, Arriving One After Another. The matter regarding the removal of the vassal lords had become widely known. Aside from the people of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, the major forces throughout the world were watching too. Who would win the battle between the 9 vassal lords and Emperor Yuan? The 9 vassal lords had clearly expressed their refusal to go to the imperial capital to celebrate Empress Dowager's birthday. What would Emperor Yuan do next? These things were pulling on the nerves of everyone in the world. Many people were nervous, afraid that the outbreak of war would affect them. But Lin Jiufeng in the cold palace wasn't affected at all. Do you want to sign in before the chasing corpse sex ruins? On this day, Lin Jiufeng came to the depths of the cold palace. It was an ancestral hall that had been abandoned for a long time. This was once the ruins of the chasing corpse sect. Sign in. Lin Jiufeng said. Sign in successful. Received a set of death bone sword technique. Lin Jiufeng was delighted. It was unexpected that he would receive an entire set of items after today's sign-in session. It used to be just a single item or a single technique. There had never been a set before, this was the first time. It might be a precedent. Lin Jiufeng returned to his courtyard from the ruins of the chasing corpse sect. He saw the bone swords inserted all over the ground in the yard. They exuded a cold aura that felt slightly sinister. These were long swords made of bones and they looked incredibly terrifying. Counting carefully, Lin Jiufeng counted 365 bone swords. Lin Jiufeng pulled out one of them. He was instantly inundated by a wave of cold energy. However, he wasn't harmed by the cold energy. Instead, a cooling sensation swept through his body, causing his head to tremble as his spirit was immediately revitalized 100-fold. These bone swords are in a set, and they seem to have a connection to me. Lin Jiufeng looked at the secret manual placed on the table. Death Bone Sword Technique. Putting down the bone sword, he walked over to look at the secret manual. The texts and the sword strokes depicted inside seemed to have come alive as they rushed into Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Boom! In Lin Jiufeng's spiritual consciousness, the complete death bone sword technique was instantly comprehended by him. He stretched his arm out and raised his hand. Sonorous sounds appeared one after another. In an instant, the 365 bone swords flew up and circled around Lin Jiufeng, making him look like an invincible king of the world. The death bone sword technique is very powerful. With my martial will and with the help of my manipulation of the world's energies, any enemy that stands in front of me are all illusions that can be broken with a flick of my finger. Lin Jiufeng looked at the bone swords surrounding him. His confidence was instantly boosted. At this moment, he had lofty sentiments in his heart. Lin Jiufeng then dissipated his own energy as the bone swords fell one after another, inserting themselves into the ground. Unfortunately, the death bone sword technique isn't useful in increasing my cultivation base, Lin Jiufeng said in regret. This set of swords and technique caused his combat power to skyrocket, but his cultivation realm remained unaffected. After Lin Jiufeng was excited for a short period of time, but after the initial shock, he returned to being calm. He looked upwards. The sky in the imperial capital has been both cloudy and sunny recently. One moment, the sky was cloudless. But in the very next moment, torrential rain was about to come crashing down. It was just like a woman's attitude, whimsical and changing at will. There have been dark clouds over the Forbidden City lately. It seems that something big is about to happen. Lin Jiufeng muttered, looking at the sky above the Forbidden City again. Emperor Yuan was rooted in trouble now. He wanted to remove the vassal lords, but the resistance was too great. He was also too anxious to make changes. As a result, the current situation was too unstable. Lin Jiufeng just sighed about this. There wasn't much that he could do about it. He was just a dethroned prince, all he could do was to sign in peacefully in the cold palace. Emperor Yuan hadn't failed yet. So, why should he be in a hurry to make a move? Late at night. Forbidden City, Central Hall. Emperor Yuan was reviewing the memorials as always. The Forbidden City had witnessed many emperors in countless springs and autumns, but this was the only emperor who was this hard-working. As always, Lin Tianyuan was impressed by his father's diligence. But at the same time, he was heartbroken. A deeply ill Unrivalled God Dynasty managed to produce an emperor who wanted to change everything for the better. Lin Tianyuan didn't know whether this was the Unrivalled God Dynasty's luck, or whether it was Emperor Yuan's misfortune. It's already late at night, you can go back and cultivate. Seeing that there was still a large stack of memorials to go through, Emperor Yuan looked at Lin Tianyuan, who was guarding him day and night. Emperor Yuan's heart felt warm. There were many princes, but none of them could make him feel a sense of ease like Lin Tianyuan. Your Majesty, I'm not tired. Lin Tianyuan shook his head and said firmly. He would keep standing guard for Emperor Yuan. He hadn't enjoyed his father's care for so many years, but as long as he was with his father now, Lin Tianyuan felt very happy. Okay. Emperor Yuan revealed an exhausted smile. He continued to revise the memorials, but his heart felt warm inside. Revising the memorials in the middle of the night, how hard-working. Are you revising those memorials to find a way to remove the vassal lords? Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. A figure appeared outside the central hall. The moonlight shone on his body, and a huge shadow was projected into the hall. A meat mountain. Who is it? Lin Tianyuan shouted sharply and quickly stood in front of Emperor Yuan, ready for combat. Ko Tienda, it's the name that I am given and will never change or hide, said the meat mountain-like man. Ko Tienda. Emperor Yuan raised his head in surprise. He immediately held Lin Tianyuan back and whispered, "Don't get involved, this is an order." Lin Tianyuan was pulled aside by Emperor Yuan. He didn't want him to get involved. Among the people who followed the founding emperor in building the nation, there was one named Ko Tienda. What's his connection to you? Emperor Yuan stood up. He walked calmly to the center of the hall and asked. I am that person who fought for the building of your Lin family's empire. And now, you actually want to take back the territory that the founding emperor gave to us? Do you think that I don't exist anymore? Ko Tienda sneered and said. He was one of the 9 vassal lords, and he hurried over here because of the bet. He was the first to rush here to kill Emperor Yuan. Every land in the empire belongs to the emperor, every person in the empire are subjects of the emperor. The territory given to all of you back then was because of your hard work. It was to reward you all, in hopes that you all will manage it well. But to this day, you guys oppress and exploit the people, disobey the laws, ruin private soldiers, and even intend to start wars. You guys are a bunch of rogues. It is imperative to remove the vassal lords. Emperor Yuan didn't have a huge body and an oppressive aura like Ko Tianda, but his words were firm and loud. His words were the words of a true emperor. You dare to brag so boldly in front of me? In front of someone stronger than you? I shall twist your head off your shoulders today. I'll let you go and see the founding emperor of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty so that you can kneel in front of him and regret of what you have done. Ko Tianda was furious. Enraged by Emperor Yuan's behavior, he grabbed Emperor Yuan, planning to twist his head off. Boom! But in the next second, Nameless rushed out of the dark. With rapid speed, he struck Ko Tianda's palm with a punch. The sound wave and the energies generated in the collision exploded, directly destroying more than half of the central hall and alarming the guards of the Forbidden City. Is this the reason why you've become so bold? Because there's a martial sage hiding in the Forbidden City? Ko Tianda laughed. Although Nameless successfully stopped him from twisting Emperor Yuan's head off his shoulders, he remained unscathed. His meat mountain-like body could still move as perfectly as before. I shall beat up this martial sage to bits first and then kill you. Ko Tianda roared and became entangled with Nameless. Rumble. A fight between two martial sages was a battle of massive proportions. It was very terrifying. Emperor Yuan coldly looked at Ko Tianda. He didn't notice that behind him, a figure had appeared from the shadows. It was holding a dagger. A shadow assassin. What's more, this was a shadow assassin of the martial sage realm that had come to assassinate the emperor. Insolent! Is the emperor of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty someone that can be assassinated by a clown like you, who hides in the shadows all day long? The imperial family's own martial sage, the emperor 2 generations ago, Emperor Yuan's grandfather, appeared in the midst. Under his rage, he attacked furiously as he intercepted the shadow assassin in a flash. They became entangled with each other. Emperor Yuan frowned. He didn't expect that the 9 vassal lords would actually send 2 martial sages to assassinate him. He thought it was safe now. But in the very next moment, an extremely terrifying javelin shot from a distance. Its target was Emperor Yuan. Die! I'm the one who shall win this bet. The middle-aged man who shot the javelin curled his mouth, feeling very proud of himself. An attack from a martial sage like him would easily kill Emperor Yuan, who was only in the Grandmaster realm, wouldn't it? Roar! But the situation suddenly changed. The javelin that he hurled was directly split into half by someone. Click! A shock wave from the point of contact burst out. The man who threw the javelin had his eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? Chapter 19, Ultimate Heaven-Slashing Sword Skill. 3 martial sages appeared one after another and broke into the Forbidden City to kill Emperor Yuan. The entire imperial capital was shaken by their arrival. There wasn't anyone who doubted the identities of these martial sages. It was obvious to everyone. At this moment, inside the Forbidden City in the imperial capital, the aura of martial sages spread their majesty all over the city. The scene was similar to the duel at the top of the Forbidden City between 2 martial sages more than 10 years ago. There were 3 invading martial sages, plus 2 from the royal family. 5 martial sages were present in the scene. Yesterday, there was only a single known martial sage in the world. It was the one in the Forbidden City, Nameless. The other forces with martial sages chose to hide them as trump cards. However, the vassal lords were angered by Emperor Yuan's actions. They chose to reveal the martial sages in their camps. For hundreds of years since the Xuanhuang God Dynasty was founded, there had never been a move to remove the vassal lords. Emperor Yuan's insistence on removing the vassal lords was a pioneering feat. Therefore, the 9 vassal lords didn't choose to hide their trump cards anymore. They directly exposed them all. Didn't the emperor want to eliminate them? Wasn't he relying on the fact that he had his own martial sage? Didn't he want to rid the empire of its problems? Then, they shall come to the Forbidden City and kill him. It was only after they had done this would they reconcile with the Unrivalled God Dynasty. By that time, the next emperor of the Unrivalled God Dynasty would definitely give up any thought of revenge for Emperor Yuan, and he would also choose to reconcile with them. Remove the vassal lords? He was just dreaming. This was just how confident the 9 vassal lords were. 3 martial sages appeared one after another. The first 2 were blocked by Nameless and the old emperor. The third person stood on the top of the Forbidden City, the spot where the Among Flowers sex patriarch had died. He hurled a javelin at a rapid speed toward Emperor Yuan, causing a terrible and harsh eagle-like shriek as it pierced through the air. This martial sage from King Tianying's camp looked at this scene coldly, waiting for the javelin to pierce through Emperor Yuan's body. But what happened in the next was far beyond his expectations. With a cracking sound, the javelin broke. It wasn't broken by a third party. Because in the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng was still looking at this with a surprised expression. As soon as this martial sage's aura broke out, he noticed it from the cold palace. From a few hundred miles away, he was watching this scene calmly, still not planning to make a move because Nameless was in the palace. When the second martial sage appeared, Lin Jiufeng only raised his brows, but he still didn't move. Because the old emperor of the Unrivalled God Dynasty, who was also Lin Jiufeng's grandfather, had made his move. So, there wasn't a need for him to act. But when the third appeared, Lin Jiufeng couldn't sit still anymore. He couldn't possibly sit still as Emperor Yuan was being killed. But before Lin Jiufeng could act, Emperor Yuan roared angrily. Facing the assassination, he directly erupted. Boom! 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 An aura that shook the sky filled Emperor Yuan's body. He tore off his disguise. The disguise of being in the Grandmaster realm, for his true cultivation base was that of the Great Grandmaster realm. Moreover, he was a Great Grandmaster who practiced a demonic cultivation technique. The Ancient Demonic Book. 9 Overlays. After Emperor Yuan ascended the throne, he had already been preparing for the removal of the vassal lords and had secretly read the demonic cultivation technique that his father cultivated. This demonic cultivation technique was very evil. It consumed one's life energy in exchange for power. It would do it little by little every day, and as time passed, the power that would be in one's hands would only grow even more terrifying. There was nothing that one could do to stop this process. Unless the practitioner managed to reach an incredibly high level of his cultivation technique, there was nothing that could be done to stop the demonic technique from devouring their own life energy. The last emperor didn't succeed. Emperor Yuan didn't succeed either. He gained power, but his life energy at this moment was at its final drops. This was why he was anxious to initiate the removal of the vassal lords. He wanted to solve the problem of the 9 vassal lords in the final moments of his life, so he could leave a relatively safe and stable Unrivalled God dynasty to his successor. He didn't want his successor to inherit a nation that was full of holes and problems. He didn't want his successor to be like him, who spent the last 10 years solving these problems without much result. Emperor Yuan activated the demonic cultivation technique and used the 9 overlay skill. At this moment, in terms of power alone, Emperor Yuan was now in the martial sage realm. He held an incredibly strong and violent might in his body. Raising his hand, he easily split the javelin in half. His body floated in the air and dense demonic energy emanated from him. A blood-red light surrounded him. His eyes turned crimson, looking extremely sinister. Forcibly elevating yourself to the martial sage realm, you are just burning your life energy and asking for death. The martial sage who threw the javelin snorted coldly from the top of the Forbidden City, not placing any regard for Emperor Yuan at all. Even if they were on equal footing now, how long could Emperor Yuan continue to burn his life energy? Long enough for me to kill you. Emperor Yuan was full of killing intent. You could have chosen to be a normal emperor and enjoyed countless glory and wealth, and the ability to have as many women as you want. It's not like the 9 vassal lords will rebel against you. Why do you insist on removing the vassal lords and even burn your life energy to practice a demonic cultivation technique? The martial sage that threw the javelin felt that Emperor Yuan's brain was broken. He could have chosen to live through his life happily, being a man of great authority. Yet, he chose the most difficult path? For what purpose? At this moment, Nameless and the old emperor stopped what they were doing. Kotienda and the shadow assassin also stopped and looked at Emperor Yuan. They also wanted to know why. Although the 9 vassal lords were kings in their own territories, and they didn't listen to the emperor's commands, they didn't actually rebel against him. So, why did Emperor Yuan insist on removing the vassal lords? In the eyes of the vassal lords, it was Emperor Yuan's own fault causing such a large fuss out of this matter. What's more, Emperor Yuan even burnt his life energy just for this matter. Why? The fire of hope in Emperor Yuan's eyes burned fiercely. He was also asking himself this question. If he chose to live his life like what the martial sage had said, he could have lived his life in comfort. Be a bad emperor, be a mediocre emperor, be a licentious emperor. Or maybe even as a carpenter emperor. There were so many directions for him to choose from, but why did he choose to try and save this falling nation? How tiring this was. How tough this was. To even sacrifice his own life for this. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng looked at Emperor Yuan with a complicated expression on his face. This younger brother of his who had always called him Big Brother had actually secretly practiced a demonic cultivation technique. Now, he was burning his life energy in exchange for power. Lin Jiufeng knew that this younger brother of his was an idealist and a doer. His motive was very simple, but removing the vassal lords was only the first step. His true motive was to solve the problems of the nation and make it great again. Because I am the emperor of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, the majesty of the billions of people in the world, the supreme ruler, I naturally have the responsibility to seek the welfare of the people of the world, and you guys are one of the root causes that hinder me from all of these. He was the emperor. So he must remove the vassal lords. There was no other reason. Boom! When Emperor Yuan's voice landed, an extremely terrifying blade light suddenly appeared in the air from more than 100 meters away. It slashed towards Emperor Yuan, wanting to kill him. Since you want to remove the vassal lords, then go and die. Indifferent words filled with killing intent sounded beneath the moonlight, and the fourth martial sage appeared. Emperor Yuan was about to fight back. He had the power to fight back. But in the very next moment, a series of terrifying auras appeared to suppress him. Boom! 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 5 terrifying auras appeared, representing 5 martial sages. They suppressed Emperor Yuan at the same time. Emperor Yuan spurted blood, unable to move. That huge blade light covering the sky and the earth was about to cut him in half. Nameless and the old emperor hurriedly moved to intervene. But Kotienda and the shadow assassin stood in their way. Emperor Yuan's life was at stake. The entire Forbidden City was shocked, countless people looked at this scene in despair. 9 martial sage acted together just to kill Emperor Yuan. Who could save Emperor Yuan now? The suppressed Emperor Yuan's demonic energy slowly dissipated. In the end, he still failed. Am I going to die? Emperor Yuan watched the blade light fall, whispering calmly. When he cultivated with the demonic cultivation technique, he was already prepared to die. But to die in such a place, at such a moment? He was just a bit unresigned. Big brother. In the end, I still didn't succeed in doing something that can change the world. At the last moments of his life, the person that Emperor Yuan thought of was his biological elder brother who was born from the same mother as him. Lin Jiufeng. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng was currently holding the demon-slaying sword in his hand. His face was cold and his heart burned in fury. His hand rubbed the demon-slaying sword. For more than 10 years, he had never seriously and completely executed the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. Because he had no enemy. But now, he had. So, he slashed out with his sword. An extremely splendid and resplendent sword energy appeared like a descending light, surging for hundreds of miles. Boom! At this moment, the sky turned bright. Chapter 20, A Casual Surprise. Lin Jiufeng split the world apart and wiped out the night with a single sword. It was as if a huge firework was blooming over the entire Forbidden City, instantly turning night into day. Everyone's face could be seen clearly. Faces that were full of surprise, astonishment, and disbelief. Just when they were about to kill Emperor Yuan, a sword energy flew over from hundreds of miles away. A sword that brought with it a piercing coldness to the world. At this moment, the night turned into daylight, summer turned into winter, and the biting sword energy became akin to a cold wind that blew over, making everyone feel the cold. This sword was too strong. In the imperial capital of the Yuhua God Dynasty, there's actually another martial sage? Ko Tianda was surprised. He was fighting with Nameless and he couldn't help but tremble when he saw this sword energy. He couldn't control his body at all, he could only tremble. This sword aura was just too powerful and terrifying. So what if there's another martial sage? He's thinking too much if he thinks he can save Emperor Yuan. The martial sage who attacked with the blade stood forward, feeling very strong and confident. He didn't back down, insisting on killing Emperor Yuan. Only by killing Emperor Yuan could he win the bet. He was fixated on obtaining the token of the Holy Master of the demonic sects. Big brother. Emperor Yuan's body was very weak right now, and he thought that he would definitely die. But this sword energy gave him hope to live. It was his big brother who came to his rescue. You are unable to kill me. Emperor Yuan smiled weakly. His faith in his big brother was resolute and everlasting. Die. The blade light shocked the world, and it directly cut down. Over the Forbidden City, the violent and mighty pressure of this attack directly shattered the surrounding buildings, causing a catastrophic mess. He wanted to kill Emperor Yuan. The scene was too shocking. The martial art masters in the imperial capital looked at this from a distance, all of them felt extremely nervous. They were unable to intervene in a battle of such a level, just the residual energies from the martial sages' collisions were enough to obliterate them to pieces. Emperor Yuan is going to be beheaded. Suddenly, someone exclaimed with his pupils dilated. Everyone saw that the violent blade light was already slashing down. Some people who couldn't bear to see the beheading of the emperor couldn't help but close their eyes. Emperor Yuan was a good emperor. He saved the dying Yuhua God Dynasty. Although the Yuhua God Dynasty wasn't fully healed yet, everyone saw the benefits that Emperor Yuan had brought to the nation. Many people didn't want him to die. Clang! At this moment, a divine sword that seemed to have been sealed in dust for thousands of years was unsheathed. The crisp sound it brought echoed in the ears of everyone in the imperial capital. Some people hurriedly looked at the sword energy and exclaimed in surprise. The sword energy is here. It looks like Emperor Yuan is going to make it. Painted in everyone's eyes was a shocking scene. A sword energy came out from a place hundreds of miles away and almost instantly it reached the Forbidden City. Then, the enemies became akin to falling flowers. One after another, they fell onto the ground. They were like beautiful leaves that were cut down as they lost their lives. At this moment, the 9 martial sages were akin to yellow dead leaves. Lin Jiufeng executed his ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. As the sword energy reached its destination, it performed a carpet-style sweeping, killing its targets regardless of anything else. The entire imperial capital shivered under Lin Jiufeng's sword light. Standing on the top of the Forbidden City, the ancestor of King Tianying was captivated by this sword energy. In his eyes, this sword aura was just too beautiful. Inside this sword energy was a picturesque world with beautiful cherry blossoms flying through the sky. The blossoms gradually charmed his eyes. He didn't have any thoughts of resisting at all. As this sword energy flew past in front of his eyes, his head also flew up, following the pace of this sword energy. It was all for him to see the beauty of this sword energy for one final second. He wasn't the only martial sage above the Forbidden City that felt like this. The Meat Mountain, Ko Tianda, saw the pinnacle of the martial path in this sword energy. What could be considered to be the pinnacle? The person whom this sword energy belonged to was the pinnacle. Lin Jiufeng. He vaguely saw Lin Jiufeng under the cold moonlight, like a celestial in white clothes. But there was too much fog around him, so he couldn't take a clear look at Lin Jiufeng's face. To see more clearly, he took the initiative and approached this sword energy. Then, he saw Lin Jiufeng's back. so tall and mighty. The heads of the 9 martial sages were cut off by this single sword energy. None of them managed to resist. Under Lin Jiufeng's sword energy, it was like they were committing suicide. All of them died under the mighty power of the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. They didn't have the willpower that Lin Jiufeng possessed, as they were immediately charmed by the sword energy of the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. They were not wronged for dying to it. The people in the Forbidden City and those in the imperial capital couldn't believe their eyes. Emperor Yuan was dumbfounded. What appeared in his mind was the figure of his handsome big brother. The old emperor opened his mouth wide. His face was splashed with Ko Tianda's blood, but he didn't care about it anymore. In his eyes, there was only the sword energy that appeared just now. Amazing! Superb! Beautiful! Terrifying! In the imperial capital, there's actually such a terrifying cultivator? The old emperor was trembling all over. He was filled with excitement. He could finally see hope that the Xuanhuang God Dynasty could be saved. Nameless looked at this scene calmly. He was in existence similar to a wooden man. He didn't have any other expression at all. Teacher, it's definitely teacher. Lin Tianyuan, who was protected by Emperor Yuan, muttered excitedly. In the entire imperial capital, Lin Tianyuan believed in his heart that only teacher had such a terrifying sword technique. At this moment, the entire imperial capital went silent for a few seconds. Then, endless cheers and shouts of excitement erupted. Everyone was excited. Beheading the 9 martial sages with one sword energy. What kind of godly swordsmanship was this? What kind of godly cultivator was this? This night, the Forbidden City was completely in chaos, and everyone fell into a revel. Martial Sage. The realm that countless cultivators dreamed to reach. A single martial sage was enough to suppress an entire country. And tonight, 12 martial sages appeared in the Forbidden City. Excluding Emperor Yuan, who reached this realm through force, there were still 11 of them. 9 martial sages wanted to kill Emperor Yuan, and the 2 martial sages from the Forbidden City could hardly resist them. But at the crucial moment, a hidden senior in the imperial capital killed the 9 martial sages with a single sword energy. The development that happened was similar to those stories depicted in the manuscripts of legends. The common people talked about this matter with fervent excitement. The martial arts expert who could slay 9 martial sages with a single sword energy was the guardian of their Xuanhuang God Dynasty, standing on the side of the royal family. For the common people, this was the happiest thing in the world. Therefore, they started to party. The men, women, old people, and the children, they all cheered. The imperial capital cheered, but the Forbidden City was in sorrow. Lin Jiufeng killed the 9 martial sages with a single sword attack, which was indeed very powerful and inspiring. But after Emperor Yuan was rescued, they found that he had already reached the limit of his life. Large amounts of life energy had already been devoured from his body just from cultivating that demonic cultivation technique, but if one added the life energies that he had burned to forcibly reach the martial sage's realm just now, it was an understatement to say that Emperor Yuan's life energy was now at his final dredge. Even though the old emperor kept transfusing true qi into Emperor Yuan's body, this didn't stop Emperor Yuan's body from becoming old and weak. However, Emperor Yuan wasn't sad. Under the gaze of all the court officials from the imperial court, he opened his eyes and said weakly, "I am running out of time. I have been on the throne for more than 10 years and I consider myself diligent in my work. The court officials have changed batch after batch and I have gotten rid of the useless and corrupt. I believe that all of you will fully assist the next emperor to reform the dynasty and bring benefits to the common people." The civil and military officials, headed by the cabinet chief, couldn't help but sob as they looked sadly at Emperor Yuan. Emperor Yuan was a good emperor. "All of you leave this place, I want to give my orders for some important matters." Emperor Yuan waved his hand and dismissed everyone else aside from Lin Tianyuan, including the old emperor. The old emperor sighed sadly. Both his sons and grandsons died young. But rather than saying that they died in the hands of others, it was more accurate to say that they died in the hands of that ancient demonic book. All court officials retreated. But the queen didn't. She was Emperor Yuan's arranged wife that had been decided for him when both of them were still in the wombs of their mothers. At this moment, she knelt on the ground and cried, "Your Majesty, if you want to give your orders for some important matters, you should first establish our son as the crown prince. Then, with the court officials of the imperial court to assist him, you can leave with a peace of mind." The queen wanted to ask for the throne for her son. The court officials watched in silence. "Get out and kneel outside." Emperor Yuan looked at the expectant prince and said indifferently. The prince was stunned. And so was the queen. The court officials looked at each other and knew that Emperor Yuan didn't favor this prince. They left one after another. But the queen was unwilling. How could she watch as the throne that belonged to her own son fall into the hands of others? But before she could speak, she was forcefully supported outside by an old eunuch in the palace. None of the queen's majesty was left for her after this incident. In Chaotian Hall, Emperor Yuan's face was pale. His black hair had already turned white. His breathing was weak as he said, "Go to the cold palace and ask your teacher to come over. I wish to see my big brother." Lin Tianyuan nodded immediately and was about to go out. "No need. I'm here," Lin Jiufeng sighed. He had been watching silently in the cold palace. To him, the distance of hundreds of miles could be crossed in an instant. He came to the Chaotian Hall. Seeing the dying Emperor Yuan, Lin Jiufeng felt a sudden pain in his heart. When he saw Emperor Yuan not long ago, his younger brother still looked energetic. Now, he looked to be an old man in his 70s or 80s. The crucial point was that he was only 30 years old. "Do you want to sign in before the Chaotian Hall?" At this moment, a line of words appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. "Sign in." Lin Jiufeng didn't expect that it was already the dawn of the next day. He wasn't in a mood for anything, so he just casually signed in. Sign in successful. Receive the life resuscitation technique. Life resuscitation technique. It gave one the ability to treat the injured and delay someone's death. Lin Jiufeng looked at the introduction of the resuscitation technique. His eyes lit up. He didn't expect that a casual sign-in would bring him a treasure that could save Emperor Yuan's life. Looking at Emperor Yuan's current state, however, Lin Jiufeng felt that it would be lucky if he could still be saved. Chapter 21, A Gift for Emperor Yuan. Lin Jiufeng stepped into the Xuanhuang Hall stepping and saw the pale and unrecognizable Emperor Yuan. Although Lin Jiufeng had received the life resuscitation technique from signing in, he was starting to doubt whether it would be effective after he saw Emperor Yuan's current state. "Big brother." Emperor Yuan saw Lin Jiufeng and he cried out excitedly. Tears flowed down his face. In the last moments of his life, the person he wanted to see most was not his wife, nor his son. It was the brother who shared the same mother as him. When Lin Jiufeng was born, he was raised as the crown prince. He was knowledgeable and graceful. Emperor Yuan looked up to his own brother since he was young, treating him as his role model. When he was young, Emperor Yuan often heard his brother talk about the issues with the vassal lords, and the states becoming too powerful for the imperial capital. He didn't understand him back then. He only thought that the vassals were bad because they made his brother worry so much. But when he became the prince and finally understood the internal affairs of the Unrivalled God Dynasty, only one thing came to his mind. Reclaim the states. He must wrestle control of the states from the 9 vassal lords. For this reason, he did not hesitate to give all that he had. Now, at the end of his life, Emperor Yuan met Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng was outstanding and as young as ever, like a piece of jade. And he was already old and ailing. Lin Jiufeng walked to the bedside and slowly sat down. He reached out to hold Emperor Yuan's hand. "I will save you," Lin Jiufeng said firmly. "Big brother, I know my own condition. In exchange for strength, I have sacrificed too much of my life energy by practicing a demonic technique. Even the gods will find it difficult to save me by now." Emperor Yuan shook his head. Lin Jiufeng was speechless. He could only activate the life resuscitation technique. He spread his hands and injected true qi into Emperor Yuan's body. The emerald green light of the life resuscitation technique entered Emperor Yuan's body and immediately began to repair his body. Emperor Yuan's pale face surprisingly slowly got better. His breathing became much calmer. Emperor Yuan looked at Lin Jiufeng, surprised. He grabbed Lin Jiufeng's hand tightly. Lin Tianyuan watched from the side, his eyes revealing how surprised he was. "Sir, you are simply too powerful. You are actually able to save your majesty." Lin Tianyuan praised him. Emperor Yuan and Lin Jiufeng were both elated. But Lin Jiufeng was not as happy. He looked at Emperor Yuan with sorrowful eyes. Life resuscitation technique could not save Emperor Yuan. It could only extend Emperor Yuan's life for a particular period of time. Your body's wheel of life had become too exhausted. My true qi and technique can only extend your life for 1 month. After that, there is nothing that I can do, Lin Jiufeng said with a pained look. The requirement for the life resuscitation technique to work was life. Emperor Yuan had burned his life energy to its final vestiges, devoured by the demonic technique. He had no more life in him anymore. Lin Tianyuan's expression stiffened. You can only extend his life for a month? Emperor Yuan remained surprised. He grabbed Lin Jiufeng with both his hands and whispered, "Big brother, thank you. When I was secretly cultivating that demonic technique, I have already given up on my life. I should have died by now. It is already a great blessing that Big Brother is able to extend my life for 1 month to deal with some of the aftermath and matters of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty." Emperor Yuan was not disappointed. Instead, he was grateful. Lin Jiufeng stopped injecting his true qi. Life resuscitation technique had extended Emperor Yuan's life for 1 month. Furthermore, his blood brother seemed more optimistic than him. This lessened Lin Jiufeng's guilt. Lin Tianyuan. Emperor Yuan suddenly shouted. Lin Tianyuan jolted and immediately said, "Here." He now held the position of the Grand Commander in the Imperial Army. He gave close protection to His Majesty, ensuring Emperor Yuan's safety. He could be regarded as having rendered a great service. Emperor Yuan looked at Lin Tianyuan with a serious expression. "Kneel down in front of your uncle." Lin Tianyuan looked at Emperor Yuan, shocked. "Uncle?" He couldn't help but look toward Lin Jiufeng. Yes, Lin Jiufeng was his uncle. Real uncle. But he had never greeted him as his uncle. Because he was an illegitimate son, he could not enter the royal family's genealogy. Hence, he could never address Emperor Yuan as royal father. When it was just the two of them, and there was no politics involved, only family matters, he could address him father. After he joined the court as a court official, he could only address him as Your Majesty and regarded himself as the latter's subject. As for Lin Jiufeng, he always had Lin Tianyuan address him as teacher. Lin Tianyuan had gotten used to it. He had thought it would be like this for the rest of his life. He didn't expect Emperor Yuan to allow him to address Lin Jiufeng as uncle. What did that imply? Lin Tianyuan was smart, and he had figured it out. Hence, he was shocked. Extremely shocked. After that brief moment of shock, he became scared. He was afraid that Lin Jiufeng would not acknowledge him. He looked at Lin Jiufeng, apprehensive. Lin Jiufeng looked toward Emperor Yuan. Emperor Yuan said softly, "Big brother, I have laid the foundation for the reform of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. If my successor fools around, my efforts over the years will go down the drain and Xuanhuang God Dynasty will slip into a deep abyss." "So, he is the successor that you've chosen?" Lin Jiufeng looked at Lin Tianyuan. Unexpectedly, this kid who couldn't even enter the royal family's genealogy was chosen as the successor by Emperor Yuan. "Yes, he will continue my hope to reform the world." Emperor Yuan nodded his head. "I hope Big Brother can lend him a hand at critical times." Emperor Yuan pleaded. Lin Jiufeng scanned Lin Tianyuan. Lin Tianyuan was apprehensive, but he still stood up straight, letting Lin Jiufeng look at him clearly as he waited for the latter's consent. Without Lin Jiufeng's consent, he didn't dare to kneel down. After staying together for 10 years, Lin Tianyuan understood Lin Jiufeng's character and temper. Kneel down. Lin Jiufeng nodded. He had watched Lin Tianyuan grow up. He was not a bad successor to the Unrivalled God Dynasty. He was definitely better than Emperor Yuan's other princes. Greetings to uncle. Lin Tianyuan knelt down solemnly and kowtowed. Greetings, royal father. Then, he kowtowed to Emperor Yuan and changed his form of address to him. Instead of addressing him as Your Majesty, he changed it to Royal Father. Good. I believe that you can realize my dream and let the billions of people in the world live a good life. Emperor Yuan revealed a smile. He felt relieved. Now that he had finally chosen his successor, he could finally be at ease. Otherwise, his struggles would have amounted to nothing. It's just a pity that I have spent all my time and had to burn my entire life to reform the Unrivalled God Dynasty, yet I didn't even succeed in removing the vassals. Emperor Yuan appeared gloomy and helpless. Lin Tianyuan said with certainty, Royal Father, I will definitely succeed in removing the vassals. You must not be too hasty, don't follow my footsteps. Although your uncle had exterminated the 9 martial sages in one stroke, the vassals still have the support of the demonic sects. Those from the demonic sects have strange tactics, you have to stand firmly and fight them steadily. Emperor Yuan shook his head. He finally realized that he had been too hasty in his plan to remove the vassals. If there's anything you are unable to understand, go to your uncle. He will give you pointers, Emperor Yuan said to Lin Tianyuan. I understand. Lin Tianyuan nodded firmly. Lin Jiufeng looked at the pair of father and son. He then said calmly, 1 month is enough time for me to remove the vassals. Big brother. Emperor Yuan looked at Lin Jiufeng, surprised. He tried to stop Lin Jiufeng. But Lin Jiufeng stood up and said, Big brother has never given you any gift. This time, I will remove the vassals. It will be my gift to you. I will do what you wanted to achieve. Lin Jiufeng said in a loud voice. Emperor Yuan looked at Lin Jiufeng, touched. Uncle, the 9 vassals are backed by the demonic sects, Lin Tianyuan said softly. They are just a bunch of worthless people. Lin Jiufeng's expression was indifferent. After killing the 9 martial sages in one stroke, Lin Jiufeng knew that he was already at the peak amidst this recovery of the world's energies. He wouldn't say that he was invincible. But if it was just removing the 9 vassals, they would be his gift for Emperor Yuan. Chapter 22, Exterminate the Vassals. Having helped Emperor Yuan extend his lifespan for a month, Lin Jiufeng returned to the cold palace. He said he would give Emperor Yuan a gift. He must do what he said he would. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng murmured, I seem to have never left the imperial capital of the Unrivalled God Dynasty before. He had been here for more than 10 years, and he had stayed in the cold palace all this time. He never even once visited all of the imperial capital, let alone the world outside the capital. The 9 vassals are located in different locations. To destroy them, I have to do it one by one. The geographic locations of territories governed by the 9 vassals appeared in Lin Jiufeng's mind. The vassal closest to the imperial capital was King Tianying in Qingzhou. His lineage fought alongside the founding emperor of the Unrivalled God Dynasty when he was building his empire. As a reward, they were assigned to Qingzhou and were given the authority to manage a 100,000-strong army. As this place was considered to be a bottleneck which was the closest to the imperial capital, this was a very important position to manage. But as time passed, thoughts of rebellion grew in the heart of the ancestor of King Tianying. He controlled the entire Qingzhou with the army and gave power to his own people arbitrarily. He turned Qingzhou into his own private domain. He was a vassal, but he changed his own fate and became his own vassal. Let's start with Qingzhou first. Lin Jiufeng opened the door of the cold palace and walked out with his sword. Qingzhou was more than 10,000 kilometers away. However, this wasn't a problem for Lin Jiufeng, who could soar through the air. I will destroy the 9 great vassals in 7 days. I will get back just in time for Dachuan to deliver me wine and food. Lin Jiufeng mentally calculated as he disappeared into the air behind the clouds and the fog. Qingzhou. Because he was the closest to the imperial capital, King Tianying was the first to receive the news. It was early morning when he received the news of what happened the night before. After opening the message, he was dumbfounded. How is this possible? After a long time, King Tianying recovered his senses and crushed the letter in his hand. His body began to tremble. 9 martial sages, not 9 grandmasters. Yet, they were exterminated by a single sword stroke. Is there such a terrifying expert in the royal family? King Tianying became anxious. My ancestor is also dead, what should I do? I can't just sit still and wait to be killed. Emperor Yuan will definitely take the opportunity to suppress me. I have to find help. But my ancestor has been killed. Do I have to go over and join the demonic sects? King Tianying was very troubled. He was apprehensive. He felt as if he would be killed by someone from the imperial capital at any moment. He hurriedly discarded this idea and muttered to himself. Don't scare yourself, Emperor Yuan might already be dead. I still have time to prepare. Is this the mansion of King Tianying? It's really huge. Qingzhou City, in front of the mansion of King Tianying. A person approached. His clothes were white like snow. His face was handsome, and on his waist was a long black sword. His bearing made one think of the mountains and cypress trees. Then, the man drew his sword. An elegant sword aura quickly spread out after the man drew his long sword. The early morning sun hadn't completely dispelled the darkness of the night, yet. There was still a little dew on the leaves. The sword energy condensed and it took away the darkness, shook off the dew on the leaves in the area, and then passed through the mansion of King Tianying. King Tianying had just thought of a plan to ensure his safety. Then, suddenly, his pupils dilated as he asked in shock, why is he here so soon? Unfortunately, no one answered him. The elegant sword energy passed by. It killed King Tianying and everyone else in the mansion, painlessly. When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness, it shone on King Tianying's mansion. It was like a mirage, wavering and shrouded in dust. Even a martial sage could not possibly withstand this sword energy. Obviously, no one in King Tianying's mansion was able to withstand it. After executing this one stroke, the young man in front of the mansion turned around, shot straight up into the sky, and headed to the next place. The entire Qingzhou was shocked. The self-proclaimed king of Qingzhou, the overlord, the arrogant King Tianying, was dead. King Tianying's mansion, as well as his entire family and sect, was completely destroyed. But who did it? Some people who allegedly witnessed the attacker described the latter as a banished immortal that descended onto the mortal world. With a stroke of his sword, King Tianying's entire family was slaughtered. However, others said that he was not a banished immortal, but a real one. When Zhao Guogong of the 4 northern regions received the news, he had the same reaction as King Tianying. He was in a complete daze. I asked the old ancestor to use poison. There are so many martial sages competing. Since we cannot kill him as fast as the others, we should have used poison. Why did the old ancestor get into a fight? Zhao Guogong said, trembling. He was in fear. This kind of fear was from deep inside his heart, and he couldn't control it. It was akin to people being able to sense their own death but were unable to stop it. They could only watch as they were about to be swallowed by death. That was exactly how he felt. Death was creeping up to him, threatening to swallow him entirely. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. My ancestor is gone and the Zhaoguogong manor no longer has anyone to rely on. Now that the royal family has such a terrifying expert, I must find a backer. Zhao Guogong was very anxious, he knew that the times had changed. The power of the states was overthrown by that man in the imperial capital with a stroke of his sword. The demonic sects. The only ones who can save us are the demonic sections. Zhao Guogong knew that even if he surrendered to the Unrivalled God Dynasty, his life would still be forfeit because of what the 9 vassals had done. I can't surrender no matter what, Zhao Guogong said firmly. He got up to contact a member of one of the demonic sects. Lin Jiufeng, who had just walked to the front of the Xuanhuang manor, smiled. His hearing was amazing, and he heard what Xuanhuang had said. If that's the case, then die. Lin Jiufeng drew his sword lightly and raised his eyebrows. Boom! An elegant sword light swept across the Xuanhuang manor. It was already noon. The sun was blazing and the northern lands burned hot like a fiery stove. Lin Jiufeng's sword aura caressed the air, and a powerful flame was born, igniting the entire Xuanhuang manor. No one managed to escape. A vassal was annihilated by a great fire. Lin Jiufeng stepped back. Then, he turned around and left. The 9 great vassals were in different places. Some were in distant lands, and even though Lin Jiufeng could fly, it still took him a significant amount of time to get there. So he didn't talk with them too much. He simply executed a stroke of his sword whenever he arrived at the right place. No matter how much they talked, they still had to die anyway. Why talk so much to the dead? It was a waste of time. In the next few days, Lin Jiufeng traveled through the 9 regions of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. He killed the 9 vassals. Their families and their clans were wiped out together. They did not even have a chance to seek help from the demonic sects. Their deaths happened too fast. This matter shook the world. The Unrivalled God Dynasty's rebellion of the states had ended just like that. The 9 vassals were all killed. Who was the killer? Everyone had no doubt that it was the horrifying expert who had killed the 9 martial sages with one stroke of his sword in the imperial capital. For a while, the world became peaceful. Even the small countries nearby remained quiet, and they did not dare to breach the borders. Some people even said that the mysterious person from the Unrivalled God Dynasty was at the peak amidst the recovery of the world's energies. His cultivation should not be just that of a martial sage. There were numerous rumors in the outside world, but Lin Jiufeng ignored them all. He quietly returned to the imperial capital. Entering the cold palace, he met Xuanhuang, who was delivering his food like usual. Chapter 23: The Death of Emperor Yuan. Xuanhuang came to deliver food and wine just in time for Lin Jiufeng's return. He didn't know that Lin Jiufeng had gone out. He delivered the goods as usual and began to tell Lin Jiufeng about some of the things that happened in the imperial capital. Something big happened in the imperial capital in the past few days. Has your highness heard about it? Xuanhuang asked. You are my only source of news, who else can I hear it from? Lin Jiufeng shook his head. The 9 great martial sages joined forces to come to the Forbidden City to assassinate Emperor Yuan so that he would stop trying to get rid of the vassals. But they were killed by a mysterious man with a sword stroke that stunned the world. Xuanhuang clicked his tongue, envious of the might that the enigmatic man had showcased. How impressive was that? He chopped off the heads of the 9 martial sages with just one sword stroke. It was simply an eye-opener. Lin Jiufeng drank his wine and ate meat while listening to Xuanhuang. He smiled calmly without saying much. Other than Emperor Yuan and Lin Tianyuan, who else knew that Lin Jiufeng was the man behind the scenes? Even Xuanhuang, who talked to Lin Jiufeng the most, would never guess that the mysterious man was Lin Jiufeng. He knew that Lin Jiufeng had a martial sage subordinate. But he also knew that he gave that subordinate to Emperor Yuan. After Xuanhuang told Lin Jiufeng everything that he knew, he continued. It seems that Emperor Yuan is on the verge of death. He has already chosen a successor to his throne, and he made his decision known to the world. Lin Jiufeng did not say anything. He knew that too. Lin Tianyuan. It was not the few princes that everyone keeps talking about, but an illegitimate son who joined the court as a court official. Emperor Yuan actually made an exception and promoted him to become a member of the royal family and directly appointed him as the next emperor. Xuanhuang was again very envious. That was a huge leap in status. Lin Jiufeng laughed. Why do you sound like you're jealous? Who wouldn't be jealous? But I'm just a little envious. If I really became the emperor, I'll definitely be a foolish and self-indulgent emperor. It's rare even for the sons of the royal family to become a wise ruler when they became the emperor. Instead, they usually end up becoming a foolish one. However, according to a detailed investigation, emperors usually do not fall into depravity that fast. On average, it takes an emperor 5 years after their ascension before they become foolish and self-indulgent. After that 5 years, more than 90% of emperors would become depraved. If I were to become an emperor, I wouldn't need 5 years. I will only need 5 days to fall into depravity. I know my own limitations after all. Dachuan laughed. Lin Jiufeng could not help but smile. You know yourself quite well. Humans, even if without skills, should at least know their limits. Dachuan nodded and said. Lin Jiufeng passed the empty plates and wine jar back to Dachuan. Your Highness, I will come back and deliver food for you next time. Dachuan packed the empty plates and turned around to leave. See you next time. 7 days later, Lin Jiufeng returned to his courtyard. After roaming the world outside, Lin Jiufeng missed the cold palace, especially his frost jade bed. Although the bed wasn't as useful for his cultivation today, it was still soothing to lie on it. It calmed one's mind and made one less prone to anger. Lu Jiufeng laid on top of it. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. He had been running about, drawing his sword, and killing his enemies for the past few days without a wink of sleep. From the south to the north, Lu Jiufeng never stopped for a moment. He was both physically and mentally tired. After all, he had to visit 9 different places, running back and forth. 7 days without sleep along with the intense expenditure of his true qi. Lin Jiufeng might be a martial sage, but he reckoned that even if his true qi became akin to that of water which was universally available, he would still find it hard to continue at such a pace without any rest. Lin Jiufeng fell into a deep sleep on the frost jade bed, resting quietly. Half a month passed in a flash. Lin Jiufeng's body had finally returned to its peak condition. His plans, however, were still the same. He planned on continuing his routine of signing in inside the cold palace. At this moment, the Unrivalled God Dynasty's crown prince, Lin Tianyuan, came to his door. Uncle. Lin Tianyuan pushed open the door of the cold palace and shouted respectfully. You should be dealing with state affairs and familiarizing yourself with the process of dealing with them at this time. Why have you come to my place? Lin Jiufeng asked, surprised. Uncle. Father. Father can't hold on any longer, Lin Tianyuan said sadly. Lin Jiufeng frowned and said, doesn't he have a month to live? Only 20 or so days had passed since then. There were still 8 or 9 days remaining. Father personally taught me how to deal with state affairs day and night. He stayed up late every night and did everything that he could to persevere. But this morning, he finally fell into a coma and hasn't woken up since, Lin Tianyuan said sadly. The imperial doctors tried to treat him, but they all said that he was at the end of his life. I came to ask Uncle to see Father one last time, Lin Tianyuan knelt down and said, depressed. He knew that his father would want to see his own brother before he took his last breath. Hence, he came personally to invite Lin Jiufeng. Go back and clear the hall for me. I'll set off right away. Lin Jiufeng said after a moment of silence. At his brother's final moments, Lin Jiufeng didn't want anyone to disturb the two of them. Okay, I will take care of everything. Lin Tianyuan nodded his head and left respectfully. He knew that Lin Jiufeng preferred a quiet environment with fewer people around, so he went back to clear the hall. Great Council Hall. This was where Emperor Yuan fell into a coma. He was teaching Lin Tianyuan how to handle state affairs until his last waking moments. He always remembered the words that his elder brother once told him. Ruling a country was like cooking a small fish. A small problem that involved hundreds of millions of people would ultimately become a shocking problem to behold. Hence, he didn't dare to be careless. He worked like a horse to the point of fainting inside this great council hall. Lin Tianyuan understood his father's character. This was why he did not distract Emperor Yuan. In the final moments of Emperor Yuan's life, he planned on letting him die peacefully in the place he was familiar with the most. The people in the Great Council Hall were dismissed and were told to stand quietly outside the hall. 3 layers of security inside and outside. Everyone's faces were solemn. And in the hall, a dim lamp tenaciously wavered in the dark. Just like Emperor Yuan. He was trying as hard as he could just so he could see his big brother one last time before he was no more. Da-da-day. The sound of steady footsteps echoed in the great council hall. Lin Jiufeng looked at the haggard Emperor Yuan. He went forward to cover him with a quilt. When they were younger, this was how the older Lin Jiufeng took care of the younger Emperor Yuan. In the final moments of his life, Emperor Yuan grabbed Lin Jiufeng's hands and said with hopes in his eyes, "Big brother, have I lived up to the position as the crown prince? I have not let you down, right?" In the end, what Emperor Yuan cared about was still whether his elder brother was disappointed in him or not. After all, he inherited his elder brother's position as the crown prince and then became the emperor after that for 10 short years. He tried to eliminate the vassals, yet his elder brother still had to help him wrap everything up. He was afraid of disappointing his big brother. That was what he was most afraid of. Hence, he held Lin Jiufeng's hand very tightly. So tight that his green veins turned visible underneath his wrinkled skin. But he himself didn't seem to have realized it. In his eyes, there was only Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng smiled gently. He leaned close to Emperor Yuan and whispered, "Brother, big brother is proud of you. You have never let me down even once." Hearing that, Emperor Yuan broke into a smile and slowly retracted his hands. Then, his hands slowly lost their strength and drooped down. Unrivalled God Dynasty, Yuan era, 15 years. Emperor Yuan passed away. Chapter 24, 5 years have passed. Emperor Yuan passed away. He was still so young, yet he had to leave this world for his own ideals. In order not to disappoint his big brother Lin Jiufeng after inheriting his title of the crown prince. As a result, he had been working extra hard. Lin Jiufeng looked at the lifeless Emperor Yuan. A sense of emptiness washed over him. This person was the person who was closest to him in this world. They were born to the same mother. Connected by blood. They never had a disagreement with each other. Emperor Yuan was so much younger than him. And he left just like that. Lin Jiufeng's heart, his hands, and his eyes trembled slightly. He didn't say anything. He simply closed Emperor Yuan's eyes and then spoke tiredly to Lin Tianyuan. "Your father is gone." Outside the hall, Lin Tianyuan said mournfully to his guards, "His Majesty has passed away." As soon as he spoke these words, sounds of crying reverberated. The Grand Secretary and the other senior members of his court even desperately rushed into the hall, wanting to see Emperor Yuan for one final time. Each of them used to be depressed scholars. In this world where cultivators had all the power, they were unable to make their ambitions come true. But Emperor Yuan invited them to his court and gave them a stage to fulfill their aspirations and show off their talents. To ordain conscience for heaven and earth, to secure life and fortune for the people, to continue the lost teachings of past sages, and to establish peace for all future generations. These 4 sentences were the lifelong pursuit of scholars. Under Emperor Yuan's command, they were able to realize all of them. They reformed the evils of the dynasty and worked hard to remove the vassal kings. They suppressed the high and mighty privileged families and prevented the annexation of land by these people. They saved the refugees and gave them a place to settle. These things were nothing in the eyes of cultivators. But for them, these were the things for which they would strive to achieve in their entire lives. All of these were realized under the command of Emperor Yuan. Emperor Yuan was worthy of being an emperor through the ages. Although his reign was short, his influence was far-reaching. The grief of the court officials was real. They rushed into the hall and upon seeing Emperor Yuan lying on the bed, motionless, they cried. Some even fainted on the spot. Lin Tianyuan didn't grieve. He asked the guards and eunuchs to take the court officials who had fainted from crying somewhere safe and help them come back to their senses. He raised his eyes and looked into the hall. Lin Jiufeng was nowhere to be seen. He mentally heaved a sigh of relief. His uncle should have already taken his leave. Lin Tianyuan put his mind at ease and started to deal with the funeral. He let the ministers cry for a while, then he brought the coffin over and placed Emperor Yuan's body inside. Lin Tianyuan handled these in an orderly manner. His face was sad, but he did not shed a tear. It wasn't until Emperor Yuan's body was placed into the coffin that Lin Tianyuan knelt down and cried, heartbroken. From today onwards, he no longer had a father. He had been forcibly holding back his grief until this. In the Great Council Hall, the literary officials and the military commanders sobbed sorrowfully. The entire Forbidden City was filled with sorrow. But Lin Jiufeng, who Lin Tianyuan thought had left, had been in the hall all along. He was standing right next to the coffin of Emperor Yuan. But no one could see him. Lin Jiufeng's cultivation base allowed him to modify the space around his body. In addition, with his cultivation base stronger than anyone else in this hall, no one detected his presence. When Emperor Yuan's body was placed into the coffin, Lin Jiufeng also wept. He stroked the copper coffin, full of reluctance on his face. Lin Jiufeng stayed in the Great Council Hall for 3 days. During these 3 days, people came and went. All the civil and military officials. Anyone who was affiliated or related to the royal family came to pay their respects to Emperor Yuan. But no one saw Lin Jiufeng. 3 days later, Emperor Yuan's body was buried in Emperor Mountain. This was the imperial cemetery of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Because Emperor Yuan was very young, his tomb had yet to be renovated. It was just a very ordinary tomb. Lin Jiufeng watched as Emperor Yuan's coffin was being carried out of the council hall. When the crowd disappeared from his eyes, it finally dawned on him. His younger brother was gone. Lin Jiufeng accompanied him on his final journey. His heart was filled with sadness. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Lin Jiufeng was about to leave the empty council hall. Emperor Yuan was gone and there was no longer anything left for him in the Forbidden City. He wanted to return to the cold palace and remain within it. He did not want to get too deeply involved with the outside world. Lin Jiufeng hated this kind of parting. "Do you want to sign in at the Forbidden City Great Council Hall?" A line of words appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. He was stunned. He had been in the council hall for 3 days already, but this line only appeared today. Was it because I was too sad before? Lin Jiufeng thought to himself. Sign in. Lin Jiufeng agreed. Sign in successful. Received heaven patching technique. A peerless skill appeared in Lin Jiufeng's mind. This doesn't seem like a martial arts manual, but a terrifying Daoist manual. Lin Jiufeng's mind cleared up. He didn't study the heaven patching technique in the Great Council Hall. Instead, he left the hall and returned to the Cold Palace. There, he began to cultivate it. Cold Palace. After Lin Jiufeng returned, he closed the door tight and stayed in his courtyard. He laid on the frost jade bed, studying the heaven patching technique. The heaven patching technique was a terrifying secret technique that utilized the will of martial arts to perceive the general situation of the world and use that as leverage to strengthen one's martial will. The heaven patching in the technique meant that one would become so strong that they were able to patch up the sky. This was not just an offensive skill, it was also a restorative one. I haven't advanced much since I broke through the martial sage realm. I can use this heaven patching technique to cultivate. Lin Jiufeng closed his eyes with satisfaction. He channeled true qi throughout his body and cultivated the heaven patching technique. As for matters of the outside world, Lin Jiufeng had no interest in them at all. The Xuanhuang God Dynasty should be very stable by now. After all, he had just gone out for a walk. Just as Lin Jiufeng thought, the outside world was turbulent. Countless great forces were constantly in contact with each other. But no one dared to come forward. Even though Emperor Yuan was dead. Even though the Xuanhuang God Dynasty was mourning at a national level. There was no one foolish enough to make trouble at this time. After all, as long as they were not stupid, they would not choose to cause trouble at this timing. Creating trouble when the entire Xuanhuang God Dynasty was grieving, were they tired of living? Even if one was not afraid of the soldiers from the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, were they not afraid of that sword hidden in the imperial capital? Many forces were investigating frantically to find out the identity of that mysterious man. But they found nothing. Because most people in the Xuanhuang God Dynasty did not know his identity either. Perhaps only Emperor Yuan and the newly enthroned emperor knew. But would they tell them? When the identity of the opponent was shrouded in mystery, and there was no way to resist such an enigmatic enemy, it was best to stay put and be quiet. Emperor Yuan passed away and the whole country was in grief. After the mourning period, the new emperor ascended the throne. Lin Tianyuan changed the era of his reign from Yuan to Ming. This year would be the first year of the Yuhua Ming era. After he ascended the throne, he had to deal with many things right off the bat. With the assistance of the various court officials, he methodically took over everything left behind by Emperor Yuan. Then, he continued along the path that Emperor Yuan had set for him. During this period, Lin Jiufeng never left the cold palace. Lin Tianyuan didn't come to trouble Lin Jiufeng either. Time flew by and 5 years passed. In the past 5 years, Lin Tianyuan had established himself firmly on the throne. He did not trouble Lin Jiufeng even once. Many people had forgotten that there existed a dethroned prince in the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Lin Jiufeng had lived through 3 dynasties. As for why there weren't a lot of people that still remembered him, it was because he was extremely low-key. Chapter 25, Someone Here in the Dark. The Xuanhuang God Dynasty welcomed a new emperor, and the world also welcomed a period of stability. For 5 years, Lin Tianyuan, the Ming emperor, continued Emperor Yuan's reform. He worked hard to settle the land annexations, suppressing the aristocratic families, and taking in the refugees. All in all, this was the continuation of Emperor Yuan's ideals. In addition, he thoroughly cleaned up the lands that the 9 vassals had previously occupied. He also launched a hunt for the rebels that had close connections to the vassals. In time, the persistent problems that had plagued the Xuanhuang God Dynasty for hundreds of years were eventually solved by Lin Tianyuan. The entire dynasty and the public praised his great work. But Lin Tianyuan did not get carried away. He knew that this was not his own work. He was just in charge of tying up the loose ends, cleaning up the battlefield. The real problems have already been settled by his uncle in the cold palace. 5 years since ascending the throne, he had been too busy with state affairs to see his uncle. Of course, part of the reason was that Lin Jiufeng did not like to be disturbed. Lin Tianyuan, on the other hand, didn't dare to slack off. He was afraid of letting his father down. Lin Tianyuan, the second Emperor Yuan, became intoxicated with state affairs. He was constantly approving or revising memorials day and night. He did not dare to slack off even for a moment. Cold Palace. For 5 years, Lin Jiufeng's appearance did not change at all. However, his aura became more ethereal and profound. Those who had seen him would understand what it meant for one to become as beautiful as jade. Lin Jiufeng's sword still gleamed like a rainbow all this while. In the past 5 years, Lin Jiufeng never left the cold palace. He comprehended the heaven patching technique and was constantly improving himself. Lin Jiufeng estimated that the outside world would be peaceful for a while. That trip that he made seemed to be rather impactful. Before the ambitious people did anything, they had to think over whether they could withstand that sword from the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Hence, even though the current was turbulent beneath that calm sea, no one dared to sacrifice themselves first and become someone else's stepping stone. In line with Lin Jiufeng's expectations, every time Dachuan came to the cold palace to report in the past 5 years, he had never said anything about any major events that happened in the outside world. As a result, all he talked about were insignificant matters. For example, Dachuan got married and had a child. He was also promoted. Lin Jiufeng listened to Dachuan quietly as he spoke. Dachuan was his only source when it came to news about the outside world. Today, Lin Jiufeng laid on the frost jade bed, sighing. It's a pity. I've been cultivating the heaven patching technique for 5 years. This secret technique is profound, and it has improved my body and fixed some of my past issues. But I still haven't broken through to the second step of the martial sage realm. The first step of the martial sage, profound insight. Second step of the martial sage, life knowing. Third step of the martial sage, fish leap. Fourth step of the martial sage, great sage. Lin Jiufeng was at the peak of the first step of the martial sage realm. He stood at the peak of the pinnacle. He had already understood the subtleties of martial arts, and he was currently peering into the greatness of the world. The heaven patching technique had patched some of the past issues that Lin Jiufeng had been suffering from. He felt complete. But he couldn't break through the bottleneck. It seemed like he was lacking something. But Lin Jiufeng didn't know what he was lacking. Lin Jiufeng said regrettably, making a breakthrough in my cultivation has become significantly difficult ever since I entered the martial sage realm. It's no longer as quick as before. Although he was a little disappointed, he was not impatient. If 5 years was not enough, he would spend another 5 years. Lin Jiufeng was not young. He was already in his 40s, almost 50. In his previous life, he would have already been a weathered middle-aged man. But now, he was still young and relatively stable mentally. He continued to sign in peace. Although the cold palace was big, Lin Jiufeng had already visited all the places that he could possibly use to sign in. Hence, Lin Jiufeng decided to start exploring the underground area of the cold palace. There must be several layers of areas underneath a palace of this size. Back then, Lin Jiufeng didn't bother exploring the area underneath the palace since he still had enough places to sign in from. But now, he wanted to explore underground. Outside the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, a group of people was looking at the imperial capital from a remote hilltop. They were dressed in very old-fashioned clothes. They looked completely out of place with the current fashion trend. Their clothes seemed to be from hundreds of years ago. The leader was an elderly man with a dark complexion, dry skin, and hands similar to chicken claws. He was looking at the imperial capital. "Corpse Elder, you've been searching for over 3 days now. Have you seen anything?" A strong man behind Corpse Elder asked helplessly. "Butcher, do you know what I'm looking at?" Corpse Elder asked without turning around. The strong man nicknamed Butcher, who had his arms folded in front of his chest, shook his head and said, "I don't know what you're looking at. But I know that no matter how much you look, you will not be able to get the treasure in the relics of my chasing corpse sect." The others nodded, agreeing with Butcher. These people were members of the chasing corpse sect. They had been in hiding for so many years. Corpse Elder was the leader of the group. Instead of leading them to the imperial capital, he remained in the deep forest and only looked at the imperial capital from a distance, which made Butcher unhappy. "Do you all know about that one sword in the imperial capital?" Corpse Elder sneered. "Of course, who wouldn't? There's an unpredictable one sword hidden in the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. But we're here to look for the treasures and the relics of the chasing corpse sect, not to fight," Butcher said helplessly. He thought that Corpse Elder was being too careful. But he didn't expect that he would become so timid after hiding for hundreds of years. "Since you know about it, do you still think that I'm being too careful?" Corpse Elder asked. "So what have you learned after these 3 days of watching?" Butcher asked. "Nothing." Corpse Elder shook his head. "One sword has hidden himself well. I cannot see anything." "Then, are you going to continue looking?" Butcher squinted helplessly at Corpse Elder. "No more watching. Let's enter the imperial capital. But remember, no causing trouble and no revealing your auras. Especially you, Butcher. I know that you have broken through to the martial sage realm. But still, don't do anything reckless." Corpse Elder warned Butcher. "I know. This is the imperial capital. To martial sages, this is the most dangerous place in the world. I don't want to be killed by a sword flying through the skies from out of nowhere." "I will be very careful." Butcher decisively agreed. Looking at the serious Butcher, Corpse Elder didn't say anything anymore. He waved his hand. "Let's go to the imperial capital now. It's about to go dark, so let's take advantage of the night to look for the treasures." Butcher was overjoyed. He immediately followed Corpse Elder to the imperial capital. After passing the scrutiny of the city guards, they finally managed to enter the imperial capital. They hovered around the cold palace, patiently waiting for nightfall. "This palace is so big, why is it deserted?" Butcher asked curiously as he looked at the huge palace. The cold palace was big, but it was dilapidated. No one came to maintain the place. In fact, some parts of the outer wall were already peeling off, revealing red bricks inside. "This is a place where only the losers of the royal struggle of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty come to stay. Do you think that anyone would want to come voluntarily here?" Corpse Elder calmly asked. Night came and the world darkened. Corpse Elder and Butcher moved rather quickly after nightfall. "The relics of the Chasing Corpse sect are here. Everyone, be on your toes. Don't act rashly," Corpse Elder said. The group of people immediately jumped over the wall and entered the cold palace. "Hey, there's a courtyard with some lights in here." Butcher found Lin Jiufeng's courtyard and he wanted to take a look. "Don't go there. I've done my research. There's a dethroned crown prince who is also Emperor Yuan's brother living in this cold palace. He's been here for decades. I think he must have already gone mad. Let's carry on with our search, don't provoke him." Corpse Elder grabbed Butcher and stopped him with a solemn look. Butcher could only give up. They walked deep into the cold palace. Lin Jiufeng, who was in his own courtyard, wore a strange look on his face. There were actually thieves sneaking into this godforsaken cold palace? And they even said that he has gone mad? Chapter 26, Relic Treasure. Lin Jiufeng was more curious about what these few people were doing at this cold palace. It has been 5 years since he had a visitor in the cold palace. However, the master of this cold palace, Lin Jiufeng, didn't kill them at first sight. He watched them from afar, wanting to figure out what they were planning on doing in the cold palace. "Among them, there are only 2 people that I need to pay attention to. An old man whose vital and life energy is in decline. He looks like a mummy, but this is just his appearance. There is a huge blood pill in his dantian. Once activated, he will instantly be able to return to his peak. The other one looks like a hoodlum with ample vital and life energy. These 2 are in the martial sage realm. Other than the 2 of them, the rest are nothing to worry about." Lin Jiufeng murmured in his heart. Strictly speaking, he didn't actually have to worry about Corpse Elder and Butcher. But they were still martial sages. Lin Jiufeng had to show them some respect due to their prestige. "This cold palace of mine is already so dilapidated. Other than having an area of extremely negative energy deep underground, there's only the ruin of the Chasing Corpse sect." Lin Jiufeng guessed the background of the other party. It was because this scene already happened 15 years ago. Back then, 2 members of the Chasing Corpse sect snuck inside the cold palace, looking for the corpse of the Chasing Corpse sect's patriarch. They were discovered by Lin Jiufeng. He killed those 2 people and even turned the corpse of the Chasing Corpse sect's patriarch into Nameless, who was now a guardian of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Lin Jiufeng remembered this matter vividly. He also remembered the conversation of those 2 back then. They said the Chasing Corpse sect was planning to come to light and reveal themselves into the world 10 years later. Lin Jiufeng has been waiting for them all this time. To think that it would take the Chasing Corpse sect 15 years before they dared to send another batch of their people into the cold palace. "I acquired Nameless back then, thanks to you people. I wonder, what will I obtain from you all this time?" Lin Jiufeng observed the intruders with both of his hands behind his back. He didn't disturb them in their exploration. He just watched. Even the martial sages did not sense Lin Jiufeng's gaze. They were focused on their tasks at hand as they took all sorts of measurements in the cold palace, searching for the specific location of what they were looking for. Butcher and Corpse Elder were in charge of the situation. The others were just convenient tools for them to use. They were only here because they were necessary to find the relic treasures of the Chasing Corpse sect. Butcher looked helplessly at his subordinates who were engrossed in their search. He couldn't help but ask, why didn't the old ancestor bring the relic treasures away? He simply didn't understand. Wouldn't it be for the best if the old ancestor took the treasures away with him when the Chasing Corpse sect moved away back then? If that happened, then they wouldn't have to take the risk of coming to the imperial capital to look for the treasures in secret. They didn't dare to make a stir. They were afraid that a streak of sword energy would suddenly come flying in their way. Corpse Elder heard Butcher's complaints. After looking around, he said in a low voice, "The sect elders all claimed that the initial move away from this place was because they felt that this place was unsuitable for the sect. Do you believe that?" Bullshasterisk. Butcher only had this one word in response. "Our Chasing Corpse sect was established more than 1,000 years ago, we earned glory 800 years ago, and it lasted for more than 200 years. At that time, among the mountains of the world and the famous rivers, which of them were unsuitable for burying the corpses of our Chasing Corpse sect? Because we got too complacent with snatching bodies from all places subsequently, we incurred the wrath of the public. Those on the orthodox path and the demonic sects took advantage of that to join their forces in an alliance to deal with us. Even the imperial court suppressed us, driving us away like a pack of disowned dogs. We were forced to move our sect away. But we were in too much of a hurry that we didn't even dig out the corpse of our patriarch. Some of our relic treasures were also left and forgotten amidst the haste." Butcher pursed his lips and shared a section of the past. The past of the Chasing Corpse sect. The Chasing Corpse sect from those days of yore had grown too complacent due to their uninhibited growth. They snatched bodies from all places to the extent that they incurred the unanimous anger of the masses. The Xuanhuang God Dynasty was founded 400 years ago. The Xuanhuang God Dynasty was only established after the Chasing Corpse sect moved away. With the previous area left by the Chasing Corpse sect serving as their imperial capital, they continuously expanded their territories. As for that prince that constructed the cold palace, the truth was that he was a victim. He was deceived and treated this area of extremely negative energy that was the ruins of the Chasing Corpse sect as a treasured place. The palace was built. The exterior was magnificent, but the interior remained superficial. No one even bothered to clean up the interior of the Chasing Corpse sect's ruins. Then, that prince's health gradually declined. His luck also worsened and he soon committed a huge blunder. Until now, this place became the famous Cold Palace. Lin Jiufeng eavesdropped on the conversation of the two from a spot not too far away from them. He was already so close, yet the two martial sages didn't notice him. This proved Lin Jiufeng's true capabilities. Even though the three of them were at the profound insight step of the martial sage realm, the true gap between them was similar to the gap between the sky and the sea. They couldn't be compared with each other at all. As you have said, we were being driven away back then. We couldn't take these things, so we left them here, thinking that we're going to make our return in the future anyway. But the Xuanhuang God Dynasty was established following that. Our Chasing Corpse sect also went into turmoil and we had to move into the shadows. Up till now, we still haven't retrieved them, said Corpse Elder. Then, what exactly are there in the so-called relic treasure beneath this palace? Butcher asked softly. Lin Jiufeng listened seriously. He wanted to know too. This was his territory after all. If there were treasures, they naturally belonged to him. The so-called relic treasure is just a way of saying it. We established the sect here because we discovered that there was a palace with extreme negative energy at the bottom of this area with its doors tightly shut. However, the sect had to move away before we got the chance to explore it. Corpse Elder lowered his voice as he explained. Their voices were very, very soft, afraid of outsiders eavesdropping on their conversation. Lin Jiufeng was somewhat far away. He took a few steps forward and arrived at a measly distance of 5 meters from them. However, they still didn't discover Lin Jiufeng's presence. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng pulled the world's energies that he had tried his best to understand over these 5 years onto himself. Indescribable waves instantly devoured Lin Jiufeng. The waves made him blend with the universe. Universe and human as one. As Lin Jiufeng stood there, he became one with the universe. So long as he didn't speak or execute a technique, these two people wouldn't be able to detect his presence. Of course, Lin Jiufeng's current limit was at 5 meters. If these two weren't at the martial sage realm, even if Lin Jiufeng were to attack them right in front of their eyes. They would never discover his presence even in the slightest. Butcher exclaimed in surprise. I see. Then, we should go and open up that place right away, so we can bring the treasures away. Upon the mention of treasures, Butcher's mood was uplifted. We came here to survey, that's it. Once we've found that place, we have to return and report it to the sect leader. He will come here personally. Corpse Elder shook his head, extinguishing Butcher's hope of retrieving the treasures by himself. Butcher mumbled, then, we'll wait for the sect leader to come here before opening it. In any case, leaving those treasures in the cold palace is quite safe. No one will disturb them, and we also have a dethroned crown prince keeping guard for us, said Corpse Elder with a smile. Yes, that dethroned crown prince probably still has no idea that there are so many secrets hidden below this cold palace. Butcher also smiled. Watching their subordinates doing their jobs was a little boring, so they made fun of Lin Jiufeng. But unbeknownst to them, that same Lin Jiufeng that they were mocking was standing just 5 meters away from them. He stood there as he watched them coldly. Just continue to be smug for a while. I'll wait until your subordinates are done inspecting before I'll settle the scores with you too. Lin Jiufeng remained calm as usual. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. After searching for about 4 hours, someone finally reported. We have found the entrance to the underground passage. The eyes of Butcher and Corpse Elder lit up. They walked over in a hurry. Lin Jiufeng's eyes also brightened. He leisurely followed the two in their footsteps. Chapter 27, White Cat. Lin Jiufeng followed them and they soon arrived at a 100-year-old tree in the cold palace. Lin Jiufeng watched on curiously. He had been to this area previously, but other than signing in and receiving a cultivation technique, there was nothing else in here. He also didn't find any secret passageway. Corpse Elder and Butcher arrived. Right under the three, under Lin Jiufeng's scrutinizing gaze, they started to carve an array formation on the spot. Corpse Elder spoke up. This array formation has been handed down from the ancestors of my chasing corpse sect. It is used to hide things from the eyes of other people and make those objects impossible for them to find. One obverse and inverse. Only a collision of the two will open the original entrance. Butcher hugged his arm and urged. Hurry up! Cut the crap! Corpse Elder spent about 20 minutes setting up the array formation. Lin Jiufeng watched through the entire process. The questions in his heart finally had an answer. I see, they set up an array formation to cover the eyes of others. No wonder nobody discovered it throughout the few hundred years that passed. Although he had a formidable cultivation base, Lin Jiufeng was never skilled in array formations. To be frank, he had no clue about array formations at all. In the future, I need to get some manuals concerning the concept of array formations in pills. Hopefully, I'll be able to get them from signing in. Lin Jiufeng made a mental note of this. He watched as Corpse Elder completed the array formation. Then, the two array formations, one obverse and the other inverse, exploded. Right beneath the 100-year-old big tree, a passageway appeared. It was a passageway that led deep underground. After having sealed for hundreds of years, moss could be seen everywhere. Without saying anything, Butcher moved and pulled open the entrance of the passageway. He anxiously wanted to go down. Corpse Elder also watched curiously. But at that moment, a golden radiance suddenly exploded from the dim passageway. It instantly killed both Butcher and Corpse Elder. They stood there, indignant, as they held their throats. They wanted to say something, but no words could come out of their mouths. They collapsed. This change stunned the people of the Chasing Corpse sect as they screamed out loud. Lin Jiufeng's gaze also turned cold as he observed solemnly. Corpse Elder and Butcher were both martial sages. They might be not that powerful among martial sages considering that they were only at the first step of profound insight. However, they were still martial sages. Someone that had the ability to instantly kill them was strong enough for Lin Jiufeng to take them seriously. Especially when that person was amidst these secret treasures. But contrary to Lin Jiufeng's expectations, the killer wasn't a person. but a cat. A snow-white cat that looked very elegant. There were only 2 spots on its body, each with a different color. Its pupils were black, like thick ink, so black that they seemed to have their own luster. The other spot was its claws. They were dark gold in color. That speck of golden radiance earlier was it seizing the chance to strike, using its claws to end the lives of both corpse elder and butcher. Meow. The snow-white cat opened its mouth and let out a cry. Its voice was akin to a languid young girl, very beguiling. But a few whooshes commenced and it transformed into a white shadow that wiped out everyone from the Chasing Corpse sect. A few seconds ago, the people of the Chasing Corpse sect stood here, alive. Under the leadership of 2 martial sages, they wanted to dig out the secret treasures that belonged to them in the first place. But at this moment, they were now corpses that could not speak. The culprit was a white cat. Its hair was not an ordinary shade of white, but a glossy transparent crystal-like kind of white. Its small body paced on the floor. Its claws were stained with spots of blood. After having witnessed what just happened, Lin Jiufeng's expression turned weird. It was a cat at the martial sage realm. This was rare. After killing everyone, the white cat meowed and was about to enter the cave. However, its hairs suddenly stood on its ends. Its body arched upwards. With a sharp cry, it stared fixedly in Lin Jiufeng's direction. Lin Jiufeng's surprise had inadvertently released a trace of his aura that was immediately detected by the sensitive white cat. It acted as if it was facing a formidable enemy. Seeing this, Lin Jiufeng no longer disguised himself. He revealed his figure and remained in the same spot. Meow. The white cat immediately launched an attack. At a blazing speed, its claws burst out, a sharp golden glow slashed across, seeking to end Lin Jiufeng's life. But Lin Jiufeng combined 2 fingers to act as a sword technique from Sword 22 broke out. Boom! The white cat was thrown upside down onto the ground. Although it was able to kill Butcher and Corpse Elder, it was no match for Lin Jiufeng. You are probably the guardian of this underground secret treasure. You remained underground throughout the years, and that is why you killed those people who tried to invade your underground territory. Lin Jiufeng calmly deduced. The white cat was sent flying, but Lin Jiufeng did not kill it, he only inflicted a few injuries to it. But the white cat knew that it was no match against Lin Jiufeng. It turned around, wanting to escape. But Lin Jiufeng wasn't going to let it go anywhere. Grabbing the cat with his large hand, frightening amounts of true chi and even his martial will weighed down against the cat. The amalgamation of these forcibly suppressed the white cat as it could not move at all and was obediently held by Lin Jiufeng. Let's go. How about you take me below to see what treasures are inside? Lin Jiufeng said. The white cat wanted to struggle, it didn't plan on yielding just yet. However, Lin Jiufeng's true chi instantly extinguished its hopes of escaping. Without allowing it to object, he brought it down the passageway. Lin Jiufeng's true chi transformed into flames that illuminated the dim passageway. There was nothing inside of it at all. Nothing but a passageway that constantly led downwards. The path was extremely narrow, only one person could move through it at a time. This was another reason why no one had discovered such a place after so many years. If its size was any bigger, people would have easily dug it out. Lin Jiufeng walked for quite a long time. When he estimated that he was already tens of meters underground, he finally saw the end of the passageway. What he saw at the end was an underground world. Accurately speaking, it was a palace. But it wasn't too big considering that it was buried underground. The doors of the palace were left slightly ajar. Lin Jiufeng examined the white cat in his hands before he looked at the gap. You opened this, didn't you? Lin Jiufeng asked. He only received the white cat's fury of bared teeth as an answer. Lin Jiufeng didn't mind it. Instead, he said with a smile, "Thank you for opening the door. Otherwise, I would have to expend some effort again." The doors of this palace clearly had an array formation inscribed on its surface, judging on the runes and the winding lines that looked gibberish in the eyes. Lin Jiufeng had no knowledge about array formations at all. If the doors were tightly shut, he really wouldn't be able to open them. Right now, it was slightly ajar. He only pushed it slightly and it opened. The white cat shut its eyes tight in strong regret. It came out in a hurry and forgot to close the door. Now it brought disaster upon itself. Pushing the door open, what appeared in his sight was a coffin and innumerable pill bottles scattered all over the ground, along with countless precious treasures that had been clearly eaten by something. This secret place used to contain a lot of treasures. Just the pill bottles alone, Lin Jiufeng saw several thousands of them. They were piled up and became a small hill in one spot. As for the rest of the treasures, they were long consumed. Lin Jiufeng even caught sight of a ginseng that was at least 10,000 years old. The essence it contained was no more, and only its exterior was left. It was tossed aside by something in seemingly great disdain. "You did this, didn't you?" Lin Jiufeng looked towards the white cat. "You are only a little white cat, but you're as strong as a martial sage realm cultivator. You also move fast. It's definitely because you've consumed all the treasures in here. The secret treasures that the Chasing Corps sect constantly thought about for several hundreds of years were all consumed by you." The white cat did not respond to Lin Jiufeng's question. It acted like a tsundere. It turned its head away, refusing to talk with Lin Jiufeng. "It's so messy here, but this coffin is very clean, without a speck of dust. This can only mean that the person inside this coffin is very important to you. Was it the person who brought you in here?" Lin Jiufeng guessed and moved closer to the coffin. The white cat grew anxious. It struggled, wanting to stop Lin Jiufeng from opening the coffin. But Lin Jiufeng had already pushed it open. Without any resistance at all. The white cat and Lin Jiufeng looked over together. But the coffin was empty, there wasn't anything inside of it at all. The white cat was dumbfounded. Chapter 28, Emperor Ming Visits. It was empty inside the coffin. This time, the white cat became desperate, a powerful force burst out of its body. Lin Jiufeng was caught off guard. The white cat managed to break free from Lin Jiufeng's grip and it leaped into the coffin. It then continuously fumbled around and called out from inside the coffin. Its forlorn and bitter cries reverberated throughout. It refused to believe all of this. How could there be nothing in the coffin? Lin Jiufeng looked at the sad white cat and asked, "Who is this person?" The white cat turned around and looked at Lin Jiufeng ferociously. It was not in the mood to answer Lin Jiufeng. "Tell me. Perhaps I can help you find where this person went." Lin Jiufeng did not force it either, as he offered coolly. The white cat consumed and digested every treasure in this treasure trove until it finally became a martial sage. But its extravagant consumption of those treasures meant that it had no idea about the cultivation world. It inadvertently reached the martial sage realm after consuming the resources at its disposal. This was why it only used its claws to kill, without even executing a technique. Right now, the white cat was upset and its cries were heart-wrenching. This meant that it didn't expect the coffin to be empty. All this time, it had never suspected that this had always been the case. Lin Jiufeng wanted to figure out the origins of the white cat, this palace, this coffin, and the person that was supposed to be inside the coffin. The white cat's claws gripped the coffin tightly while emitting a squealing sound. It was using its brain to think. But it could not figure out what had happened no matter what. There was just itself and Lin Jiufeng present. So, in the end, it ultimately yielded. Jumping off the coffin, it wrote something on the floor. "Demon Lord." Lin Jiufeng's eyes narrowed as he said, "The person buried in the coffin is the Demon Lord? When he was laid to rest?" The white cat's claws moved several times and scrawled a line of words. 1,500 years ago. The Demon Lord from 1,500 years ago. Lin Jiufeng fell into deep thought. The Unrivalled God Dynasty wasn't even founded yet 1,500 years ago. That period was thought to be the peak era of the cultivation world. Numerous experts were abundant throughout the land and everything was in turmoil. The rise and fall of dynasties was quick. Someone who could have the title of the Demon Lord back then was definitely a peak existence of that era. "I don't have any information about this so-called Demon Lord in my memories," said Lin Jiufeng while shaking his head. The white cat immediately flared up. It believed that Lin Jiufeng was fooling it. But I can go to the royal library and look up all sorts of information. The Unrivalled God Dynasty is, after all, the only god dynasty of the current epoch. It definitely has a piece of information or two when it comes to this so-called demon lord. Lin Jiufeng ignored the white cat's anger. The white cat decisively wrote down a few words. Go look it up. Lin Jiufeng looked at it and laughed. Would I do that for nothing? I can give you treasures. The white cat swiftly wrote a string of words. Although it had the capabilities of a martial sage, it did not refine its pubis and was unable to speak one. But it could write. However, it had crooked handwriting similar to that of a 2 to 3-year-old. Every stroke landed in a spot contrary to Lin Jiufeng's expectation. Fortunately, Lin Jiufeng could still recognize the words as he looked at the white cat while it scribbled. You've already eaten all the things in this secret trove and you're saying that you still have some treasures for me? Lin Jiufeng refused to believe it. I did eat a lot, but I hid a significant amount to save up and eat them slowly. Since I couldn't leave, I had to carefully plan my meals. I only ate them sparingly in case I ran out of food. The white cat was still pretty clever. Just that this large paragraph of words it had written painted a truly terrible sight. It made Lin Jiufeng's eyes hurt. All right, deal. Lin Jiufeng nodded and agreed. He wasn't doing this for the treasures. He mainly wanted to know the origins of this demon lord. Why did he construct a palace and buried it tens of meters, even hundreds of meters underground? Leave this place and go find more information. Upon witnessing Lin Jiufeng's agreement, the white cat immediately drove Lin Jiufeng out. It did not like having people inside of this palace. Lin Jiufeng did not want to stay that long either. There wasn't anything here at all, but a clutter of odds and ends, as well as a white cat. Although the white cat looked beautiful in the eyes with its body that resembled crystal and glass, its temper was bad. Lin Jiufeng shook his head and he turned around to leave. But when Lin Jiufeng turned around to leave, a line of words appeared before his eyes. Sign in the underground demon palace? Sign in. Lin Jiufeng agreed. Sign in successful. Received demonic great refinement cultivation technique. Following that, a large chunk of memories surged into Lin Jiufeng's mind. They were all about the demonic great refinement cultivation technique. It was a demonic sect's advanced dermic formulation. It was incredibly powerful when cultivated right. Not bad. I have another cultivation technique to save my life. Lin Jiufeng was very satisfied. He always liked everything that could improve his capabilities. After the successful sign-in, Lin Jiufeng directly left the underground palace. The white cat kept its eyes on Lin Jiufeng. It was cautious and vigilant. It still did not trust Lin Jiufeng at all. Lin Jiufeng ignored it. Stepping onto the surface, he looked at the passageway entrance under the 100-year-old tree. In the end, he decided not to close the entrance. Lin Jiufeng directly returned to his own courtyard. He laid on the frost jade bed and closed his eyes to cultivate. He carefully cultivated the demonic great refinement cultivation technique that he had just received, thoroughly digesting it to make it a part of his own capabilities. As for finding more information on that so-called demon lord, he could do that tomorrow too. In any case, Lin Jiufeng had a lot of time. The white cat covertly followed Lin Jiufeng the whole time. Seeing that Lin Jiufeng did not go to find more information, but instead, he went back to sleep and cultivate. It bared its teeth as its sharp claws extended. It was furious. But after its fury blossomed, it suddenly felt helpless. Since it was no match for Lin Jiufeng, no matter how angry it was, it would be for nothing. The white cat sulked for a period of time. It stared at Lin Jiufeng just like that. It knew that Lin Jiufeng could sense its gaze. So it continued to stare in this manner. Looking right at him. The two eyes that resembled glass and amber remained on Lin Jiufeng without blinking. But Lin Jiufeng remained unmoved. After staring for half the night, the white cat let out a meow. It threw a resentful glance at Lin Jiufeng before it turned around and left. It went back to the underground palace. Lin Jiufeng, who was on the frost jade bed, finally opened his eyes. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he murmured, "It's not like you're a beautiful young girl. Am I supposed to react and blush while you were staring at me like that?" The next day, Lin Jiufeng finally had a thorough understanding of the demonic great refinement cultivation technique last night. Since he was done, he planned on looking up more information about that so-called demon lord early this morning. The reason was very simple. The white cat had once again kept an eye on Lin Jiufeng before daybreak arrived earlier. Standing in the courtyard, its eyes remained fixed on Lin Jiufeng. Since it was no match for Lin Jiufeng, it could only use this method to pressure him. Lin Jiufeng shook his head helplessly. He got ready and prepared to leave the cold palace for the royal library in order to find more information regarding that demon lord. But a surprise visitor interrupted Lin Jiufeng's plan to leave. It was Emperor Yuan's son, Emperor Ming. He was also Lin Tianyuan, who once lived with Lin Jiufeng for 10 whole years. He succeeded the throne when he was 15 years old and spent the first 5 years of his reign managing state affairs, working tirelessly for a prosperous country. Today, he was 20 years old. This was his first time meeting with Lin Jiufeng after he succeeded to the throne. "Uncle!" Lin Tianyuan, who had matured quite a lot, shouted warmly. He used to address Lin Jiufeng as teacher. Ever since he changed his form of address that time, he had been calling him uncle all the time. "Why have you come?" Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. He was really curious. Considering the Unrivalled God Dynasty's current situation, there probably weren't any troublesome matters that required Lin Tianyuan to come and look for him, was there? The white cat became anxious. It knew that Lin Jiufeng was about to leave, but a person just had to come and stop him in his tracks. The white cat's thoughts were very simple. "I'll kill you, then Lin Jiufeng will be able to go out." Thus, it pounced over. Pooh! But Lin Jiufeng flicked his sleeve. The demonic great refinement cultivation technique directly sent the white cat flying. It slammed against a tree and dropped down weakly. Its appearance immediately became dusty and dirty. Yet it wasn't injured at all. Lin Jiufeng's control over his own strength had already reached perfection. Chapter 29, Emperor Ming Seeks Help. The white cat was struck to the ground. Shaking its head, it shook the dust off its body. It meowed angrily. All of its claws extended, looking sharper than magical weapons. But when it recalled that elusive move from Lin Jiufeng just now, it retracted its claws and sulked. Then, it leaped onto the walls of the courtyard to watch both Lin Jiufeng and Lin Tianyuan from a distance. Seeing this scene, Lin Tianyuan asked curiously, "Uncle, is this yours?" Lin Jiufeng shook his head and responded, "A stray cat that came from somewhere unknown. It has a terrible temper. If it wasn't because I found it pitiful, I would have driven it away long ago. No need to bother with it, just let it stay there on the wall." The white cat was infuriated. Its claws scratched the walls and almost made a hole in it. Lin Jiufeng ignored it and asked Lin Tianyuan, "You've become the emperor, with a myriad of state affairs to handle every day. How do you have the time to come here?" It could be considered that Lin Jiufeng had watched Lin Tianyuan grow up. He inherited Emperor Yuan's unfulfilled wish and picked up Emperor Yuan's style. He was entirely devoted to state affairs. Lin Jiufeng was very pleased with this. It proved that his younger brother hadn't misjudged Lin Tianyuan's character. In the fight for power among the group of princes, he decisively chose Lin Tianyuan. "Uncle, I'm here to deliver something to you." Lin Tianyuan, who had matured considerably, said with a smile. He had indeed matured quickly after living 5 whole years of his life as the emperor. He now commanded a really strong presence. But before Lin Jiufeng, he was still the sweet and respectful Lin Tianyuan. "Deliver something to me?" Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. "What is it?" Lin Jiufeng respectfully brought out a secret manual from his bosom. With both hands, presented it to Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng took it and opened it for a look. Ancient demonic book. This was the culprit that caused your father's death? Lin Jiufeng asked solemnly. If Emperor Yuan didn't cultivate this cultivation technique 5 years ago, Lin Jiufeng would have managed to bring him back to life even if he had burned most of his life energy. Yes, it is this heretic cultivation technique. Lin Tianyuan nodded. It hasn't been destroyed yet? Lin Jiufeng continued to ask. Uncle, I just cannot bear to do it. Lin Tianyuan sighed. He also wanted to destroy this demonic cultivation technique back then. But in the serene silence of the night, after much consideration as he held this demonic cultivation technique in his hands, he still decided to lock it away in the end. He just couldn't bear to destroy it. You cultivated it? Lin Jiufeng looked at Lin Tianyuan with a sharp gaze. This demonic cultivation technique had already killed 2 emperors. Lin Jiufeng did not wish to see Lin Tianyuan die to this as well. Lin Tianyuan shook his head resolutely. I did not. However, his smile turned wry. I am always tempted to cultivate it every time in the dead of the night. With the ever-growing difficulties of passing reforms and with the countless forces playing their own tricks behind the scenes, it's becoming increasingly difficult for me to restrain myself from cultivating it. Lin Tianyuan was being completely honest. He could resist this demon cultivation technique that could boost his strength on usual days. But whenever he was met with a setback, especially when the setback involved several major forces, the desire to become strong enough to pave his own path throughout the world would always appear in his heart. 5 years ago, I could firmly resist this demonic cultivation technique. But this year, I've already brought it out several times at night. I'm just short of actually opening, said Lin Tianyuan with a bitter smile. Uncle, my willpower is still lacking, said Lin Tianyuan dejectedly. Lin Jiufeng looked at Lin Tianyuan. So you are giving this demon cultivation technique to me because you want to completely end this thought? Lin Tianyuan nodded and said seriously, I know that uncle is a person of great willpower. You were able to spend decades in this abandoned cold palace after all. This demonic cultivation technique will definitely not have an influence on you. I ask that uncle take care of it. Lin Jiufeng reached out to rub the demonic cultivation technique. Parchment had been used for it and it had been soaked in a special beast oil which made it particularly resilient to decay and damage. Leave it with me then. Are there any more demonic cultivation techniques like this in the royal palace? Lin Jiufeng asked. There are no more. Lin Tianyuan shook his head. Reforming the Xuanhuang God Dynasty was your father's wish. You're working really hard and I know it is very tough for you too, but it's not that there's nobody behind you. Lin Jiufeng said solemnly to Lin Tianyuan. Although I do not wish to partake in the affairs of the outside world, I have a compelling obligation to fulfill your father's dying wish. When you encounter troubles that you cannot handle in the future, just come straight to me and I will solve it for you. You just need to spare no efforts with the reform. Remember to let all the common people in the world live a good life. Provide for the elderly and be the dependents for the young. As for the powerhouses who dare to stop you, they need to ask first whether the sword in my hand agrees or not. Lin Jiufeng solemnly gave Lin Tianyuan his guarantee. Lin Jiufeng knew that Lin Tianyuan was under great pressure in such a lofty position, especially when what he inherited was Emperor Yuan's unfulfilled wishes to reform the world. So Lin Jiufeng gave his own promise to him. Lin Tianyuan looked at Lin Jiufeng, touched. He bowed all the way and choked. I ask uncle to act and give me a hand. Lin Jiufeng knew that this was the case. Lin Tianyuan must have encountered huge trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't even think about cultivating this demonic cultivation technique. What happened? Lin Jiufeng led Lin Tianyuan into the courtyard and let him sit down. Other than a stone table, the rest of the courtyard was covered in bone swords. It has been 5 years since these bone swords were inserted into the ground here, but Lin Jiufeng never used them even once. A powerful martial sage has appeared on the northwest plains. He's a very strong one. He unified the fragmented Xianbei by himself. My scouts said that the unification happened just this winter and not long after, he will invade the borders with his army of millions and hunt down our troops for 1,000,000 miles, Lin Tianyuan said in a low voice. Lin Jiufeng frowned. The fragmented Xianbei on the northwest plains boasted a huge population. But they had always been fragmented, for the entire population consisted of 800 different tribes of various sizes. In addition, all of them disliked each other, so they had never been a threat to the borders of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. But it was clearly out of everyone's expectations that a powerhouse would suddenly appear out of nowhere to unite the fragmented Xianbei under his banner. Furthermore, he even wanted to hunt down the troops of the Unrivalled God Dynasty for 1,000,000 miles in the quest of plundering 1,000,000 miles of land behind the borders. Lin Jiufeng's gaze turned cold. "What's the name of the martial sage who united Xianbei?" Lin Jiufeng asked. Tu Mun. He's a priest of the Xianbei temple. It is said that he received the graces of the gods of the plains and broke through to martial sage realm at one go. He has no match throughout the plains and is very arrogant, Lin Tianyuan replied. "Uncle, it's already winter. The snow is too cold, and as a result, the dispatchment of troops will be very slow. In addition, with 1,000,000 miles of land from beyond the border, we will surely have a harder time with defense compared to their launching of the offense. If he succeeds, millions of people would be displaced from their hometowns. Furthermore, the number of deaths from the cold and starvation would be too many to count by then," said Lin Tianyuan with a pained heart. "So you want me to go and kill this martial sage Tu Mun, am I right?" Lin Jiufeng calmly asked. "Uncle, please take action." Lin Tianyuan stood up. He cupped both of his hands and bowed. "Go back. I will go and kill Tu Mun." Lin Jiufeng waved his hand in and agreed to it. This time, he was taking action for the millions of people living near the borders of the plains. Lin Tianyuan left. Since Uncle had agreed, he believed that Tu Mun would surely die. Hence, he needed to make arrangements for the subsequent matters in advance. When Lin Tianyuan disappeared, the white cat directly jumped off the courtyard walls and wrote a few words in front of Lin Jiufeng. The words were still crooked as ever, as they looked even more cursive than cursive handwriting. It depicted the white cat's personal style in writing. "You are going out?" Lin Jiufeng nodded. "Find more information." Lin Jiufeng shook his head and said, "I'll do that when I'm back." "How much time do you need?" Lin Jiufeng smiled. A spring breeze seemed to have brushed past his face as he said, full of confidence. "To kill a martial sage cultivator. 3 days is enough." 2 of these 3 days were the time needed to travel back and forth. Chapter 30, 22nd Stroke. Forbidden City, Great Council Hall. Lin Tianyuan looked relaxed upon his return, there was even a smile on his face. With Uncle taking action, his stress instantly vanished. He, who had lived with Lin Jiufeng for 10 years, knew exactly how scary Lin Jiufeng was better than anyone else. In the Great Council Hall, the court officials were arguing without end. They were discussing how exactly to cope with the plunder at Xianbei. Some voted for war, some voted for peace. They were divided in opinion, no one could convince the others to agree on the other's opinion. A group of old men, scholars at that, were hot in dispute. All that was left in their arguments at this moment were throwing punches at one another. But the important key here was that each of them had their own reasoning for their decision. As it was winter, the borders were all the more terrifyingly cold. If they really went to war, the losses might regress the Unrivalled God Dynasty's development so far by 10 years. This was the reason why Lin Tianyuan was previously anxious, to the point that he even considered acquiring strength by cultivating that demonic cultivation technique. After all, what if he succeeded in cultivating that demonic cultivation technique without repercussions? But now, he was calmly walking into the Great Council Hall. The court officials all looked toward Lin Tianyuan. "Your Majesty, how exactly should we handle the Xianbei army?" "We ask your Majesty to come to a decision," the cabinet chief asked in a low voice. Whether they chose to go to war or to make peace, no outcome would come out of arguing. They had to come to a decision as early as possible. "There is no need to worry anymore, ministers. There is no need to worry about Xianbei. I have already hired an expert to go kill that Tu Mun martial sage. Xianbei will immediately be fragmented upon his death. They will be unable to come and plunder our lands. Lin Tianyuan announced in a great mood. The court officials looked at Lin Tianyuan in surprise. Your Majesty, is the expert you hired the same mysterious expert who has been living in seclusion in the imperial capital? The cabinet chief asked, agitated. The others looked expectantly at Lin Tianyuan. Yes. Lin Tianyuan immediately nodded. Everyone, please wait at ease for the news of that martial sage Tumun's death. Lin Tianyuan was very confident. With that, the court officials stopped arguing. All of them became akin to biological brothers as they started smiling at the same time. Without martial sage Tumun, Xianbei was no cause for worry. Lin Jiufeng walked out and closed the gates of the cold palace. In front of the cold palace's gates, fallen dead leaves covered the ground. Once the cold wind blew, they danced with the breeze. Lin Jiufeng would be rushing to the northwest plains. He did not bring anything with him. One man, one sword. The sword with him was still the demon-slaying sword. It was a set with the bone swords. They were effective against a crowd of enemies, but when fighting a single target, the demon-slaying sword was still the best. Meow. The white cat called out from the top of the courtyard walls. It was unwilling to let Lin Jiufeng leave. Not because it missed Lin Jiufeng but because it wanted Lin Jiufeng's help to find more information. After all, the white cat had been in the underground palace for hundreds of years. As a result, it was extremely unfamiliar with the outside world. But Lin Jiufeng merely glanced at the white cat. Then, he waved his hand and charged into the sky. Meow. The white cat let out a resigned cry. It used its claws to scratch out some crooked words. Second day of hating him. The Northwest Plains was very far from the Yuhua God Dynasty's imperial capital. Considering that it was the dead of winter, the winds whistled so cold that it seemed to be able to penetrate through one's bones. Sweeping his gaze around him, the panoramic view looked so white and picturesque that one couldn't bear to destroy it. With true qi wrapping his entire body, Lin Jiufeng became akin to an arrow that left its bow as he shot into the direction of the Northwest Plains. Wild winds howled, his true qi engulfed his entire body as he moved at lightning speeds. Lin Jiufeng never managed to make a breakthrough into the next step of the martial sage realm after these 5 years. However, the true qi that he had accumulated in liquid form was terrifying. Despite moving so fast through the air and wantonly expending his true qi like this, Lin Jiufeng's heart didn't feel a sting at all. One day. One whole day. It took Lin Jiufeng one whole day before he arrived at the Northwest Plains borders. This proved that the territory of the Yuhua God Dynasty truly was too vast. Lin Jiufeng finally understood why the court officials had to argue so fervently with each other in regards to the decision of going into war or making peace. It was all because this place was just too far from the imperial capital. Moreover, the temperatures here were much lower than that of other places in the Yuhua God Dynasty. As a result, the troops wouldn't be accustomed to the climate. The Xianbei residents were used to it, so war was scary. So the best solution to everything was to behead that man. When Lin Jiufeng arrived, he directly approached and asked a few Xianbei residents as to where the famous throughout the plans martial sage Tumun was at. Martial sage Tumun. He's currently in the middle of a sacrificial ritual on the Celestial Mountains. The army is gathered at the foot of that same mountain, said the Xianbei residents. This was a matter known to all on the plains. Where are the Celestial Mountains? Lin Jiufeng asked. The Xianbei people pointed the way, not daring to withhold any information from him. Lin Jiufeng spared their lives as he rushed toward the Celestial Mountains. The Celestial Mountains weren't far and it was very conspicuous. After all, it was a mountain whose peak had broken through the skies. Furthermore, it had tens of imposing mountains surrounding it, as if there were more than a dozen dragons encircling and protecting an extremely terrifying divine being. Tumun's army could be seen at the foot of the Celestial Mountains. All sorts of tents stretched on for hundreds of miles. In fact, their numbers were still increasing as time passed by. Lin Jiufeng's eyes went cold upon seeing this sight. This martial sage Tumun really was planning on sweeping through the Yuhua God Dynasty's borders. He truly was planning on plundering the land millions of miles beyond the borders and causing a situation that would incur widespread indignation and dissatisfaction. Given how strong you already are, wouldn't it be better if you had continued your pursuit of the martial path's peak? Why bully the small and weak? Lin Jiufeng's heart became filled with killing intent. He charged into the sky and entered from a different side of the mountain. No one discovered him. He landed on the Celestial Mountains. In the middle of the mountain was a milky white celestial lake. The celestial lake was constantly changing. One moment, there were swells made from underwater geysers stacking upon each other. But in the very next moment, the entire lake would become serene and silent. Its surface even gleamed resplendently as if it was a mirror in the sky. A burly man knelt at the edge of the celestial lake. Draped in hide, his hair was thick, similar to a lion, his disposition seemed ferocious and tough. He was none other than martial sage Tumun. Right now, he was in the middle of a sacrificial ritual. There were all kinds of patterns drawn on the ground as he constantly chanted under his breath. Lin Jiufeng stood 10 miles away as he unsheathed the demon-slaying sword. Ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. Directly cutting to the chase, Lin Jiufeng was here to kill. Since he had confirmed the man's identity, he would kill him directly. With his eyes blazing and true chi surging, his martial will emerged behind him. An extremely frightening long sword, 100 feet long, stood in the sky. Then, it slashed together with the demon-slaying sword. Clang! A streak of sword energy split the wind and snow. It swept through the celestial lake and a tornado abruptly formed. This strike of his was extremely powerful. It flashed across 10 miles, killing everything in its path. However, Tumun, who was in the middle of the sacrificial ritual, suddenly opened his eyes. The wilderness inside him exploded as he opened his mouth and let out a raging roar. Roar! This was the sound of a wild beast, but it didn't belong to a single beast. It was the roar of hundreds of wild beasts. After this deafening sound reverberated, the phantoms of hundreds of savage wild beasts appeared behind martial sage Tumun. Wild bear, white tiger, lion, silver wolf, giant spider, raging bull, python. All of these were the souls that martial sage Tumun was worshipping. He offered sacrifices to them and in return, he gained strength. Using such a method, he was able to quickly rise up in strength and was able to ultimately unite Xianbei. The sword energy that Lin Jiufeng had sent trembled at this angry roar. But it did not break in the face of the roar. The sword energy continued to move forward. What a powerful swordsman! But coming to assassinate me here is your greatest mistake. I am the king of all animals on the plains. Martial sage Tumun became as nimble as an ape as he leaped up and reached out to strike in the air. Boom! He broke Lin Jiufeng's sword energy and the violent windstorm swept everything above the celestial mountains, forming a tempest. The scene was very frightening. Wild winds whistled forlornly. Icy snow blew sharply against one's face. The snow mountain released its might in this instant. This was the strength that belonged to nature. And it was extremely terrifying. Martial sage Tumun howled like a lion. He went down on his four limbs and ran at high speed as he pounced over to Lin Jiufeng to kill him with a bite. Boom! 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 Martial sage Tumun's true chi surged. His might skyrocketed as he went past the profound insight step and directly reached life knowing. A strangle glow flickered in Lin Jiufeng's eyes. He took all of that in, but he remained calm as usual. The intensity of your true chi is already at life knowing, but your martial will is pitifully weak. Lin Jiufeng calmly said with the demon-slaying sword in hand. After absorbing the energies of so many wild beasts, you have also become an ignorant beast like them, unable to even operate your own martial will. You've nurtured strength as vast as the universe, but you've ultimately remained as a mere passerby in this world. As he spoke, Lin Jiufeng slashed out with a shocking stroke. The last move of Sword 22. The 20-second stroke that was both divine and demonic. This move was also called Holy Spirit Sword Technique.